Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to J is for Justice. It is Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, and I am coming at you live from Studio J in Clearwater, Florida. Let me know in chat where you're coming from, or where you're listening from, rather. You guys are going to have to deal with me off camera today. I am a little under the weather. I am here for it. I'm going to chill and watch with you guys today. But in the middle of the night, y'all, I got really sick last night. And without going into detail, let me just say I won't be eating any Chinese food for a long time. So, yeah, I paid the price. Hey, Louie in Venice. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I just feel a little today. Pittsburgh, welcome, Cricket. Hey, Carrie, good morning. Hey, September.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, I will. Hopefully, as the day goes on, I'll feel better. I've been drinking coffee, but I think I need to get me some Gatorade. Good morning, Trees. Hey, Ashley. Thank you. Just a girl. Thank you. But I thought it's a good day to kick back and, we'll get through as much of this trial as we can because it's we're going to be able to skip over all the recesses and stuff. So we're going to get through the opening statements and day one for sure today. And then I have an event for tomorrow. We'll get through it. We'll just play it as we go. Thank you, Blair. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany, I hope you feel better. Have you tried that liquid IV? I had some. Hey, Sherry, thank you. Stephanie, good morning. Pitch Row, East Tennessee, hello. Pit Road. I called you Pitch Row. So, guys, what else was I going to tell you? I think that's it. So this is the Joseph Daniels murder trial. Today is baby Joe's birthday, which is really ironic because my son's birthday is today as well. My son Craig turns 29 today. One more year of the 30s. Good morning, Mendoza. Welcome back. And Lynn, hello from Oregon. What time is the Senate FBI hearing? I didn't even know about that. Ugh. Oh, Carrie, thank you. Gatorade Fund. Awesome. Thank you so much, Carrie. I'm glad you're here, Carrie. I'm glad I can keep you entertained while you're working. Oh, Lisa. Verner's. Yes. Oh, Verner's is the best. If you know, you know. But yeah, it's baby Joe. Thank you, guys. Oh, it just started. Damn, September. I didn't even know there was one today. Oh, well. I'm interested to hear from the TBI agents and stuff. Thanks, Teresa. I just can't believe he's 29. I texted him. I'm like, well, I feel 35, so he's just lucky to be born to a mother in the best generation. No offense to other generations, but Gen Xers are probably the best generation out there. I might be a little biased, but I think we're pretty damn cool. Like Gen X, 50's the new 30. If you look at the older generations, did you guys know that the Golden Girls were in their 50s? I send you something for your cats. Thank you, Sherry. That's so sweet. I'll take a video of her when she gets it. It goes by way too fast. I know it. He says, I know it's crazy. Gen X. I know Gen Xers, man. We love Louis. I'm 51 and I feel 35 for sure. Isn't that crazy? Because when you look at the Golden Girls, they look like they're 80. We are the best generation ever. I love it. And we could still keep up with electronics and streaming. Maybe not like the younger folks, but we still can do it. Socks says, I'm a Gen X too. 45, you're a rock star, Jay. I found you during Petito. Thank you, Socks. Scorpio moms and Leo babes. Great combo. Gen X mom here too. Amy says, we are badasses. I know. We can hang, you know. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool generation. Well, I was going to wait until we got 100 people, but we don't quite have that yet, and I want to get rolling. So, 4 in December. Your son just turned 30 in May. Oh my God, isn't it weird? Because I remember turning 30. I had a harder time turning 30 than I did turning 50 or 40. I was so stupid back then. I should have embraced the 30s. I was like, I just want to say 20-something. Now I'm like, oh my God, I would never want to say 20-something again. Never. Especially not now. Yvonne, Gen X, whoop whoop. That's right.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers.
All right, so let's get into this. We're going to start with opening statements. We're going to hear from the state of Tennessee first. Welcome in, Potato. The more that I talk to you guys, I think the better I'll feel. I don't want to just like lay around and be like, ugh. So bear with me today. Oh, Pearl. Hello, Pearl. Hello, Roxy. 55 in my mind thinks 35. That's right. Your sons are 32 and 13. Wow. You spaced them out, true friends. I was so excited to turn 30 because my 20s were not the best. Thank you, Potato. I know. I'm telling you, I feel the same way, just a girl. She said I turned 45, and it's like, where the F did my 20s go? And here my son's almost done with his 20s. It's like, what? Hang on, I'm still there. Wait till you turn 60. This was the only birthday that has actually bothered me. Yeah, I'm really in denial about that. Like, I just turned 50 in November, so I'm still holding on to that 50. I can't even think about 60. Your 13-year-old is adopted. Aw, that's nice. My son will be 30 next year. I'm 58. My daughter's 43. That's awesome. Your daughter's 43. You're 58. Wow, you were young. Wait, what? Good for you. I swear, Tennessee and Florida has so much trauma. I know. Why is that? I am about to be 50 in December, and I'm geeked about it. Livy, I can't wait for you to join the club. It's a good club. Hi, Finn. 67, Pearl. I'm about to, I already read that. Okay, so if you're not familiar with this case, Baby Joe is out of Tennessee. I believe it's Dixon County. Today would be his 11th birthday. He's never been found. His father confessed to his murder and has been sentenced to life in prison. He is asking for an appeal and a new trial, and he's recanted the confession we watched yesterday. So if you missed yesterday's stream and you want to replay it later, it's there. You can fast forward probably to the end where he confesses. It's maddening to watch. I know Potato's daughter became an official adult yesterday. Oh, I know it's hard.
McNo.
And happy belated birthday to Sophie as well. Let's just fuck it. Let's do a birthday before we start. This is for Craig and Sophie and Baby Joe and everybody else who's celebrating a birthday this week. This is for you too, Carrie.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happiest of birthdays to everybody. I'm a big fan of celebrating birthdays and not necessarily, making a big party or spending a bunch of money, but I feel like it's important to recognize your birthday every year. Hey, Dusty. Dusty, I gotta pass your message along. I forgot, but I will, I promise. But just to recognize, like September said, you made it another year. I mean, in this day, we should be celebrating that with each other. So happy birthday to everybody who celebrated a birthday this week. All the Leos out there. That's right. All the Leos. Oh, you found her email. Okay, good. I'm sorry. I'm a slack ass. Actually, Dusty, I got sick last night and I totally forgot. Tiffany says, I think we need to celebrate birthdays each month. That's a really good idea. Like on the first of the month. Yeah, we can intro it with, it's the first of the month. And then we can celebrate everybody's birthday. That's a great idea. Okay, it's going on my whiteboard. We're going to do first of the month. We'll recognize birthdays in that live stream. And if it doesn't fall on the first when we're live, we'll do it on the first live stream of the month. It's okay, Dusty. Dusty Garbage Girl. I'm in new NH. My son turned 31, not 30. My old age is kicking in. It's okay. It happens. Good morning, Miss Shell. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I want to make a little intro to it. Good morning, Bunny. Happy birthday, July babies. Because tomorrow is the last day of July. Thank you, Marshall. Everybody welcome in, Lovey. Good to see ya. All right, now we can start. Let's get into it. So baby Joe, his dad was convicted of his murder. I don't, Mendoza, I haven't listened to it, so I can't. I mean, the opening statements are probably going to be about, what he did to baby Joe. The hitting. So I don't know. Proceed with caution because I haven't listened to this. But thank you for mentioning that because I don't know. And I hope your 3-year-old feels better. I hate when kids have fevers. Music City Mom, welcome in. All right, here we go. This is opening statements. We're going to hear from the state first.
Judge Division 1. Mr. Crouch.
The grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled.
God, this audio.
On or about April
there we go.
Of 2018 in Dixon County, Tennessee.
Can you guys hear okay?
And prior to the finding of this indictment, Joseph Ray Daniels then and there did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Joe Clyde Daniels in violation of TCA 3913-202. Count 2. The grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths present that on or about April 4th, 2018 in Dixon County, Tennessee, and upon prior finding of this presentment, Joseph Ray Daniels then and there did unlawfully kill Joe Clyde Daniels in the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate aggravated child abuse in violation of TCA 3913-202. Count 3. The grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths present that on or about April the 4th of 2018 in Dixon County, Tennessee, and prior to the finding of this presentment, Joseph Ray Daniels then and there did unlawfully and knowingly, other than by accidental means, treat Joe Clyde Daniels, a child under the age of 8.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Thank you so much. We've got Sherry Robinson, who is the local, who knows a lot about this case. This is the district attorney reading the charges. Thank you for clarifying that.
In such a manner as to inflict injury and the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to Joe Clyde Daniels in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3915-402. Count 4, the grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths present that on or about April 4th, 2018, in Dixon County, Tennessee, and prior to the finding of this presentment, Joseph Ray Daniels then and there did unlawfully initiate a report or statement to law enforcement officers, to wit, a 911 call center concerning an offense or incident that the offense or incident reported did not occur, and information relating to the offense reported is false, in violation of TCA 39-16-502. Count 5, the grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths present that on or about April the 4th, 2018 in Dixon County, Tennessee, and upon and prior to the finding of the presentment, Joseph Ray Daniels then and there did unlawfully, and knowing that an investigation or official proceeding is in progress, did destroy or conceal evidence with intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation or official proceeding in violation of TCA 39-16-503.
To that indictment, has the defendant pleaded?
Not guilty.
All right, not guilty, plea has been entered. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, it would be appropriate for either side to make an opening statement. If they wish, the state would go first. The state would make an opening statement.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may address the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dixon County. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your attention. I want to again introduce quickly the folks that are sitting at the state's table. To my left is Assistant DA Josh Turnbow, TBI Investigator Zach Burkhart, TBI Special Agent Joe Craig, and behind me, Criminal Investigator Josh Etheridge, who will be helping present some of our electrical and digital components. Joe Clyde Daniels. You're going to hear that name a lot. April 4th of 2018, Joe Clyde Daniels was 5 years old. You're going to see a video, probably the last video of Joe Clyde Daniels alive, from April the 3rd of 2018, when he gets off the school bus at the end of the day. He exits with his older brother Alex, who was 8 years old at the time. They get off the school bus. Their Aunt Joyce is waiting to greet them at the end of the driveway. And that's the last time we have evidence of him being alive on photograph or video. You're going to see proof that Joe Clyde was an active young boy. He loved going to school. He went to school at Centennial Elementary in Dixon. Joe Clyde loved his cowboy boots, and he loved his plaid button-up shirts, and you're going to see those. Joe Clyde loved playing with his friends at schools, and he loved the one-on-one interaction from his school teachers. You're going to hear evidence that Joe Clyde loved to eat apples. And that sounds weird right now, but you'll understand as the trial goes on.
Aw, apples for Joe.
You're going to hear that Joe Clyde did not like certain things, specifically loud noises, thunder. Those loud noises, chaos, they scared him. You're going to hear from Joe Clyde's teacher. You're going to hear from his speech pathologist that he was a great kid, that he was not difficult, he was not frustrating, and he didn't display very many negative behaviors at all. You're going to hear different stories as to the levels and abilities and disabilities of Joe Clyde. You're going to hear him referred to as having autism. You're going to hear the phrase global developmental disabilities. Essentially, you're going to hear that Joe Clyde Daniels had some learning delays. He was developmentally delayed. But Joe Clyde was able to communicate. He communicated by looking at you with eye contact, by pointing, by making gestures. And he was developing a better vocabulary. You're going to also hear evidence that Joe Clyde was very much lacking in his gross and fine motor skills. In fact, Joe Clyde ranked in the first percentile of classmates his age, the first percentile in gross motor skills. He had weak intrinsic hand muscles. He had problems separating and isolating and using his fingers. He had a hard time pulling out pegs, flipping pegs, opening items. He had a hard time using zippers, buttoning his shirt. He couldn't tie his shoes. At the time Joe Clyde was murdered, he lived in a household with 8 people. His brother Alex, as I've already referred to, who was 8 years old at the time. His brother Noah, who was 3 years old. His mother, Crystal Daniels, who, as you know, is also a defendant charged, but her trial is separate. This is not the trial of Crystal Daniels, but of Joseph Daniels. The defendant, who was married to Crystal Daniels, also lived in this residence. And this is where you have to be careful not to get the names confused. Joseph Daniels Jr., or Big Joe, grandpa, was Joe Clyde Daniels' grandfather. So in the house you had 3 Joes: grandfather, father, which is the defendant, and Joe Clyde Daniels, 5 years old.
So it's kind of like my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl, and my other brother Daryl. 3 generations of Josephs. Dusty Garbage Girl, welcome to the Clickers. Thank you for joining. You guys, is the alert box popping up for y'all? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Welcome, Dusty. Thank you for joining.
Also in the residence was Belle Daniels, who was married to Big Joe, the grandfather, and the aunt Joyce Austin. All 8 of these folks lived in a residence at 1222 Corners Creek Road in Dixon County. Just for some brief context as to the residence, Big Joe, the defendant's father, was the only person that was currently employed. And you will see that he was an over-the-road truck driver that did a long-haul drive from Tennessee to Texas and back. Belle Daniels, Big Joe's wife, was unemployed. Aunt Joyce was unemployed, and you're going to see that she has some hearing and speech difficulties as well. Crystal Daniels, the mother of Joe Clyde, unemployed. You're going to see that the defendant had quit his job in February of 2018 and was also unemployed. For some more background about the defendant and evidence that the state intends to prove at trial, he graduated, the defendant did, from Dixon County High School. He went on to attend college. He majored in computer information technology, and he earned a microcomputer specialist degree from Tennessee College of Applied Technology in 2012. At Nashville State Community College, he majored in computer sciences and computer networking technology. The defendant had recently held several jobs, his most recent being at a company here locally in Dixon called Logical LLC. He was a computer engineer and technician. The defendant has authored at least 1 sci-fi novel, a fiction work, that was found on his computer after executing a search warrant. This is not a dumb person. The defendant, you will see, has many faces.
8 people?
You're going to hear evidence of infidelity between the defendant and his wife. The co-defendant, Crystal Daniels, was cheating on him. You will see that on the night of April 3rd, the defendant and Crystal Daniels were in an argument over infidelity. You're going to hear evidence that Crystal Daniels was planning on leaving Joseph Daniels. You will even hear evidence that the defendant didn't think that Joe Clyde Daniels was his biological son. And you're going to see from a computer extraction evidence that he was searching on how to conduct paternity testing. You're going to hear evidence that the defendant referred to his deceased son as that boy. You're going to see evidence that the defendant had trouble controlling his temper. You're going to hear evidence likely that he had some mental health issues, although these are not an excuse for his actions. You will hear evidence that the defendant, during some of his evaluation, showed tendencies to malinger. Now, for those of you that don't know what malingering or malinger is, it's the intentional production of false or grossly exaggerated physical or psychological symptoms, motivated by external incentives such as avoiding military duty, avoiding work, obtaining financial compensation, evading criminal prosecution, or obtaining drugs. That's what malingering is.
Can you imagine the dynamics in that home? With only Gramps working? God.
Now, on the night of April 3rd, 2018, it's important to note that their grandfather, Big Joe, and Belle were out of the state. They were on a long drive in his routine drive to Texas. Now, it's a round-trip drive, but they go to Texas and back. They were out of the state of Tennessee. In the residence on the night of April 3rd, 3 adults, Joseph Daniels, Crystal Daniels, and Joyce Austin the aunt. 3 children, Alex, Noah, and Joe Clyde. On this particular evening, Noah was sleeping in a bedroom alone with Aunt Joyce. You're going to see that Alex and Joe Clyde Daniels were sleeping in the master bedroom that would normally be occupied by Big Joe and Belle. But since they were out of town, Alex and Joe Clyde slept in that room. The defendant and his wife Crystal were sleeping in their own bedroom. You will also hear and see proof that on this night it was raining outside with thunderstorms that were widely scattered across Middle Tennessee. You're going to hear a series of stories directly from the defendant. According to the defendant, on the night of April 3rd at about 11:30 p.m., Joe Clyde got out of bed. Remember, he's in Big Joe and Belle's bedroom and urinated in the floor. And apparently this was not uncommon behavior from Joe Clyde. Upon that occurring, the defendant got out of bed, and according to him, he puts Joe Clyde back into bed, and he himself returns back to bed, goes to sleep, and he doesn't wake up again until 5:30 a.m. And that's important to note because that's the initial story that he gives. Joe Clyde urinates in the floor, he puts him back to bed, about 11:30 p.m., he sleeps until 5:30 a.m. The defendant then claims that he wakes up at 5:30 a.m., goes into the bedroom, and finds that Joe Clyde is gone. He says he searches the house, goes around outside, can't find him, and the search begins. At 6:22 a.m., so roughly 52 minutes after he notices Joe Clyde is missing from the house, he makes a 911 call. On this 911 call, which you will hear, the defendant claims that Joe Clyde escaped. He says, "My son has escaped and we cannot find him.
Escaped.
He has autism. Last time he was seen was last night." How did he get out of the house? He was asked on the 911 call, and the defendant says he must have unlocked the door. He describes Joe Clyde as being roughly 48 inches tall and 65 pounds. He's asked how severe is his autism, and he says he has ADHD with it too, pretty significant. He can't talk, unable to communicate. He tries to bathe himself, but we have to bathe him. And you're going to hear this on the 911 call. The defendant's story then kind of progresses as first responders arrive on the scene. What he tells first responders, who are there quickly within 10 minutes of the 911 call, is that in the middle of the night, Joe Clyde goes into the living room and takes the coffee table and moves the coffee table to a door.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Climbs on top of the coffee table, gets a key off of the mantle over the fireplace, reaches to the top of the door where there's a padlock installed, sticks the key in the padlock, takes the padlock off the latch, returns the key to the top of the mantle, hides the padlock in some toys next to the door, gets off the table, pushes the table back to the center of the living room, exits the door, and closes the door behind him in the middle of a thunderstorm. That's his story to first responders.
Yeah, just got gone. Poof. Gone.
And ladies and gentlemen, from that story, law enforcement begins one of the largest searches in the history of Middle Tennessee for a missing child. Over 20 emergency services agencies responded to Garners Creek Road almost immediately. You're going to see photo evidence, video evidence, the volume of people that responded, not just emergency services, but citizen volunteers were literally bussed in on that day to do inch by inch, square by square, grid and GPS searches of the entire area. By 8 a.m., the Tennessee Highway Patrol had picked up the first responding deputy on the scene. His name was Sergeant Daniel Baker, and Sergeant Daniel Baker was in a helicopter by 8 a.m. over the area.
Damn.
By noon that day, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation had dispatched its airplane with infrared cameras that was doing grid-by-grid searches over the entire Dixon County, Humphreys County area. Numerous canine search and rescue teams were deployed. Rescue divers, submersible cameras were brought in to search nearby ponds. Ponds were drained, completely emptied. The septic tank of the Daniels residence was drained. Hundreds of volunteers. All of these actions and searches took place based on the defendant's 911 call and his initial statements to first responders. Keep in mind, the defendant does give a confession, but it's 2.5 days later. For 2.5 days, based on these lies, the defendant and his wife are free to come and go wherever they want to go, to conceal, to destroy evidence. Free to go. They're not under investigation. They're not under scrutiny. They're not being held. They're free to come and go wherever they want. However, on April 6th, 2.5 days later, at approximately 4:00 p.m., the defendant and his wife voluntarily drove themselves down to the Dixon Police Department. Not escorted by police, but voluntarily. Upon arrival, he was Mirandized, and you will see that on video. He was read his rights. He voluntarily engaged in an interview with law enforcement. And this leads to confession 1. And you're going to hear this confession and see it on video. And in it, the defendant states, and you're going to hear, that he admitted to his initial statements to law enforcement were a lie. They were a lie. He admits that he, the defendant, moved the coffee table, that he hid the padlock, that all the story was made up. What defendant says really happened on April the 4th was that he whipped Joe Clyde for urinating in the floor, and that after he whipped him, Joe Clyde got back out of bed and laughed at him. And so he whipped him some more.
Yeah, I'm sure he was laughing.
And then the defendant says
Poor
that he
kid.
whipped him again, and he was upset, so he put Joe Clyde outside of the house.
Nice.
And then you're going to hear the defendant say that Joe Clyde ran towards the road, Garner's Creek Road. So the defendant goes outside, angry, gets Joe Clyde, brings him back inside, whips him some more, and then slams his body on top of a coffee table.
Your Honor, I request that out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may step across the hallway while I take up the matter, please.
What's going on? Sherry, when did you email me? I haven't checked it. I haven't felt good, so I haven't really been online. Sorry, Lucy. I have no control over that. Oh, wow, Sherry.
Mr. Lockhart? Mr. Mitchell?
Your Honor, in
This
pre-trial
year?
motions, the defense filed motions requesting that the state not be allowed to talk about the confession until they had put in evidence to corroborate the confession and make some form of prima facie showing of a crime. And the state's introducing that now after the court has ruled that that would have to wait until they'd had a hearing after putting forward evidence. And we're asking that they not be allowed to talk about it.
Good morning, Shay.
until they put on evidence.
Let me hear from the state and their response.
Judge, first of all, as you have just instructed the jury, it's not evidence, it's opening statements. And second, there was never an order put down saying we couldn't discuss it in opening statements. The issue is admissibility of the confession to the jury.
Now they're trying to talk about this confession.
Yesterday in voir dire, the defense spent a lengthy amount of time discussing false confessions. This jury's already aware that there was a confession. Let's not be blind. They just don't want me to talk about it. But I'm going to talk about it because that's not the law. Unless Your Honor specifically instructs me to disregard any form of mention of the word confession, I'm going to keep going with it.
First of all, the court did not rule that there could not be some discussion. In fact, in response to Mr. Lockhart, one of his concerns was that if I did not make a definitive ruling on the issue of the admissibility of the confession, both as to voluntariness and trustworthiness, that he would be hamstrung in the jury selection and talking about the confession because it may or may not come in. The court advised at that time that the ruling on the trustworthiness under the modified trustworthiness standard under the Bishop case would be made after the state had put on sufficient corroborating evidence. I ruled that the confession itself would not be admitted until such time as we had had a Bishop hearing and that standard had been met in this court's opinion. Nowhere did I exclude either party from talking about the confession, and Mr. Crouch is right. Yesterday in Chattanooga during voir dire of the jury, a great deal of time was spent on, and in fact, Mr. Lockhart asked the jurors to raise their hand if they agreed that there could be a false confession. And they all unanimously raised their hand that they thought under circumstances there could be. So while the state is, in my opinion, entitled to make its opening statement regarding and talk about what they expect the case to show, like any other opening statement, the evidence may not bear out what the state is saying. The defense will also be able to talk about a false confession. I assume that would be something that you would address in your opening statement. However, in order to make sure the jury is reminded, when they return, I will instruct them once again that statements of counsel and opening statements are not evidence, and that they will have to wait until such testimony is admitted to them and consider only that testimony that is admitted by the court.
Your Honor, may we have a moment for Mr. Daniels to take his medication? Apparently he has some that he has to take at a certain time, and it's that time.
All right, well, let's do it while the jury's out.
Okay, so yesterday we watched the dad get interrogated and ultimately confess. And we've never really seen the TBI in action. So that's why I was looking up cases that the TBI investigated in missing kids, and I found this one. I had never heard of this before. So I'm interested in not only Baby Joe's case and seeing, the justice, but I'm also, yes, it was beautiful true crime. Beautiful. But I'm also interested in seeing the investigators, how this whole thing played out, what the searches were like, what the investigation, how they handled it. So I'm looking at it from a couple different angles, and I hope you will too. Because we can learn from these cases.
Turn out to be that when the trial is concluded. You may say, well, they didn't prove this or that, even though they said that. So that's up to the lawyers as what they think their case is going to involve and what they think is going to be admitted as evidence. Both sides have the right to state their position on that. But that statement by the lawyers is not evidence. So does everyone understand that? All right, with that admonition, then I'm going to allow Mr. Crouch to continue.
Make one clarification before we move on. When Judge Wolf refers to the good orator and good lawyer, he's talking about Assistant Josh Turnbow, not me. So, all right, back to the confession.
He's like, I guess that wasn't funny.
April the 6th. First confession number 1. The defendant admitted to police that Joe Clyde did not push the coffee table to the door and escape. He admits to police that he killed Joe Clyde. The defendant also says, when I get angry, things happen. And we're going to prove to you that night that he did get angry, and things did happen. The murder of Joe Clyde Daniels. The defendant specifically tells investigators that he did not stop hitting Joe Clyde until he realized he had lost control. The defendant also tells investigators that Alex, age 8, saw everything. The defendant admits that he threatened to kill Alex should Alex disclose what he saw. The defendant describes to investigators exactly what he was wearing when he committed the murder. Red gym shorts, a black shirt with an alien wearing a Santa cap and the text, I believe. It just so happens that in the destruction of some of the evidence, that shirt was washed and it was recovered by the TBI, as you will see, out of the laundry in the defendant's home. On the night of April 6th, the defendant agreed to take law enforcement to the location in which he had concealed Joe Clyde's body. You're going to see that that was a lie and that the defendant never intended to disclose the location or what exactly he did to Joe Clyde's body. In a car ride from the police department to McElhaney Road, which is near the defendant's residence, you're going to hear the defendant say, unsolicited, you're going to hear him say, I want all the monies that have been donated. from 2 days of searching, volunteers, donations being made. I want these monies donated to pay for Joe Clyde's funeral expenses. His body is not found that night. As you will see, it's never been found because the defendant has continued to conceal the location. The proof is going to show that the following morning on April the 7th, the defendant admits to law enforcement that he lied about the location of the body. He didn't lie about killing Joe Clyde, but lied about the location of where he concealed the body. He then signs, after being Mirandized, a written confession saying that he killed Joe Clyde. The defendant is then taken to jail, and later that day, after several hours, he initiates a phone call. Not law enforcement, but the defendant makes a phone call to law enforcement and says he wants to provide some additional details. And what he tells law enforcement is that he had discarded the body by placing it in the trunk of the car, that he had driven to a truck stop approximately 9 miles away from his house. He stopped at the truck stop, that Joe Clyde's body was in the trunk of the car. He went into Love's, bought something, and then took the body and threw it off of a bridge into some water. That's the third confession. They get the defendant out of the jail at his request and take him to multiple bridges to see if he can show them exactly which one, and he continues to lie. The defendant is then driven back over to the command center, which is still up and running, and it just so happens that Big Joe, the defendant's father, is back in town from his long-haul drive. TBI agent Brant Holt allows the defendant's father, Big Joe, to get in the vehicle with the defendant, and in the vehicle, the defendant tells his father, "I beat Joe Clyde." Not coerced. I beat Joe Clyde. Tells his own father that. I want you to step aside from what I've just been talking about, as our proof will be of these confessions. And when the proof goes down starting this afternoon and throughout the rest of the time, please pay special attention to the defendant's movements away from the house beginning in the early morning hours of April 4th, 2018. What you're going to see when this search starts is that the initial responders go to the defendant's house and they try to take some initial questions from both parents, demographic type questions, very specific questions to help them define these search grids. He leaves. You're going to see proof that the defendant, as the wife is being asked these questions, gets in his car and leaves. And he drives around the neighborhood, not once, not twice, 3 times. And you're going to see through GPS locations that the defendant, where does he drive? 9 miles away to Love's. And then back. And he returns to the house. And when he gets back to the house, he makes one request of law enforcement. Check my trunk. The trunk of his car.
Hi, Poppy.
The proof is going to show that these confessions were voluntarily made, that they were not coerced in any way. In fact, the last 2 confessions came about from the defendant calling law enforcement. As far from coercion as you can possibly get. Yesterday, I asked number 1 question for you to follow the law, and I'm asking that same question again of you today. You're from Hamilton County. This is Dixon County. I wore my Tennessee flag today because we're all citizens of the state of Tennessee under the same law. We carry the burden of proof in this trial. Hold us to that burden. Make us prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sherry, I just have one quick question. Did they move his trial to another county?
But when we conclude and you go to deliberate, do not reward the defendant for being successful at destroying evidence and concealing a body. Thank you.
All right, here comes his defense lawyer. Pinstripes.
Ladies and gentlemen, an opening statement
Ooh, he's
is an opportunity for
strong
both
voice.
sides to kind of lay out what they think the proof is going to show. It's kind of like a map that can help you as you go through this trial see where this case is going. And obviously, we disagree with the state on what we think the evidence is going to show. But you will hear testimony and proof that when our client, after he had contacted police, he told them that he had got up that morning, got Joe Clyde Daniels' clothing for school and Alex's clothing for school, laid them on the coffee table, and then went to wake the boys up. When he got in there, Joe Clyde Daniels was not present. He drove around and looked some. He even took the brother Alex to drive around and look. He called his father and then called 911. And you will see that that's what Mr. Daniels told law enforcement when he came in to be questioned. He told them over and over again that's what happened. But law enforcement would not accept that answer. And
Yeah, because they knew he was
continued
lying.
to accuse him of lying. that you've got to tell us what happened, what law enforcement wanted. The truth they wanted was for our client to say he did something to Joe Clyde. But 20-something times he tells them, I didn't do anything. They stay on him and stay on him in that questioning and tell him essentially, we're not going to stop until you tell us what we want to hear. And they go hours. And eventually, the TBI and law enforcement start giving him information that he can use to say he did something. So they tell him that they know someone left the house. They tell him that they know someone took Joe Clyde Daniels from the house. They start feeding him the information, and as you watch the confession, you can see him gradually start realizing, I'm going to have to tell them what they want to hear if this is going to be over. Keep in mind, my client's mentally ill. And so you can see in his face, he gradually starts realizing, and at first he thinks he's in trouble because they forgot to lock the door. And so he tells them that Joe Clyde scooted the coffee table over and took the lock off the latch. It's possible that he scooted the coffee table over, and we don't contend that he had the motor dexterity to unlock the lock. We do contend that he would have been able to take an unlocked lock off the latch and just lift it out. But you'll see that was not enough. So they stayed on him, and then he moved to saying, well, I took it off and I put him outside. And then I went out and got him, brought him back in, and I spanked him more. And at first he tells them he did pee in the floor, and I just told him to get back in bed. But that wasn't enough for law enforcement. They wanted something more. So TBI agent Joey Boyd, and he can explain to you why he said it, but he told him if it's him, he would have whooped their ass too. So he's telling him.
Oh, Lord. He's laying it on thick. So TBI agent Boyd, I think he said. I'm just paying attention to these investigators' names.
Say you was mad. Say you whipped his ass. Say you beat him. That's what Agent Boyd's trying to get him to say. And so they keep going, and he goes a little further and says, okay, yeah, I whipped him hard. And Agent Boyd will tell him how many times you hit him. Wasn't it more than a few, or wasn't it this? Yeah. And wouldn't you say that you were pissed off? Yeah. He says, yeah, I was pissed off. He just gradually adopts what they're telling him into his statement. They keep on him, and finally, Agent Boyd points to the door and says, you tell us the truth, which means the truth they wanted, you'll walk right out that door. You're going to leave here. And my mentally ill client believed, well, I'll just tell them what they want to hear. And then I get to leave. I get to walk out that door. So he did. He told them that he beat Joe Clyde Daniels 15 to 20 minutes in the living room on the coffee table, that he, our client with a black belt in karate who weighed 282 pounds, beat him for 15 to 20 minutes, opened the wound on his head. Blood was running down both sides of his
He has a black belt in karate? What the?
face. Blood was on his leg where he threw him into the coffee table. He starts giving the agents what they want. But still, they're having trouble getting specifics out of him. And at one point, the TBI agent Faulkner asked him, are you remembering what's happening? Or are you making this up? I mean, you're not making this up, right? So even the TBI agent realizes that he's making stuff up and ask him, you're not making this up, right? That agent was spot on right there. He was making it up. And not long after that, our client tells him, I don't really remember. I'm just speculating what may have happened. So they do get a confession, but I submit to you that it was a false confession. And not just because the agent doubted whether he was telling the truth, not just because the agent said, are you making this up? That's a great indicator that even the TBI thought he's making it up, but also because what he told them was not borne out by the evidence. You'll see that the forensic scientists went into the house. They cut up carpet to check for stains around the coffee table. They checked the coffee table. They searched the house thoroughly. They searched the vehicle, the trunk of the vehicle. And even though our client had confessed to beating this child 15 to 20 minutes, even though he said there was blood running down both sides of his face, even though all that was said, not one drop of Joe Clyde Daniels' blood was found anywhere in the house, not on the coffee table, not in the carpet. You'll see photos and a video where law enforcement arrived. There's been no forensic cleaning. You don't have areas in the carpet that have been bleached. There's simply no physical evidence that what our client told them is true. Same thing for the car. TBI investigation will then show that the car did not leave the house. Our client said that he killed Joe Clyde Daniels. He carried his unwrapped body out, put it in the trunk of the car, left and took the body off McElhaney Road, walked out in a field in shorts, using his wife's cell phone as a flashlight, then came back home and got in bed right around midnight. Other evidence is going to show you that didn't happen. The TBI, in their own search warrant, admitted that it was not believed that that vehicle left at that time. In fact, they used that in a search warrant because they believe there's probable cause that Joe Clyde Daniels' body is there in the yard at the residence. And so they acknowledge what he told them is not true. He didn't kill him, take him off at 11 or midnight, come back home, get in bed by midnight and go to sleep. That didn't happen. There's no blood evidence of that, no physical evidence of that. They know the car didn't leave because they saw the neighbor's security video, and they made oath in an affidavit for a search warrant that they don't believe the car left and that they think the body's probably in the yard. So they realize that the confession is false, and they're trying to find another way to get evidence against our client. So they bring in crews, and for almost 2 weeks, they've got machines that can sonar or x-ray, whatever, check the ground. They dig holes up. All they find in the yard are some dog bones. So Joe Clyde Daniels is not there. And they know they've got problems with the case because a witness by the name of Daniel McCormick, who was driving home from Belmont University in Nashville at approximately 12:45 in the morning, saw a person he described as a teenager or a smaller teenager or person. He describes this person he sees as wearing a black shirt with a skeleton on the front, either white or glow in the dark. That is exactly what Joe Clyde Daniels was wearing. And the significance of that is, if our client's confession is true, and he had killed this young man and taken the body off, then came back home and got in bed around midnight, then how is this child that he killed and concealed the body standing alive out there in the road? He's not. The state at first, and the TBI acknowledged in testimony, in statements, they acknowledged that that was Joe Clyde Daniels that was seen out there on the side of the road. But that started changing when they realized, put two and two together, and realized this child was a third of the mile down the road, which did not corroborate our client's statement. In his confession, he said that he ran out to the end of the driveway, brought Joe Clyde back. So it doesn't corroborate that. And if he's killed him and gotten rid of the body, how's he alive standing on the side of the road at 1:45 in the morning? He can't be. So the state kind of moves from adopting that Mr. McCormick saw the child, and I submit they'll try to convince you now that Mr. McCormick saw our client standing out there in the road. But Mr. McCormick will tell you it was not a grown adult. It was not a man that weighed 282 pounds, and he is certain as to what he saw. So all those things are things you'll look at that will tell you that the confession is not true. Not just because the agent doesn't believe it's true and ask him if he's making it up, but because of the lack of physical evidence. Eyewitness who saw the child alive on the side of the road after my client had said he killed him. That's the type proof in this case that will give you reasonable doubt. And you're going to hear that once the state got their, quote, confession by telling them, if you tell us what we want to hear, you can walk out that door, paraphrasing, they pretty much shut down the investigation. They did do a thorough GPS search for a radius of 6 miles, but they didn't do thorough searches outside that. They received a report from a lady that was approximately a mile away that her 4-year-old's footwear, boots, were taken off her porch that same morning that Joe Clyde went missing. And you would hope that they would take the dogs out there and try to pick up a scent and follow where those boots may have gone, but did they? Nope. They received a report that a young girl at another residence reported seeing a young boy in dirty pajamas. And you would hope that they would go out, take the dogs, try to pick up a scent and follow that to see if they could find this child alive, but they didn't. They drove up and down the road, but they didn't do a thorough search. You'd also hope, based on a report, that other than bringing dogs out there and doing a GPS search, that they would have searched the camper in that yard where a sex offender lived, in the very yard the little girl reported seeing the boy in dirty pajamas. But did they? Nope. They didn't even talk to the next door neighbor, a man who lived in a shed without plumbing. They didn't talk to him until almost 2 years later. And you're going to hear, in regard to that, how biased this investigation was. The state did not want evidence that my client confessed falsely. They didn't want to know what happened. So they confront this neighbor with the fact that their video study showed the vehicle leaving his driveway around 5 in the morning. The only vehicle that left either drive before 6. They asked this gentleman to let him have the phone so they could determine his location. Do Google location service and that technical stuff that I don't know about. But they asked him to do that, and they're going to testify that he wouldn't let him have the phone. They're going to testify that he told them he was concerned there might be information on his phone that would be incriminating. Did the TBI follow up on that, get a search warrant, and check that man's phone to see where he was? No. So I submit to you in this case, you're going to hear that they took a mentally ill person and essentially tricked him into making up a confession that they figured out pretty quickly was not true. No blood evidence to indicate he beat the kid for 15 to 20 minutes in the living room. No blood evidence in the trunk of the car. The car didn't even leave like our client told him he did, because they've got a neighbor's video that shows it didn't. So what does the state do if they can't show he took him in the early morning hours off? Then they have to look and say, well, let's get a search warrant and see if he buried him in the yard. Wasn't in the yard. So what do they do then? Well, man, we're in a bind. Let's say that he called the police out there, and then after the police got there, he drove off with the body in the trunk of the car and got rid of it somewhere. They're going to ask you to believe that if you kill a child, you're going to call the police out there when you still have the body in the trunk of your car. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. They don't have a case. They keep trying to change the facts to get to it, and that's what you're going to see in this case. They realize the confession's false, so they dig in the yard. Oh boy, we're going to find him in the yard. Nope, he's not in the yard. Well, let's just say he was in the trunk of the car when the police got there, and that the defendant called the cops and had him come out while he had the body of the deceased victim in the car. All that's going to show to you that the state cannot meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll ask you to use your common sense as you listen to the videotape confessions. You will see that they convinced my client that he had killed his child. You will see that they had him so convinced that he was crying and saying, my daddy's going to kill me. You will see that my mentally ill client was convinced that he had killed the child, and so he tried to speculate and make up what he thought would happen. And it sounded good when you first listened to it. Beat him 15 to 20 minutes in the living room, wound on his head running down both sides of his face, wound on his leg from being thrown against the coffee table, takes him off, walks the body out in the field using his wife's cell phone. That sounds good until you start looking at the actual evidence, and you'll hear there's no proof that her cell phone left. There's no proof that his car went there. There's no blood evidence in the vehicle. There's no blood evidence in the house. And you can use your common sense. If y'all ever had a wound to your head or your face, and you know the capillaries in your head and forehead, when it gets busted open, what happens? Use your common sense in this case, and you'll just see that the state keeps changing. At first, yep, he killed him, put him in the trunk of the car, and took him off. Well, no, we got problems there because there's no evidence to corroborate that. Well, he buried him in the yard, so let's get a search warrant. Let's get out there and dig 12 days, however many. Mr. Crouch was out there and Mr. Turnbow. They were both out there digging and picking up tree limbs. But that theory wasn't good. They found out he wasn't there. So now they're going to have to come up with something else. And I think based on what state has told you, they're going to try to argue that he had the body deceased in the car. And then, of course, it makes good sense. If you're a really smart person, you call the police and have them come out while you have the body in the trunk of your car. It's just absurd. This prosecution is absurd. And I submit at the end of the trial, you'll see there's no evidence.
They're awesome!
All right, state may call your first witness.
The state calls Jessica Donnerstag. You need some help turning this around, please. We should have Jake's grands on.
Yeah.
All right, so upcoming is the speech therapist, Baby Joe's speech therapist. Thank you so much, Shell, for that.
Would you tell us what your occupation is, please?
I'm a speech language pathologist.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dixon County Board of Education,
Okay. What's your current position with the Dixon County Board of Education?
lead speech language pathologist.
Will you tell us some of your educational background as to how you became a pathologist? I'm sorry,
Yes.
speech pathologist?
Yes, I have an associate's degree in logistics from the Community College of the Air Force. I have a bachelor's of science in communication disorders with a minor in special education, and I have a master's degree in speech language pathology.
Thank you. In 2018, were you employed by the Dixon County Board of Education?
Yes, sir.
And what was your position at that point?
As speech language therapist.
Okay. And were you assigned to a particular school?
I was at Centennial Elementary School.
Centennial Elementary.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the name Joe Clyde Daniels?
Yes,
And was Joe Clyde one of your students?
he was.
Okay. How long were you Joe Clyde's teacher?
He began, roughly 3 years. There were some breaks in the time that he was coming to our school.
Okay.
So he started out in our 3-year-old preschool class, and he came from August until, I believe, February. And then he re-enrolled the following year as a 4-year-old preschool in November, and then finished up the school year, and then the following year as a kindergarten student.
Okay. Let's talk briefly about his kindergarten year, which would have been the fall of 2017 into the spring of 2018.
Yes.
How many days per week did you work with him that year?
I worked with him at least 3 days a week. Sometimes I saw him more and would, intervene and kind of do some therapy and with other teachers and
Sure.
things like that.
Did you enjoy working with Joe Clyde?
I loved it. He was a really great student.
Can you tell us what type of student he was and how he did?
He was a great student to work with. He was very funny. He was very energetic. He loved to play and he loved to joke around. He really took instruction well. He enjoyed doing the activities that we were doing, and he made a lot of progress. He had a lot of potential.
Okay. Tell us some of Joe Clyde's likes and dislikes. Start with the likes first.
He loved to eat. We ate a lot in therapy, especially apples, but really anything. He also loved to play games. I saw him individually, and then I also saw him in small groups with other children. And so he really enjoyed interacting with his peers and playing with them.
Did he have any dislikes?
He did. He didn't particularly like really loud noise and a lot of chaos. He liked to be neat. He kind of he wasn't really into a lot of the messy play. He kind of, if he had something on his shirt, we wiped it off. He enjoyed kind of a calmer atmosphere, I guess.
Okay. What kind of clothes did he like to wear?
He liked to wear his jeans and a little button-down shirt and his boots.
He liked his boots.
He loved his
Were
boots.
they cowboy boots?
They were kind of yes,
Yeah. Okay.
the square-toed boots.
Tell us about what role you played with his education.
When Joe came in, I was part of a team that reviewed assessments and helped determine eligibility. That's done as a team with different members that have different roles. And then from there, we develop a plan. And then that plan kind of explains where he's at, and then what we're going to work on, and kind of how we're going to address those goals. And so when he started, I did push-in therapy, where I went into the room and kind of worked with a whole group and did therapy there. And then as he got older, I did more individual sessions and small group sessions.
Okay. When you talked about being on a team that developed a plan for Joe Clyde, what is that plan called?
It's called an Individualized Education Program. A lot of times we call it IEP for short.
And what is an IEP? What is that?
It lays out what we're going to work on. So students that if they've been determined to have an educational disability, then we develop the IEP, and that plan just lets us it guides us. It's an agreement of, these are the goals that we're going to work on. We're going to do it this many times a week. This is who's going to be involved. And then we take data and we track that progress and then adjust it every year.
Does the plan include assessing his current skill levels in different areas?
Yes.
And does this specific plan do so?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Donnerstad, can you identify this document, please?
So this was his latest IEP. It also has a minutes note and then some evaluations that were done that year as well.
Okay. And Ms. Donnerstag, on the second page, not the title page, but the second page, is that your signature?
It is.
And you, as you've already testified, were one of the team members that developed this plan?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the contents of this plan?
I am.
Okay. And I want to spend just a moment going over some of his evaluation, okay?
Yes.
Let's first turn to what's known as the Dixon County Schools Physical Therapy Evaluation, which has listed communication, posture, range of motion, and gross motor skills. You see that page?
I do.
In this plan, can you identify what his general communication level was?
At this, it says that he was able to communicate during the evaluation with eye contact, gestures, and pointing. He showed a desire to count but could not articulate any numbers. He tried to say blue and said the word ball during the evaluation.
In this plan, the initial evaluation was in the fall of 2017, is that correct?
For the physical therapy? Yes.
So, and we read what his communication level was when this plan was submitted. Had he gotten progressively better during the course of the school year?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury how he progressed?
He aggressed both with his verbalizations and then with his nonverbal communication skills. So when he started out, he really had mainly spoken a lot of vowels with not a lot of variation. And he became where he was kind of varying that. So, counting maybe an ooh, ee, where you're not really hearing those consonants, but you are here and you can tell that it's a different number. It's not the same sound every time. And then he was also able to say more words. He was able to articulate more, especially familiar words that he used quite often. And then he was also able to do some functional signs to request if, yellow, more, eat, some of those. He also had some picture stimuli or some choice boards that he could identify or picture cards that he could communicate that way. And then just the back and forth conversation also kept progressing.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about gross motor for just a moment. What was the summary of his gross motor skills? It's on the bottom of that page.
The first one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just going to read
Sure,
this.
please.
Is that okay? Joe was evaluated using the movement ABC for age band 1, which is 4 to 6 years. He was 5 years and 3 months at the time of testing and therefore tested as a 5-year-old. Joe's scores on this test fell in the first percentile when compared with other children his age. The test has 3 sections: manual dexterity, ball skills, and static and dynamic balance. Joe had difficulty in all sections, but had the most difficulty in the sections that were timed due to his high level of distractibility. I had to give him several reminders to return to task. He had a hard time with catching a beanbag as well as rolling a ball at a target. Upon assessment of Joe's gross motor skills outside of the test given, he demonstrated the ability to jump up, jump forward, jump 3 times in a row, and jump off, but was not able to hop on 1 foot. He was able to walk on a balance beam for 4 steps, walk on his toes, and walk on his heels. Joe ascends the steps with a reciprocal pattern with a rail and descends with a mark time pattern with a rail. He had increased difficulty with ball skills, coordination, and motor planning activities. Joe's run pattern has not quite developed as a mature running pattern at this time. Joe definitely struggled the most with any activity requiring hand-eye coordination, whether that involved fine motor or gross motor activities.
Thank you. Now, first, let me move that as exhibit number 1 in the state's case, Your Honor.
All right, we'll mark that, this is a copy of the individual and educational plan, and we'll mark that as exhibit 1.
Thank you. Ms. Donnerstag, during the school year, did you take individualized notes about Joe's progress and his strengths and weaknesses?
I did.
Okay. Can you identify these documents, please?
These are my notes, my personal notes.
Thank you. And there's lots of notes here, but I want to turn your attention specifically to what you have labeled as the alphabet locks. What is an alphabet lock?
An alphabet lock is they're little plastic multicolored locks, and they have a corresponding plastic key. And so there's a letter and a picture on the lock, and then there is a letter, a lowercase letter, and on these I think we put the uppercase letter as well on the key. And so the target of the task is to match the appropriate lock and key, and if they are a match, then you can put them in and the lock pops open.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
That's an alphabet lock?
It is.
The lock and key? All right. And is this the type of lock and key that you used with Joe Clyde?
It is.
And you made some specific notes about his performance using the lock and key. What did you say?
I said that alphabet locks could match upper and lowercase letters, had difficult time manipulating key and lock, discussed poor fine motor skills with OT, which is the occupational therapist. Kelly said she was aware and has been working on fine motor skills.
So I believe you actually witnessed Joe Clyde successfully get the lock into the key into the lock. Is that correct?
I did. It was labored. It was a difficult task. The particular task I was actually doing in a group therapy, and there was a marked difference between what he could perform and what his same age peers could perform as well.
Okay. And I will move the lock and key as the collective exhibit.
Mark as Exhibit 2, collective.
I'll also move a copy of Ms. Donnerstag's notes as collective exhibit 3.
For the record, we're going to make the lock and key as a collective exhibit number 2, and then the copy of that, what you're saying is exhibit 3.
Yes, these are the handwritten notes of Ms. Donnerstag. Talking about Joe Clyde's motor skills, fine skills, speech skills, you said he was in the 1 percentile. He was markedly different than the other children in how fast he could perform tasks. Is that correct?
Yes.
What about his ability to do some of these tasks quietly? Was Joe quiet?
He was not quiet. With the fine motors, that's kind of your small hand movements, and your gross motor are your big movements. And he had difficulty with both of those areas. So when he did something, it typically was kind of loud and wobbly and just kind of overall coordination.
Was Joe in any form or fashion stealthy?
No.
Okay. Now, you also, in documenting your file that you kept on Joe Clyde, took some photographs of him. Is that correct?
I did.
And I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the screen. See if you can identify some of these photos for us, please. Are these 3 photographs of Joe Clyde that you took?
They are.
And were these photographs taken in your classroom?
They are.
Now, are there other students in the classroom while you're working with Joe Clyde?
On that particular day, I do not believe so. But I did see him. I saw him individually, and I saw him in a group as well.
And can you explain kind of what he's doing in the 3 separate photographs?
In the first one, it's a sorting task, and so there are different Marvel Avengers, and there's a top and bottom, and it's kind of like a memory game where you remove the cup and find the match and put them together. He's kind of really proud of himself in that picture, smiling. In the second one, we completed a puzzle together, and I believe he was pretty happy with himself in that one as well. And then in the third one, we're having a snack, and I think he has a big bite of apple in his mouth.
And are these the shirts that you're referring to that he likes to wear, the button-down plaid?
Yes.
And does this photograph represent what we are seeing on the screen here?
Yes, sir.
And I would move this photograph as exhibit number 4.
Yes, sir.
Mark as Exhibit 4.
And Ms. Donnerstag, I think you also had some video clips of while teaching Joe Clyde, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we could go to the next slide. Well, let me back up. Before we go to the video, can you identify the photograph on the screen?
Those look like the boots that Joe wore.
Okay, now this is not in your classroom,
No, sir.
but those do look like the boots that Joe wore?
They do.
Does this photograph represent what we are seeing on the screen?
Yes, sir.
I'll move that as exhibit 5.
This is Exhibit 5.
What in the world are we looking at? I know those are his boots, but where are those? And is that a pillow?
All right, I think we now have a video. Pause that for a second. I need to make sure the volume is loud enough for the jury to hear, because there is speaking. I'm going to start the video over. I'm going to step out of the way.
What is it, Jack? What? Well, it's on this back. Height. Oh, there's the other. Bill. Good. What's up, man? Oh. Green. Good talking. What's that? A ball. A ball. Oh. Orange. And what's next? Oh, look. Just loud word. Good talking. And, heart. Let's see, do we have them all? Can you count them? We have to count. Okay, baby. Oh, man. There you go. Okay, we said 1, 2, 3, 4. What's it? 5. What's it? 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's all? Good job.
So, Ms. Donstag, are we seeing kind of layered teaching method here? We're counting, identifying words, saying words, placing objects. But does that have a name for that?
Yeah, so for here, we're just working on just basic communication skills. What I'm seeing on here is that he was varying those words. They were kind of, some of them you could tell what they were, and some of them were kind of word approximation. He was putting two words together with a ball. On that, you can tell that he is participating in a back and forth communication with me. So even though he's not verbalizing like we would expect, he's anticipating what I'm going to say. He's watching me. He's responding to my reactions. He's really doing well with that. And then he's also counting and matching the shape with a silhouette.
Thank you. In your best representation, how did he say the word 5?
It was primarily vowels, not a true F or V sound on those.
Did you ever hear him count past 10?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I think we have another video clip as well.
Okay, come here. Letters. And go. Joe. Joe. Hey, I want to hear you. A. Uh-oh. I don't hear. Say it. A. Your turn. E. Good job. E. Good. E. What's next? A. F. Ah. Good. G. H. I. What is it? J. K. L. M. What is it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. What is it? Z. Good job, Joe.
And what's this exercise?
This was letter identification and naming. We were working on a lot of just kindergarten skills as well as communication.
And although I not necessarily could hear the exact letter he was saying, he was pointing, is that correct?
He was pointing. He was pointing kind of in a, with a pointer, and he was also tapping the letters appropriately, and he was doing it kind of in the pattern that you would expect. So even though he wasn't maybe verbalizing it as clear, he was demonstrating the understanding and doing the skill kind of in a receptive or nonverbal way.
Okay. As a side note, is this about the length of hair that Joe Clyde kept during the school year?
I believe so. He typically had shorter hair.
Yeah. How would you describe that haircut? I've heard it referred to as a burr.
A burr or a buzz.
Okay. And I think we have one more video.
Hey, Joe. What is it that you're wanting? Apple. Hey, Joe, look at me, buddy. Look, I don't have an apple. I'm so sorry. Do you want me to bring you an apple on Thursday? Are you so mad at me because I don't have apples? Hey, be nice. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Don't be so mad. We're gonna play a fun game instead, okay? No, you want an apple more than anything? Be nice, okay?
And Mr. Understack, did those 3 video clips accurately represent videos that you made of Joe during the course of the school year?
I made all 3 of those.
Thank you. I'm going to move a copy of the 3 videos as the next exhibit.
Exhibit 6.
Do you know Alex Nolan?
I do.
How did you know Alex?
Like I said, when at Centennial, I pushed in to the preschool class. So during speech and language therapy time, I would go in and I would kind of work with the whole group and do some literacy and language and speech skills. Alex was enrolled as a peer in the preschool class. And so in the 4-year-old class, they came 4 days a week or 3 days a week. So he was actually enrolled in that peer program.
What does that mean to be enrolled as a peer?
In the special education classroom that we had, the way that we had that particular one set up is we had students that had educational disabilities that needed some supports and had IEPs and goals. And then we also had typically developing peers so that they could be an appropriate model so that we could, children learn best from each other. And so the peers kind of help us teach those skills to our students that had the IEPs.
And how would you describe Alex as a model peer?
Alex was an exceptional peer. He was he was just a kind, sweet child. He is one that if a student was struggling, you could always, hey, why don't you go over there and play with him? And he would go over and, here, buddy, let me show you how to do this. So he was very kind and he was very patient and just really, as far as a peer comes, you couldn't have picked a better peer for our students.
From your observations, did Joe Clyde like to be around and near Alex?
He did. Alex, I would take Alex occasionally and, have him interact and, just kind of see how they communicate. And Alex loved being around Joe loved being around Alex.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more things and I'll be finished with the questioning. You described how Joe Clyde was progressing as you would work with him through the week. On a day-to-day basis, you would observe him progressing. What would happen after going home for a weekend or not seeing you consecutive days in a row?
When he would come back to school on Monday or after a break, it took a lot more encouragement to get him to verbalize. And so, by the end of the week, towards the end of it, it came a little easier. And it was, he kind of spontaneously gave me more. And so, but then when we come back, it kind of took me a little bit more. It was, the skills seemed to regress over those breaks in the weekend. And then we would kind of build up throughout the week.
Do skills regress when not being practiced?
Yes.
And you also made a couple of other notes in one of the exhibits we've already marked in your handwritten notes that you had observed over-medication of Joe Clyde?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
You may say or just read? Okay. Well, I can read if that's okay, and that way I don't speak. Let me find it.
And again, these are from your handwritten notes, which we've made as an exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I had marked becoming more easily understood within context. Spontaneous speech increased. And then I wrote, Joe has been extremely tired during therapy. Asked if he was sick, and he responded no. Asked if he stayed up all night, and he responded no. Then imitated drinking something and said, in. And I asked medicine, and Joe nodded his head yes. At bus duty, Joe fell asleep, and I asked Alex why he was so sleepy. Alex stated that it was his medicine. I asked, is he sick? And Alex said no. And I asked, then why did he take medicine? The bus was then called, and Alex jumped up and said, gotta go, and hurried off. And then I just wrote strange reaction. Checked on Joe next day, extremely lethargic, reported to school nurse, went into the lunchroom. He was falling asleep while eating, went back to the nurse, went and got Joe and took him for the nurse to observe, appeared way over-medicated. Nurse contacted parents. Next day, appeared more alert and back to his normal self.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Joe Clyde, he was not completely nonverbal, was he?
There's different definitions of nonverbal, so I would have to ask your definition of nonverbal.
Well, I mean, he could talk to some degree.
Correct. He had verbalizations that he made.
And if he was prompted, that made it easier for him to verbalize. Is that correct?
He made verbalizations prompted and unprompted.
And unprompted.
Yes,
and
sir.
one of those was, as he was counting, he counted to 5, correct?
Yes.
And he counted 1, 2, 3, and then he said 5, and he didn't say it. You said he left off the F, essentially.
I believe so. I think I wrote in my notes, but it was on, oo, e, or, I, something like that.
That's what he said, like I-V-E, as opposed to with the F, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And so when he verbalized that on the screen, you could tell that he was saying 5.
I could tell within context. I knew that he was counting, so I was anticipating that number. Yes.
All right, and he, as far as his gross motor skills and his fine motor skills, those kind of things, he had a hard time doing sort of small tasks, hand-eye coordination things, correct?
Correct.
But he could move around fairly well. He was not stable, as you said, but you could see him on the video. He was getting around the room, moving around the room fairly easily, correct?
He could walk, yes.
Yeah.
But
And he could use his arms and his hands. He was holding the pencil and using it to point out the things. And
he could use it. Look, it seemed delayed from my standpoint because he was kind of leaning up on the wall and kind of hitting it with an uncoordinated task, but he could do it.
But he was
No, it
grasping.
wasn't typical, but he could do it.
Understand. It wasn't what you would expect from a 5-year-old.
Correct.
But he was grasping that pencil. It was a sort of a long pointer shaped like a pencil.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he was grasping that with his right hand, and he was pointing with it. And as he, in the other video, moved around the room, he moved over by the door, didn't he?
He did.
And when he got over by the door handle came to somewhere in his chest area. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. So the door handle was where he could easily reach it with his hands, wasn't it?
It was,
Okay. So he could grasp that door handle if he wanted to, couldn't he?
if he wanted to.
And he could turn that door handle and open the door, couldn't he?
Yes.
So he could have walked out of that room had he wanted to do that. Have you seen, well, I mean, you nodded, you didn't.
Yes, sorry. Yes, he could
Yeah,
open the door.
And so he could walk out of the room if he wanted to.
Yes.
He could use doors.
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen him go in and out of rooms using the door handle, haven't you?
Yes.
I'll pass.
Redirect.
Ms. Donnerstag, you said you've seen him use doors and go in and out of doors. Did he ever escape from your class?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Tyler?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Are we finished with her as a witness? We need to release her.
Release.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are released. You may leave or you may stay as you choose. Call your next witness. Let me first ask this, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for a while. Does anyone need a recess before we take it to the next witness? All right, call your next witness.
Tony Longton there. I'm sorry, who? Tony Longton.
Hey, fam. We're just getting on our second witness, so you haven't missed too much. Here he comes right now. Thanks for joining, guys. If you can hit that like button. I'm just sitting back here ill today.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Speak directly into the microphone.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Longton. Would you state and spell your first and last name for us, please?
My legal name is Anthony Longton, Anthony Longtin.
All right, and you go by Tony. Is that
Tony,
correct?
yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Longton, what do you do for a living?
I teach high school at Dix County High School and also drive the school bus.
All right. And how long have you been driving the school bus?
Oh, Lord. So again, bus 44's route, I would assume probably 4 years, 5 years maybe on that route.
And does that route take you by the Daniels residence, 1112 Garnish Creek Road?
Every morning.
All right, and that's here in Dixon County, obviously?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who from that residence rides your bus?
Alex and Joe.
Okay.
Daniel.
They usually ride morning, afternoon, both? Usually ride both?
Yes, sir.
How often would they ride?
Pretty much every morning. Every evening, pretty much.
All right. And does your bus, is it equipped with a camera?
Yes, sir.
And does it record kind of behind you what the students are doing as they're moving or whatever?
It is equipped with 3 cameras, all rear facing.
Okay. Let me show you a clip here. Does that, I know it's just a still image there, is that your bus? Can you tell?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And is that Joe Clyde that we see laying down there in that seat?
Yes, sir, it is. That's his assigned seat, his and Alex.
Okay. And Mr. Longton, this is from April the 3rd of 2018, is that correct?
Should be, yes, sir.
All right, and who do we see there in the foreground? Kind
That is Joe.
All right. Who did someone meet them at the end of the driveway that day? Do you recall?
Should have been Aunt Joyce, I believe.
I believe you could hear something about Alex saying, "That's my Aunt Joyce" or something.
Right, I believe that's correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Who usually met them there, if anybody, at the end of the drive?
It was usually Aunt Joyce every day.
Okay.
She'd usually bring them there in the morning and pick them up in the evening.
All right. You're going to have to make a copy of that video the next exhibit.
We'll mark it as Exhibit 7, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we've just watched, that was video of Alex and Joe Clyde getting off the bus on 4-3, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you pick them up on 4-4 to go to school?
No, sir.
All right. Anybody at the end of their driveway when you went by?
No, sir.
All right. Did you ever notice anything odd that day? Have any interactions with Joseph Daniel or any of them on the morning of 4-4?
That morning, I pulled up to the bus stop. I noticed that nobody was there. I looked behind the house to see if there were anybody coming out there. I looked toward the front. Didn't see anything moving normal, so I just kind of moved on. But when I went to look up forward, I did see his vehicle up at the next stop up the road.
And when you say his vehicle, are you referring to Joseph Daniels, the defendant in this
Yes,
case?
sir. A maroon I can't remember what model, but it was a maroon car.
Okay, and you saw it up at your next stop.
Yes, sir.
And about how far was that from 1112?
From 1112?
From 1112 Garner Street, the Daniels residence.
Oh, the Daniels
I'm sorry.
residence. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 houses up, I believe it is.
And his car was up at that house?
Yes, sir.
What was he doing? What was going on?
When the kids got home, said he was asking if anybody'd seen Joe, that he was gone, I guess left the house or something.
All right.
The best I can recall, that's what the kids had said.
Okay. And then you went on about your bus route. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, did you, or were you part of, or did you get part of the shuttles that were shuttling volunteers around?
Yes, sir.
All right, and was that actually your idea?
Yeah,
tell
I
us how
mentioned that
happened.
night, yes, sir.
All right, tell us about that. What happened?
We got there the first day whenever we heard everything was gone. So when I got up, I come back around on Old Garners Creek, that's where the end of the route, and I seen one of the deputies, and I stopped and said, hey, what's going on with that? And they said, well, it seems like little Joe's missing. So we got there that night, later on just to see if anybody could help. And I believe I said to Jeff Bledsoe at night, I said, all these deputies moving around, they were looking for trailers and everything else. And I said, we ought to see about getting these school buses out here. We could use mine and we could shuttle people around with it. And I guess that was a good idea. And there they went from there.
All right, and so did the school lend buses essentially to move searchers around?
100%. They were all in for it.
And how many days did y'all run buses shuttling people back and forth different places?
I can't give an exact days. I know I ran 1, 2, I think 3 different times. I believe it's 3 different searches.
So once in April and then searches after that?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
I believe there was a search in May as well.
I believe so. That was on the upper side, yes.
All right. That's all I got.
Better?
No questions for this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Longton, you may step down. We're releasing Mr. Longton from the subpoena.
Yes.
You are released from your subpoena. You may stay or leave. Thank you.
That was a quick witness, so bus driver's done. We'll have another one. Chelsea. Thank you guys for joining today, and thanks for the well wishes. I'm feeling better. The crackers definitely help. So it looks like we've got a female and then a break, and we'll skip the break, and then we'll be able to pick up with, looks like an officer here.
Remember,
Yes, Your Honor.
what's your please?
Just FYI, today is baby Joe's birthday, July 30th. He would be 11 today.
You will speak directly into that microphone, please.
Would you state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Chelsea Lampley, CHELSEA
Where do you work, Miss Lampley?
in Dixon 911.
And what do you do there?
I'm a dispatcher.
Did you receive a call about a missing child on April the 4th of 2018?
I did.
And who called, if you recall?
The defendant.
Okay, and was that Joseph Daniels?
Yes.
All right. And obviously those calls are recorded, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
All right. I ask you to listen to this call.
Call 1 on Wednesday, April 4th, 2018 at 6:22 a.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Agent ID is extension is 106.
Where's your emergency? Yes, sir.
And my son had this scan, we couldn't find him.
Okay, how old is your son, sir?
He is 5.
Sir, you said he was 11,
He has
12?
autism. Yes,
Okay, and you said he has autism?
yes.
Okay, how long ago was he last seen?
Last night,
Okay, all right. And what's his name?
his name is Joe
What's his last name?
Daniels.
What was he wearing last night?
He was wearing pajamas.
What kind of pajamas? What did they look like?
They were white with a bed,
Okay. And do you know how he got out of the house?
he must have unlocked the door.
Okay.
And he got out.
What's his date of birth?
7/3/12.
Okay, sir. And you said his name was Joe. What was his last name?
Daniels.
Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your last name, sir?
Daniels.
Okay, what's your first name?
Joseph.
All right, Joseph. And what does he look like?
He's got blonde hair, and blue eyes.
Okay.
Okay, blonde hair, blue eyes, anything else? How tall is he? I was 24, about 4 feet tall. 4 feet tall. How much does he weigh? 65 pounds. 65 pounds? Okay. Okay, do you know anywhere where you would go from your house? I don't know, because we don't know any except for one neighbor. Mm-hmm. So I don't know where he would go. Okay, is he nonverbal or is he verbal? It's nonverbal. Nonverbal? Yes. Okay, and how severe is his autism? It's also very interesting with the serious amount of adult even matters, so, but it's not so severe, but it's pretty significant. Where he can't talk and he's unable to communicate. Okay. We have to, he tries to pay himself, but we have to pay them. Okay, all right, sir, and what's your phone number? 29 867 6984. Okay, and did he take anything with him out of his room? I didn't see anything to go his room. No stuffed animals, no blanket or anything like that? No. Okay, all right, Joe, we're gonna get him in around to you, okay? Just hang out right there at 11:12. We're gonna get him out there to you, okay? Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Lampley, working at dispatch, have you received 911 calls about children that were missing before?
Yes, sir.
All right, have you received multiple calls of that nature?
Yes, sir.
So had some of those children had autism?
Yes.
All right, did you find anything odd about this phone call?
He seemed extremely calm.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
The caller,
And
Joseph
so-
Daniels.
So, is that something you noticed when you were speaking with him?
I did.
All right. And just a couple things, because his voice on there was a little hard to hear. Did he say, "My son escaped and we cannot find him"?
As far as I know, he said, I think he got out.
Okay. What about, he said about 3.5 to 4 feet tall and nonverbal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Your Honor has to introduce a copy of that.
Mark it as Exhibit 8.
And Mr. Etheridge, could we play that call again, just to get the how he got out part?
Call 1 on Wednesday, April 4, 2018, at 6:22 a.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Agent ID is extension is 106.
Where is your emergency? Number 1? Yes, sir.
And my son has escaped, we cannot find him.
Okay, how old is your son, sir?
Did you hear that time him saying, "My son's escaped and we cannot find him"? All right. Is that typically what you hear when someone's calling? Do that in this call?
I did.
And what kind of data does it log?
It logs the caller's phone number, location, the type of event that is going on, their Latin long of where they are at the time of the call, and a short narrative of what's going on.
And does it also log officers on scene and kind of what time they get there, that kind of
It
thing?
does. Every unit that's en route or assigned.
Passing the document here. Is that the CAD card for this case?
It is.
Your Honor has to make that the...
And this call, my client called you to get police to come to his house.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Redirect? Thank you, ma'am. Are we releasing her from her subpoena? You are releasing her subpoena, you may go up with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess she's done.
All right, you may call your next witness.
She's got like a shit ton of keys too. I love that. Okay, so now they take a break. Let's see. We're going to come back to an officer here. Here we go. Look at that POS. Ugh, he makes me sick. Thank you so much, Sherry. She's sleeping on the couch right now, too. Hi, Michelle. You haven't really missed much, Michelle. You just missed opening, and then the speech therapist, and the 911 dispatcher, and the bus driver. Now we're getting into law enforcement here.
While we're waiting on this, are there any other issues? All right. Officer Howell, can you communicate with them to tell them that are we ready for the jury? All right, let's let the jury come back in then.
Here we go, guys. Oh, wow. Let's go, Brandon. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. And yes, thank you for helping. It's so sad they haven't found him. Maybe they'll find him when they search for Sebastian. Who knows? You never know.
Good afternoon. If you'll come right around, raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony given in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Officer, if you'll speak directly into that microphone when you sit down, that'll help us to make sure everybody can hear, all right?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, will you state your full name for the court, please?
Nicholas Dearman.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I currently work for Humphreys County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. How long have you been employed there?
Just under a year.
And previously, did you work for the Dixon County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work for Dixon County?
Approximately 4 years.
All right. Were you working for Dixon County on the morning of April 4th, 2018?
I was.
And do you remember what unit number you were for Dixon County?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe it was 503.
503. And on the morning of April 4th of 2018, were you dispatched to Garner's Creek?
I was.
And tell me where you were when you received the call to go to Garner's Creek.
I was at the Trails Apartments in Dixon. I was converting from my personal vehicle into my patrol vehicle when the call came out.
Okay. Were you with anyone when the call came out?
I was with Sergeant Daniel Baker.
Okay. Was he your shift sergeant for the day?
He was.
Was he also dispatched to Garner's Creek?
Yes, correct.
Did you both go there?
That's correct.
And did you check on scene at approximately 6:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you wearing a body camera during this interaction at Garner's Creek?
I was, yes.
All right. And before we get into the body camera video, just give us a brief description of what you saw and who you saw when you arrived.
When I arrived on scene, there was two individuals in the driveway, later identified as Joe Daniels, and I can't remember his wife's name, Crystal, I believe.
Okay.
They were both in the driveway.
Thank you. Now I'm going to reflect your attention to the screen.
I'm gonna slow
show
the
a
body
clip of your
camera
body
down.
cam video.
I'm gonna slow this down.
Y'all have been around through here? Y'all check under the shed and all that? Does he come to you if he hears his name? Say that. Do you talk to your neighbors? Huh? Their 5-year-old son is missing. Okay. Their 5-year-old son is missing. He's autistic. He's got pajamas on. He got out of the house sometime last night. He should have black pajamas on.
That is for some I've been out since this morning.
Okay. Just keep your eye out if you see a young 5-year-old boy. He's autistic. He doesn't speak. His name's Joe.
He said he was wearing what?
Should have black pajamas on.
Okay.
If you see him, just call 911 and let us know. Appreciate it.
Okay, Deputy Dearman, who was with you, if anyone, as you were doing kind of the perimeter check?
I was by myself, but Mr. Daniels was close by. He was in the backyard.
He was in the backyard?
He followed me through the backyard, and then he stayed in the backyard perimeter.
Okay. It looked like you had a brief interaction with someone that had a dog.
Yes.
Was that a neighbor?
Yes, he lived behind the Danielses.
Okay. At this time, I'd move this portion of the body camera as the next exhibit, please.
Mark it as exhibit 11, is that correct?
10.
10, I'm sorry.
Exhibit 10. Judge, the redacted body cam will have to be placed onto the Exhibit 10 flash drive that we've just moved in. All right, Deputy, did you also have a body camera in operation as you did a cursory interior search of the home?
That's correct.
All right.
Hello? Hello? How you doing, ma'am? We're just gonna walk through the house, make sure he's not in here, okay?
Are you just look through the house, just another set of eyes? Well, y'all sound pretty confident. Yeah, make sure before. And get some of his dirty coffee.
You look in there, man. You check his room.
He's got a little back over yonder, back over that way. When you sometimes you get on that porch over there.
Which porch is that?
Back here in the back, back over the other way.
of this video as the next exhibit, please?
We're marking this as the next exhibit.
This will be exhibit 12, 11?
11.
So, Deputy Dearman, we lost part of the view. Do you know what happened to your body cam?
I had a jacket on that covered it up as I was searching through the house.
And was this just a preliminary search of the house?
It was,
And why do you do that?
just to make sure nothing was overlooked.
Okay. And did you go, which parts of the house did you go through?
Pretty much the entirety of the house. I went in and went to the bedroom to the left initially, as you can see with my camera. And then when I came out of there, I went to the other end of the house where the other deputy, Bledsoe, was at, and just double checked with him, make sure he checked through everything.
Okay. At this point in the morning, there are at least 3 law enforcement officers present. There'd be yourself, and who else was present?
There was Sergeant Baker, Deputy Smith, and then Deputy Bledsoe as well.
Okay. And I think we initially saw Deputy Bledsoe on camera as you entered the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I ask if you can identify this photo, please. What's that?
That's the initial entrance into the main entrance to the house, which was through the back door.
Okay. And Deputy, if I could just turn your attention to the screen, is the photograph you're holding the same as what we see on the screen?
Yes, it is.
And I want to kind of point out some spots on here. You're entering the rear of the residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what do we see in here? Are you standing in the threshold of the door?
That's correct. I'm standing immediately in the doorway of the home.
And what do we see here to the left of the screen?
It's a toy box.
Toy box. And directly ahead, what's this?
That's the coffee table.
Okay. And what's over here?
It's some kind of like hutch.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
This photograph,
Yes.
12.
Sorry.
Next photo. Okay. All right. So Deputy, I have some additional photos to show you since we've had to redact your video. Ask you to identify these photographs for the jury. Is that a still clip from your body cam?
Yes, it is.
And is that from the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
And where are you standing?
I'm standing in front of Daniel Baker's, Sergeant Baker's patrol car to the east of the home.
Okay. And can you hold that photo up for the jury to see? And can you identify this man here?
That's Joseph Daniels.
Okay. And what kind of car is this?
It's a maroonish colored Chevy Impala.
Okay. And who is this?
Crystal Daniels.
And what is Crystal Daniels holding?
A photograph of the family.
Okay, thank you. I'll move this as the next exhibit.
13.
Go with 2 more photographs. Can you identify this, please?
That's another still photo from my body camera.
Okay, and who's in that photo?
Sergeant Daniel Baker, Crystal Daniels, and their other son coming from in the house.
Is that their 8-year-old son, Alex?
Yes, I believe it was.
All right. And he appears to have been exiting the house and coming towards you?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move that as the next exhibit.
14.
And one more photograph. That's a still shot of your body cam,
That's correct.
right? Who's in that?
That would be the other son, I believe Alex was his name.
Okay.
And Joseph Daniels.
Thank you. And I'll move that as exhibit, the next exhibit, 15.
15.
Yes. All right. Deputy Dearman, you've identified the 4 officers that were there. We've talked about your exterior video, your interior video. After you did the walkthroughs, what did you do after that?
After we did the walkthrough, I broke away from the home and began searching. And we really started breaking out. People started flooding in to help with the search, and we just started searching from the home out.
You were literally either the first or second on scene, is that correct?
That's correct. Myself and Daniel Baker were the first 2 on scene.
And shortly after that, did the area fill up with searchers?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point, were you redirected to a pond?
Yes.
And why were you redirected to a pond?
Some of the assets that were brought in were some canines that tracked a track from the home to a pond behind the house.
Okay. And did you go to that pond?
I did.
And can you identify this photograph?
It's a picture of the pond that was being pumped out that the dogs tracked to.
Can you hold that up for the jury? And they'll get a chance to see it, and we can't display it on the screen right now, but what is that in the middle of the pond?
That is the pump system that they were using to pump the water out.
Okay. And were you standing there as the water was being pumped out?
Yes.
Did you expect to find something?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we had 2 dogs that separately tracked to that pond.
Okay.
And both of those dogs were trained to track for a human.
Okay. I'll make that the next exhibit, please.
16.
If I could have 1 second, Your Honor. Who was the supervising shift sergeant at the time?
Sergeant Daniel Baker.
Yeah, and how long did he stay on the ground with you there?
Roughly an hour.
And what happened after that?
He entered the Tennessee Highway Patrol's helicopter with the pilot and flew with him.
Okay. Did you see the helicopter land?
I did.
Where did it land?
In the northeast part of the property from the home.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Taylor? Any reason to keep the lights dim?
Well, I was gonna see if we could have Exhibit 12 pulled back up.
Pull back Exhibit 12, if you will.
That was the photograph of him entering the house.
That's Exhibit 12.
Mr. Dearman,
Yes.
you said this is a coffee table,
Yes.
and what's on that coffee table?
I don't recall what's on it.
So it looks like there's clothing on that coffee table, is that right?
Again, I don't know what's on it.
You didn't examine the coffee table?
I did, but I don't recall what was on it.
From this photograph, does it look like those are that's piles of clothing on the coffee table?
I can't say what it is, whether it is or it isn't. I don't know. It's not a clear enough photo.
And you were present, you said, when there was a K-9 unit that was attempting to track Joe Clyde, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you see, or you saw those K-9 handlers start that process, didn't you?
Yes.
And they started that process at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
And they were located toward the front door of the house, is that right?
What do you mean they were located? Where they started their track?
Where they started it.
No, sir. I believe they both started their track from the back porch.
From the back of the house.
Yes, sir.
Then they went around and they went by the maroon vehicle, correct?
I'm not 100% what their exact track was, but I know they left from the back porch area and then they tracked toward that pond. I didn't go with them.
You didn't go with them?
No, sir.
When they tracked it, but they were around the house, the K-9 unit?
Yes.
And the maroon vehicle was sitting there close to the house, as you explained.
Yes.
And the dogs were around that vehicle, weren't they?
Yes.
And they didn't hit on anything else there around the house?
Not that I know of. I'm not a handler, so I don't
mean,
know what their indications are as hitting.
But from what you could tell, the handlers who were dealing with the dogs,
yes,
they followed the dogs where the dogs took them out to the pond, correct?
That's correct.
They didn't take them over to that maroon car, did they?
I don't recall if they did or not. I would assume that they went through the whole backyard, but I don't know.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Deputy, just to be clear, how long was it before the K-9 units first arrived that you observed?
I'm not 100% sure. I would say roughly an hour if I had to guess. I'd have to look at the CAD card to know exactly.
Okay, thank you. No further.
Any requests? Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. Are we releasing him from his subpoena? You are free to go about your business. Not yours? Somebody's sunglasses are laying, I think it may be one of our bailiffs. All right, call your next witness.
Take off Derek Smith.
Step right around here, Deputy, and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good evening. Would you state your full name for the court, please?
FTO Derek Ray Smith, Dixon County Sheriff's
Can you
Office.
spell your first and last name, please?
Derek, last name Smith.
And Deputy Smith, you are employed with the Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been employed there?
Since March 10th, 2011.
And what does FTO mean?
Field Training Officer.
Were you working for Dixon County April the 4th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to a call on Garner Street?
I did.
You remember approximately what time you were dispatched and approximately what time you arrived?
Call came out at 6:23 a.m.
Okay. And at the time, were you car 549?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And do you know what time you arrived on scene?
I do not recall that time.
Does 6:42 a.m. sound about right? And we can refer to the CAD report if we need to.
Right. And that sounds about right.
All right. And just to be definite, I would like to see Exhibit 2 for the CAD report. All right, Deputy Smith, I'm going to refer your attention to the CAD report and looking at Unit 549 DCSO. What time does it have you arriving?
06:42 hours and 59 seconds.
Thank you. And Deputy, what did you do when you arrived?
Myself and Deputy Bledsoe arrived on scene at the same time. He parked in the driveway that belongs to, I believe his last name is Mr. Ledford.
Okay.
Or Langford. And I parked on the roadway and left my blue lights on. At that time, I started walking towards the residence, and Sergeant Daniel Baker asked me to start doing the missing child report.
Thank you. So one of your first assignments was to complete the missing child report?
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you did that through Miss Crystal Daniels?
I did.
And did you observe the defendant, Joseph Daniels, at the scene?
He was there, yes, sir.
And how long was he there?
Very few minutes.
Okay. Where did he go?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Did he get into his car?
He did. A red Chevy four-door car. I don't know the make.
So you're trying to complete the lost persons questionnaire. And
Yes, sir.
The defendant gets in his car
Yes, sir.
and leaves?
Yes, sir.
Does he drive off the property?
Yes, sir.
And can we see this in your body cam?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's watch your body cam video. Deputy, can we see the red Impala?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, looking back, is this your vehicle with the flashing lights?
Yes, sir, it is.
You and another patrol car are actually blocking the driveway of the next door neighbor?
Yes, sir. That's Deputy Bledsoe's patrol car.
Deputy, for clarification, the date and time on your body cam are incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deputy, are you walking up the driveway of the next door neighbor, Mr. Ledford?
Yes, sir, I am.
A vehicle parked in his driveway?
Yes, sir.
With your car and Deputy Bledsoe's vehicle parked in the driveway also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deputy, why did you retrieve your laptop?
That is how we do our missing children reports, and that was to start the program, WinSoms at the time, so that I could start getting all the information. And I had another officer at the sheriff's office waiting for me to finish so he could print the report and send it to dispatch for the TBI missing child.
And that's how information about missing children is uploaded and dispersed statewide?
Yes, sir.
And you get the laptop out of your vehicle that's parked on the road here?
Yes, sir.
And are you going to walk back to the Daniels residence?
Yes, sir.
And you'll be walking again back down the driveway of Mr. Ledford?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Deputy, I'm going to pause it right there.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Etheridge to fast forward to 12:10:10. If he can do that. No, and just keep letting it play. While it's playing, are you setting up on the hood of your patrol vehicle?
No, that is Sergeant Baker's patrol unit.
Okay. And is Miss Daniels standing there next to you?
While I was walking back, I called for her to come speak with me, and her and Mr. Daniels, I believe, showed up at that time to give me the information.
Okay. And are there any K-9 units deployed right now at this time while you're standing there?
I don't know if I've already talked to 579, which is our K-9 unit, or not. I know somewhere in this time period is when he went in service, and I had asked him to call me so I could give him a better location.
So we'll be able to confirm that from the CAD report?
Yes, sir.
Whether that unit, the K-9 unit, shows up before or after you?
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't remember seeing any K-9s?
No, sir. There was no K-9 unit.
No K-9s while this is going on?
No, sir. No.
All right. And we're going to be watching for, you've testified that Mr. Daniels, the defendant, leaves?
Yes, sir.
And do you know at what point on your video that he leaves?
It's here in just a minute.
Okay. And where do we need to be looking on the video to see his car leave?
It's pretty much through Sergeant Baker's car. I believe you can see brake lights and a little glimpse of the car on the right-hand side of the TV.
Okay, and from your personal memory and observations, you're sure that the defendant left?
Yes, sir.
You watched him get in his car and leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Deputy Smith, as we're approaching the mark, I want to draw your attention to 12 hours, 10 minutes, 07 seconds, and describe what you see on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen at that time mark.
I see his vehicle backing out,
Okay.
and he turns back behind Sergeant Baker's car. And all you can see is just a small glimpse of it.
That's his vehicle leaving right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You can stop that. And I will move a copy of this body cam video as the next exhibit.
What is the next exhibit? 17, that's right.
Yes, sir.
And I'm also going to move a clip of just the car leaving the driveway as Exhibit 18.
Mark is 18.
Next photo. All right, Deputy, after watching your video, we've taken some still shots, and can you identify this photo?
That's the driveway of Mr. Ledford.
Okay. And is this a hard copy of what we're seeing on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And you're walking down the driveway of Mr. Ledford?
Yes, sir.
Towards the Daniel residence?
Yes, sir.
We'll move that as Exhibit 19. And from your body cam, you took another still image. Can you identify this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is this photo.
And
that's from my body camera footage, and that's going to be Mr. Ledford's vehicle
Okay.
in that driveway.
I'll move that as the next exhibit. Yep. And Deputy, can you still see the red Impala in the background, bottom right corner of this photo?
I can.
And it's even harder to see in that photo, but is that what we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
I'll move that as the next exhibit. Deputy, after you finished the lost persons questionnaire, did you stay on scene for a while?
I was on scene for several days straight.
I think in trial prep, you told me about 72 hours straight.
Yes, sir.
What were some of your assignments during that 72-hour period?
Of course, getting on scene, taking the report, missing child report, and then assisting with search efforts.
Were you ever detailed out to conduct any specific searches of residences or fields?
I was later, right after I finished with the missing child report. I went across the street and started searching, and then went north up to the residence right before Pruitt Road. Okay. And then I went across and spoke with my father, who owns the property at Garner's Creek in South 3rd, and spoke with him. And then I was given a detail to keep the news media at Pruitt and Garner's.
So let's talk a little bit about what you just said, that you spoke to your father.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've had to redact some of the audio.
Right.
Had we played it, you could be heard speaking with your father on the phone.
Yes, sir. I was speaking to my father while en route to the scene.
And he lived 2 houses down from the Daniels?
Yes, sir.
And did you grow up in that area or ever live over there?
I did.
Were you living there before all the houses were there?
Yes, sir.
Did it all used to be just a big farm area?
Yes, sir.
Did you and your father and family have a cattle farm?
Yes, we had cattle and horses.
So you're pretty familiar with that whole area?
Yes, sir.
And I think you asked your dad even to go out and search his outbuildings.
I did.
And why did you do that?
In the mornings, my dad will open his shop up before he goes out to work. And I didn't know if maybe the child had ran out and went towards my father's house and saw a tractor and wanted to climb on it.
Absolutely.
Being told that he was autistic, they're drawn to colors, from what I understand, and having a big orange tractor, I thought maybe it was, in my mind, a hope that maybe he would be there playing on the equipment.
Okay. And again, you're pretty familiar with the whole area. Did you go over to the Dodson's residence?
I did. That was the first place I went.
And was that across the street from the Daniels?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do there?
Went behind the residence, went around the whole property, and walked the fence line. And the grass was tall across the fence, and you would be able to see if somebody had walked through there.
Okay.
And I didn't see any signs of anybody walking through there.
Now, in the photographs, we showed a couple, and on your body cam, where your vehicle and Deputy Bledsoe were blocking the driveway of Mr. Ledford. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we saw what may appear to be a little shed on his property.
Yes, sir.
That's actually what's called a tiny house. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your father, did he sell that property to Mr. Ledford?
I believe so.
Okay. At one point, that was a part of your father's
Yes,
tract of
sir.
land.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
Walker?
Did you talk to any of the other neighbors in the area?
I did not.
What about over at, did you say Debbie Dotson?
I don't believe I spoke with her.
All right.
I went around her property. I believe we knocked on her door and nobody answered.
Okay. And did you go to Mr. Ledford's residence?
No, sir, we didn't.
Would it not be normal to go to houses around and talk to people to see if they saw anything?
At that time, I didn't, because we were just looking for the child.
All right.
And we have that 2-hour window from the TBI to find the child. So that's what we were trying to get into, was that 2-hour window of finding the child. So I didn't knock door to door.
And so it occurred to you that the child may have run over to your dad's place?
Possibly, yes.
Based on a tractor being over there?
Yes.
And that autistic kids are attracted to colors?
Yes.
Right. What else did you do as far as helping to search? Did you go with any K-9 units?
I did not.
Okay. Did you observe any K-9 units work in the area at any time?
I did later in the morning. A female with, I believe, EMA showed up with her dog. I don't know what kind it is.
Okay.
I know our K-9 officer Simmons arrived. I can't give you a definite time on that. He showed up within an hour of me being there.
And did you see what areas those dogs worked on the Daniels property?
No, sir. After I was asked to set up a spot for the news media at Pruitt and Garner's Creek, that's where I was at till, I believe, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I went and relieved officers at Lane Road and South 3rd, and I helped block traffic there.
Did you inquire to see where Mr. Ledford's car had been the night before or the very early morning hours?
No, sir, I didn't.
And I assume you don't know where it had been?
No, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, sir, no question.
Thank you, officer. You may step down. You have another short witness. We've got our jury, we're gonna have to get them fed, so do you have another short witness?
No, sir, we do not.
All right.
The next witness that is available today will be lengthy and will require a hearing outside the prison.
All right, then I think we'll adjourn for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to quit for the night simply because of the fact that the next witness, I'm told, is going to be very lengthy and will require at least some sort of an out-of-jury hearing. So we're going to go ahead and allow you to step back across the way, and then we'll make arrangements to transport you for your dinner and then back to your hotel. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted, but we are moving into day 2 now. Sorry, I know you couldn't hear me. No, Andy, it was sweet and sour, dude. I can't can't even think about it. But yeah, we're going to move on to day 2. I think this goes to like day 7 or 8, but we're going to skip, like I said, all the lunches and recesses and stuff. So here we go.
Spell your last name, please, sir.
B-L-E-D-S-O-E.
All right, and what do you do for a living?
I am the executive director for the Tennessee Sheriff's Association.
Okay, and back in 2018, how were you employed?
I was sheriff, the elected sheriff of Dixon County.
All right. So I'm still going to refer to you as Sheriff Bledsoe, if that's all right, because that's what I've called you since I've known you, honey.
Yes, sir.
So Sheriff Bledsoe, how did you become, or did you become involved in the search for Joe Clyde on April the 4th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and who'd you get a call from, I suppose?
I believe it was my chief, Deputy Jerron Holt, gave me a call that morning of the call that we had responded to.
Okay, and then did you go out to the scene after that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, describe the scene as it was when you got there.
When I arrived, we had personnel on scene, and there were searches that were already initiated with K-9 and communication with the family, and and things were just starting to evolve and get, I guess, spin up at that point.
Okay. And what did you do when you got there?
My position was to oversee what we were doing and the personnel that we had on scene, and to start formulating what plans we would need to have an exhaustive search at that time.
Okay.
I don't know why they don't have him on camera right now, but they will in just a few minutes. But this, if you want to compare this to Sebastian Rogers' case, if you're doing that as we watch, think about the command center. Think about the map that we've seen from the emergency operations. All of that is going to be this. This is the sheriff, deploying all of these search efforts.
And at that point, was the Dixon County Sheriff's Department, the TBI, kind of working side by side on this? Or was it mostly the Sheriff's Department at the time you arrived?
At that moment, it was just our office, and then later we started bringing in extra resources and making those connections for an alert and things that we would normally do.
All right. And that's something I want to get into, is kind of other agencies and the overall scope of the search, if that's all right. About what time did you arrive on scene?
There were so many days that I arrived on scene, I'm not positive, but I would say somewhere between 8 and 9 a.m. It would have been after things that were initiated by the patrol division that did the initial response.
Okay. And then through the day, did other agencies begin to kind of filter in as requested to help with the search?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I've got a PowerPoint prepared, and before we get into it, you and I have gone over this PowerPoint pre-trial, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And there's a bunch of agencies listed on here, and you've gone over those, and those were people that were on scene to help with the search. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge.
Sure. There was a lot of people out there, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
I believe at last count there were something like 24 agencies from different parts of the state and the United States that showed up. Is that an accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the main two agencies involved in this case was TBI and the Dixon County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and go to the next slide, please, sir. Obviously, we had several other state agencies that showed up to help. What did the Red Cross do as part of the search?
They're tremendous with the support that they provide for just basic needs on scene, for taking care of the personnel on scene with food or looking for a way to shelter in place, and I believe they provided even a mobile restroom facility initially.
All right. And what about the Tennessee Highway Patrol? What was their function on scene?
It was a numerous, voluminous task that they would have. Initially, I think we had support from their aviation unit with their helicopter, and troopers were arriving on scene to either assist throughout the process with the searches or control of the traffic that was in the area, or on the major highway. We had issues with traffic getting backed up down to that area, or people crossing the highway. So they were huge support with their mobile command coming and just their team effort with the search.
Because I imagine with all the volunteers we had, there was a lot of cars around, things of that nature.
Yes, sir. We didn't have enough place for them, but we found areas to get.
All right. And go to the next slide, if you will. And this is just the other sheriff's departments that showed up to help. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Cheatham County, Humphreys County, and then Bexar County, Texas. What did they do?
They specialize in use of drones and equipment that they can use as they fly over areas that can help us to pinpoint certain vegetation that is rich in nitrogen, and allows us to go back and look at those areas as a point of interest.
And so all that was utilized as part of this search and the ongoing searches?
Yes, sir, later after that initial.
Sure. All right, next slide, please. And then this is just the local police departments. Of course, the Dixon Police Department, Kingston Springs, and Fairview Police Department. They all provide manpower to come and help search?
Yes, sir, they did.
All right. And then the next slide, please, sir. Of course, we had multiple agencies, smaller agencies, state, local, that showed up. Tell us about some of the emergency management agencies. What were they providing?
They're crucial in establishing our on-scene command and documenting with something this large of scale and the duration. We would need to document the actions and radio traffic, and what information they receive could be channeled to the scene, and then that's kind of our point of communications. And they also do much more than that with logistics of taking care of our people with food and drink and any of our needs that we need in that. It's just a big support to an operation when we're on scene.
Sure, a lot of people out there to help try to support and organize.
Yes, sir, and they have a mobile vehicle that has computer-aided dispatch terminals within that vehicle to help us to log everything and to track as much as we can.
Sure, all right, and the next slide, please. All right, and Sheriff, so is this kind of an overview of the area of Garners Creek Road? Can you see that?
Yes, sir, I can. It starts, looks like, from about 3rd Street going south.
Would this be 3rd Street up here?
Where you're, yes, sir, right there.
Going across that way?
Yes, sir.
Then we've got Garners Creek Road coming down this way, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the residence?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then is this old Garners Creek Road coming down that way?
Yes, sir, to the west side of the Garners Creek.
Sorry, guys. I stopped for a second. Do you want to know what I think happened here? This is law and crime. I don't think their freaking camera guy came back from lunch on time. That's what I think is going on here. I think this freaking camera was set up there for the break, and they didn't come back yet because they're about to come back. Gotta leave it to law and crime.
Next slide, please, Mr. And then, as
because they're freaking showing slides and we can't see them.
you stated, there were a couple helicopters, I think, that were flying. Did we go over some footage from one of those helicopters that kind of shows the command center and the search that was ongoing?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, Mr. Etheridge, if you will play that, please. And Sheriff, that right there, is that kind of the command center where everybody was set up, kind of gathering, information was coming through, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir. The homeowner allowed us to use his driveway and pretty well turned over his shop to us for us to have shelter and places for people to rest. But that's kind of the nexus or the center of the incident command.
Sheriff, is that you and that group of people there huddled up, kind of talking?
Yes, sir. I just put my coat over my arm with the uniform on.
So, Sheriff, from this view here, the 1112 Garners Creek, the defendant's home and Joe Clyde's home is kind of up above where the screen is. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Would be at the top beyond the screen.
Okay.
Our agencies that partnered with us, that's Tennessee Highway Patrol.
And they were actually flying a search pattern of some sort. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. They were assisting from the aerial aviation side.
Now, I believe Sergeant Baker, who was one of the first to arrive on scene, went up in the helicopter first. Is that accurate? So you're not...
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it has to move that video in as the next exhibit.
46, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, I'm going to show you a photo. Does that appear to be the photo that we showed on the screen earlier, just an overview of the area of Garner's Creek there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and it's the same photo that's up on the screen now?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, that's to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
47.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. Could you identify those photographs?
Yes, sir, they appear to be satellite imaging of the area of the scene that we were at, and has different overlays on the map.
And was your department involved in the creation or helping to create what's known as a SAR map?
Yes, sir, we were involved with that.
All right, and what kind of information went into that map?
Each team that we deployed, we would place a tracker on them, and that tracker would communicate with the software. I don't know all the complex details of the technology, but it would map where that tracker would go, and we could take sections of the map and make sure we covered everything within the radius and scope of our search.
Okay, and I'm going to put an image up here on the screen. Is that the first image that you have there in your hand?
Yes, sir, it is.
And could you describe kind of what that image is?
It looks like towards the top, that will be Highway 70, and off to the right of middle would be where Garner's Creek comes down. It's kind of in yellow on the screen where the road's highlighted, but off of 70.
Highway 70 up here?
Yes, sir.
And Garner's Creek is coming down right through here?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what are these shaded areas? What do they all represent?
Honestly, sir, I'm not sure what the colors represent on that. It may have been areas that we still needed, but I can't say for sure.
Is that how kind of the area was broken up to be searched in, different creative?
Yes, sir. We could take what was naturally there in the terrain, or property lines, fence lines, tree lines, and that would help us to stay on target of what areas we needed to be in, because it's totally different on the ground than what you see from the aerial.
Like this, where you put your ground, does it?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Your Honor, let's make that the next exhibit. Next.
48.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is kind of a crazy picture. Is this a more blown up view of the area that we were looking at?
Yes, sir. It's zoomed in, more detail.
And the SAR map, would it include details of what was searched and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir. It should have the tracking from those GPS trackers to show each movement. It just lays a line on the map.
Your Honor, let's make that the next exhibit.
49.
Sheriff, what are we looking at here?
It's of the same area with Highway 70 near the top, and it's the Tennessee City area. And it, again, it's got the grids on it. I couldn't tell you what exactly each color and point is specifically to this map.
Okay. Is this Highway 70 up here?
Yes, sir.
So would this area with all the colors and words be the area of Garner's Creek and the residents?
Yes, sir. Those were primary areas that we needed to initially focus on.
And what is this yellow line down here?
That's Interstate 40, which is in the southern end of our county.
And what about all of these red lines? What do those represent?
I'm not positive what exactly those lines are at this point.
And then, so area from up here was all searched around the residence?
Yes, sir.
And then did the search extend down south towards the interstate here?
Yes, sir, it did.
You're going to estimate that the next exhibit.
51, 50, 50.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, is this a zoomed-in view of the south portion of what we were just looking at?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the shaded area here and these red lines, that indicate search areas that were searches conducted?
Yes, sir, this should be from the GPS tracking.
Next exhibit, please.
51.
And then this photo, Sheriff, is this yellow box here, is that an area that was searched for more thoroughly along with these red lines from the GPS?
I know it was an area that was searched thoroughly. I do not recall the date or anything like that, but yes, sir, it was an area of interest for us, and I think that's why it's highlighted.
And this road here that you see, that's, what is that?
That's, again, Interstate 40.
in relation to the residence, where's Interstate 40?
Interstate 40 is south of the residence.
How far? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I would say 6 to 8 miles. I'm not positive on the mileage.
It's multiple miles.
Yes, sir.
Fair statement. That's me to the next picture.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, this over here, does that represent the Harris Road area? Or represent, is that where the Harris Road area is with all these search marks around it?
I'm trying to get my bearing on this map here.
It can be difficult.
So I believe that line going across maybe is the TVA right-of-way where it's got the cleared path across, but this is so small I can't quite distinguish which area that is, but that would be consistent with that area.
The Harris Road area, was that an area of interest?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was that area searched, kind of combed through multiple times?
Yes, sir, thoroughly.
All right. And when an area is searched, you said the team carries that tracker with it. Is that what the red lines are? The team, it marks on the map where the team goes?
Yes, sir, and the way it's so many paths there, it colors it in where it's hard to recognize what's under it, so yes, sir.
I understand. And Judge, has to make that the next exhibit, please. Next slide, please, Mr. Etheridge. So we've spoken about there were many volunteers that showed up to the search. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
When did they begin showing up?
Day one, we started with some initial searches, and then that continued on for quite some time.
Did volunteers, how were they organized, or did they have to register first?
Yes, sir. We wanted to vet those that were searching, and we had some parameters of how many people we could have per team so that we could manage everything and not let everything just be all over the place. So everything was strictly under guidelines and protocols that would be consistent with the search teams and incident command, how many people would be with a leader of a team.
All right, so we were able to essentially track how many people we had out there on the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. We wanted to make sure everyone was documented and the areas were documented.
All right. And how, you said the search team, the teams went out or the people went out in teams. How are those teams formed and who led them, if anyone?
From the first day, I asked for our special response team to come in, and those were coordinated with people outside of my administrative level, that those teams, when they got on, were put into certain areas and certain groups with them. I would have to look at the documentation because we were doing so many different things at that point that I was depending on others to structure the team and make sure I would oversee and look in and see where they were going and could see the map in pretty much real time or once it laid it back over on the map. But I couldn't tell you exactly how that was organized.
Did every team have an officer with them?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. So a team of volunteers would go out and there would be an officer placed with them and a GPS tracker to record where they went?
Yes, sir, because we needed that local communication too with our dispatch on scene and incident command to have the local radio traffic and that's consistent, yes, sir.
So the first search, we just kind of got a group there, was from April the 4th to April the 6th. Is that accurate?
Yes,
the
sir.
initial search, I guess we could call it.
Yes, sir.
Were more searches conducted after that with citizen volunteers?
Yes, sir.
All right, and is that the dates that we have listed up there?
Yes, sir. May 19th was our largest search where we could expand that out and have the proper resources, and there was an operations plan put together, and members were vetted who would be team leaders that had certain backgrounds within search and terrain, and so it was all organized on the 19th. That was the largest one that we had.
And the May 19th search, I mean, that was well after charges were filed in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did the investigation, did it ever really stop? The search, did it ever stop?
No, sir. If today there's anything of interest, there would still be searching. There's no doubt in my mind with that, and if anyone says that we stopped searching, that would be misleading.
Sure. All right, next slide, please. And then this is a list of, well, let me ask it this way. Were there multiple searches conducted by the Sheriff's Department and other police agencies that didn't include citizen volunteers?
Yes, sir, specifically for the law enforcement realm.
And I'm going to hand you a document. I know that's probably hard to see from where you're seeing it. What does that document list out that I've handed to you?
The left column lists the dates, and the right column gives locations and the agency in brackets that participated in these numerous searches.
And what's the date range from the top to the bottom?
From April the 8th until May the 19th of this year, 2021.
So May the 19th of 2021 is just a couple weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The honor has to make that the next exhibit, please.
54? Yes, sir.
All right, next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about resources that were used. TBI and CHP air. Were there ponds that were searched?
Yes, this area is just vastly populated with bodies of water and ponds. It's more than any other area, I think, in our county. But it was a logistics undertaking just to cover the waters that were in that area.
And how was that done?
We had help from a number of sources with dive teams, or they could put boats in. They could use conventional technology to drag the scene. There were some that were able to help that had the underwater cameras, or TWRA has a device that's similar to a underwater drone or a robot that has camera systems, and they can put that in, and the operator can run certain grids, patterns, depending upon the size of the body of water, and it just depends on the depth and the volume, the size.
And then, of course, we had multiple police agencies on the scene, including the special SWAT team and the cameras. Were there, to your knowledge, did you see dogs being used, search and rescue kind of dogs being used?
Yes, constantly.
All right. Next slide, please. Were you involved, and to your knowledge, were there some experts that were brought in to try to help with this?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Dr. Berryman and Dr. Jantz, are those the doctors that would kind of review any bones that were found, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Dr. Arpad Voss, what did he do? Is he helping them with the search, or what was his role?
He has a specialty in which it's a scientific measure that I wouldn't be knowledgeable of to try to explain, but I did vet him. I was given references of agencies that he had assisted across the country, and I called and spoke with probably 3 or 4 different agencies in which he was able to assist, and I was able to verify that his technology has proven itself, and through the help of TBI, we were able to fly him in and have him assist with the search.
I believe he worked on the Casey Anthony case in Florida, did he not?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
All right. And then Dr. Michael Gibson, I believe he brought in a ground-penetrating radar. Do you have any knowledge of that being done?
Yes, sir, I remember the name and the use of the technology.
All right. Next slide, please, sir. All right. Sheriff Bledsoe, have you ever been involved in a missing child search that was this large in Dixon County?
Not at this scale, no, sir.
Have you ever known of one in Middle Tennessee, to your knowledge?
There's another one that comes to mind in another county, which there was a child missing, but I don't know the scale of their operation compared to ours. I'm sure it was everything, every resource they could find.
All right. And Your Honor has to make that PowerPoint.
This
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. That's our question, Judge.
Close the agenda.
Hi, Sheriff. Been a while.
Yes, sir, Mr. Locker.
The searches that took place were even thorough in regard to, I believe, a psychic had called in and thought maybe the child was in a well. That was followed up on too, is that correct? Do you recall that?
We had numerous tips from people that represented as psychics, and everything that I was aware of was followed up on.
All right. And very extensive and meticulous search and investigation. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And was any physical evidence found indicating that Joe Clyde Daniels was murdered?
Not that I was involved with, no, sir.
All right. And was there any physical evidence found that indicated that Joe Clyde Daniels was even dead?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And did your department or other agencies go to the house where a lady called in and said her child's shoes or boots were taken off her front porch that same early morning or night this Joe Clyde went missing?
Yes, sir. From the best of my knowledge, I remember something with the lady calling about boots and maybe the barn, and that was checked.
Did they take dogs out there to try to pick up a scent?
I don't know on that. No, sir. I'm not sure.
Do you feel like that's something that should have been done?
If we had the dogs on scene when we checked, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a meticulous GPS search done of the area where the lady called in and said her daughter saw a little boy in dirty pajamas?
I don't recall that, sir. That may have been after I left the sheriff's office. I'm not positive. Do you know a date on that?
It would have been within 5 days or less.
Oh, 5 days from our initial response?
Yeah, from.
For some reason, I remember pajamas, but I don't remember anything that would have been reported to us I know through our process of documentation and review of all that information that was coming in that it was followed up on. If that one wasn't, then it's escaped my radar.
If that was not followed up on, that would be a pretty serious mistake, wouldn't it?
It would need to be reviewed, yes, sir. We need to talk to that person.
And would you also want to do a GPS search in that location?
I would want to get all the facts of what was described and seen, and then make a determination if we needed to use resources to search that area.
But I mean, if a mother told you her child said she saw a little boy in dirty pajamas within a few days of Joe Clyde missing, that would want to be followed up on, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, if it fits the description and everything. Even beyond that, we may want to talk to some neighbors or something just to see what that would be about, see if we could validate it.
But if they say it's a little boy in dirty pajamas, even if they can't give a great description.
Hearsay at this point. He's getting into what someone else said, offering that for the truth of the matter asserted.
Ladies and gentlemen, step out, please. All right, your objection is as to hearsay, but this is really a question that's asking, and Mr. Lockett has done this on another occasion, asking a witness about an incident that we've had a pretrial hearing on, in which I ruled we would not allow the testimony of the mother to come in and testify that the daughter made the statement. I'm assuming that Mr. Lockett may have her as a witness and may bring the child in and let her testify because he's asking these questions. I don't know that, but it does seem to me that right now what he's asking this witness is about a hearsay statement of the child that I've already ruled would not be admissible because of the factors that I cited in my ruling. I'm not sure how it would be applicable to this. He's being asked a theoretical question about an event or a piece of evidence that I've ruled, at least at this point, is not admissible under the form of the mother testifying of the child's statement. If the child were to come in and testify, that'd be a different matter. She's the one who actually had the firsthand knowledge. So that's my concern, is that the question that's formulated right now is the mother's reported that the child said she saw a child in dirty pajamas, and that's the very thing that I have ruled on as being inadmissible in that form. So my concern is allowing the question to this witness that seems to suppose that information is coming in, because I think in a way it may or may not be coming in depending on whether the child is going to testify. But your objection is as to the basis of hearsay, is that correct?
It's hearsay, and I didn't want to get into the out-of-court hearing in front of the jury, but relying on the court's prior ruling that this is hearsay and can't come in absent the girl testifying. And what's happening now is Mr. Locker's trying to get in double hearsay, the child's statement to the mother and then the mother's statement to Mr. Locker. So certainly, I think certainly the court ruled that he can ask if there was a lead that was followed up on, which has been done and answered. But getting into what the child supposedly said, we would object to as hearsay.
Judge, we would also ask for an instruction to the jury to disregard Mr. Locke's entire line of questioning because he is in clear violation of the court's pretrial ruling. That's why we had his lengthy motion on this issue with multiple witnesses. We have a transcript from that hearing. He is in direct violation of this court's order, and the jury needs to be instructed to disregard that entire line of questioning.
Mr. Lockett, you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor had ruled that statement could not come in as to what the girl saw for the truth of the matter asserted. This has not been asked for the truth of the matter asserted. The state has gone to great lengths with multiple pictures and GPS maps, and 20-something agencies come in to show how meticulous and thorough their search and their investigation was. I'm simply trying to establish that there were these two reports that came in, not the truth of the matter asserted, but based on the report, the same late night or early morning hours this child went missing, a woman's child's shoes were taken off the porch. Dogs weren't brought in to try to follow that or trace it. No evidence of a GPS search to try to find who put those shoes on and left with them. And then the incident where the lady said her child saw a little boy in dirty pajamas. The court already knows from a previous hearing that there was no meticulous GPS search. The testimony was that officer drove up and down the road and stopped at bridges and looking over. So this comes in to show, again, bias of the investigation, and also to contradict the sheriff's testimony that this was this broad, expansive GPS search with multiple agencies. It goes to show that it was not that thorough. It was not that meticulous, and that they had leads. They even followed up on psychic leads where psychics would call in. Yet you have a mother that calls in that her child's shoes were taken off the porch this same time period. That's not followed up on. So it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, and I think the court should charge a jury. That's not introduced for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but it's introduced to show evidence of bias in the investigation. And that's clearly under the law. And Your Honor ruled I could ask about the reports and the effect it had on the officers and what they did, is my recollection.
I believe the same argument you're making now is the same exact argument you made at our motion hearing, and that was that it ought to be coming in to show bias of the investigation. And I made the ruling that I made because it was essentially double hearsay. The child was only 4 years of age, and the mother, when she testified, said, I asked if the child was available to testify. She said she doesn't remember any of this happening. And so the unreliability in that particular situation was what caused me to lead me to exclude the evidence. I think the point of the fact is that you've asked the question and stated in your question the fact that, if there was a report that was made such as that, the evidence of that report being made will not be introduced under my ruling. You've asked the question about whether they followed up on such a lead, and my ruling, I'm going to sustain the objection as to any further questioning about that and instruct the jury that questions are not evidence. And the fact that you've asked a question was purpose of trying to show what the defense's position is about the extent of the investigation and whether other leads were given that weren't followed up on. But that's the sole purpose for which that question was asked.
And also, Your Honor, since the jury's out, will the same type of ruling being in place, because we've already heard hearsay from a 3-year-old, is the court going to require that 3-year-old come in to testify?
You were in the courtroom when I made my ruling, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you heard the basis of my ruling was that it was an excited utterance, and it did not require that under that case, the State versus Franklin case, the 2010 Supreme Court decision, did not require that the person be absent or be brought into court in order to admit an excited utterance. And that was the basis of my ruling. I do not find that there was no argument at the hearing that we had that this statement by this 4-year-old child regarding her supposedly having seen a dirty boy in pajamas, or boy in dirty pajamas, there was no argument made by the defense propagating that was an excited utterance. It was simply a statement made by the child allegedly to the mother, and the child doesn't remember the statement being made. So I am applying the same standard because of the fact that two things don't apply. Your client, or rather your position is that I ought to require this child at 3 years of age to come in, and excited utterance exception, which I rule upon, does not require that.
Y'all, why is the video not matching the audio on this? Law and Crime?
And therefore, they're not to consider them as evidence that those things actually occurred. They were asked and followed up. And
Look at
the
this.
officer has testified what his
Law and Crime is all jacked up. You gotta be kidding me. Let's see if this is right.
Okay, and this, what is this here?
Looks like spaghetti noodles, but this is a representation of the flight.
Spaghetti noodles? What is going on here? Hang on. That's effed up. Law and Crime? Hang on a second. You said the judge has it. What's the judge's name again? Sherry, what's the judge's name again? We'll just go right to his. The video didn't even match what that audio was. I don't understand what they were doing there. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it on whatever. WSMV Nashville. So let's see. What a cluster. Thanks, Law and Crime, for the confusion. So we saw this guy, right?
Mr. Etheridge, if you will play that, please. And Sheriff, that
Knowledge that was just trash.
I remember pajamas, but I don't remember.
There we go.
so we've spoken about, there were many volunteers that showed up to the
Teams, or they could put boats in, they could use conditions that it was followed up on. If that one wasn't, then it's escaped my radar.
If that was not followed up on, that would be a pretty serious.
Just a moment, please, John.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Yeah, you heard right. Spaghetti, pancakes, spaghetti noodles. Here we go, guys. We're not losing anything
Sure,
here.
it's been a while.
Yes, sir, Mr. Locker.
The searches that took place were even thorough in regard to, I believe, a psychic had called in and thought maybe the child was in a well. That was followed up on too, is that correct? Do you recall that?
We had numerous tips from people that represented as psychics, and everything that I was aware of was followed up on.
All right. And lots of people, canine dogs were used, very extensive and meticulous search and investigation. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And was any physical evidence found indicating that Joe Clyde Daniels was murdered?
Not that I was involved with, no, sir.
All right. And was there any physical evidence found that indicated that Joe Clyde Daniels was even dead?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And did your department or other agencies go to the house where a lady called in and said her child's shoes or boots were taken off her front porch that same early morning or night this Joe Clyde went missing?
Yes, sir. From the best of my knowledge, I remember something with the lady calling about boots and maybe the barn, and that was checked.
Did they take dogs out there to try to pick up a scent?
I don't know on that, no, sir. I'm not sure.
Do you feel like that's something that should have been done?
If we had the dogs on scene when we checked, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a meticulous GPS search done of the area where the lady called in and said her daughter saw a little boy in dirty pajamas?
I don't recall that, sir. That may have been after I left the sheriff's office. I'm not positive. Do you know a date on that?
It would have been within 5 days or less.
Oh, 5 days from our initial response?
Yeah, from.
For some reason, I remember pajamas, but I don't remember anything that would have been reported to us. I know through our process of documentation and review of all that information that was coming in that it was followed up on. If that one wasn't, then it's escaped my radar.
If that was not followed up on, that would be a pretty serious mistake, wouldn't it?
It would need to be reviewed, yes, sir. We need to talk to that person.
And would you also want to do a GPS search in that location?
I would want to get all the facts of what was described and seen, and then make a determination if we needed to use resources to search that area.
But I mean, if a mother told you her child said she saw a little boy in dirty pajamas within a few days of Joe Clyde missing, that would want to be followed up on, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, if it fits the description and everything. Even beyond that, we may want to talk to some neighbors or something just to see what that would be about, see if we could validate it.
But if they say it's a little boy in dirty pajamas, even if they can't give a great description.
Hearsay at this point. He's getting into what someone else said, offering that for the truth of the matter, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, step out, please. All right, your objection is as to hearsay, but this is really a question that's asking, and Mr. Lockett has done this on another occasion, asking a witness about an incident that we've had a pretrial hearing on, in which I ruled we would not allow the testimony of the mother to come in and testify that the daughter made the statement. I'm assuming that Mr. Lockhart may have her as a witness and may bring the child in and let her testify because he's asking these questions. I don't know that, but it don't seem to. But it does seem to me that right now what he's asking this witness is about a hearsay statement of the child that I've already ruled would not be admissible because of the factors that I cited in my ruling. I'm not sure how it would be applicable to this. He's being asked a theoretical question about an event or a piece of evidence that I've ruled, at least at this point, is not admissible under the form of the mother testifying of the child's statement. If the child were to come in and testify, that'd be a different matter. She's the one who actually had the firsthand knowledge. So that's my concern, is that the question that's formulated right now is the mother's reported that the child said she saw a child in dirty pajamas, and that's the very thing that I have ruled on as being inadmissible in that form. So my concern is allowing the question to this witness that seems to suppose that information is coming in, because I think in a way it may or may not be coming in depending on whether the child is going to testify. But your objection is as to the basis of hearsay, is that correct?
It's hearsay and I didn't want to get into the out-of-court hearing in front of the jury, but relying on the court's prior ruling that this is hearsay and can't come in absent the girl testifying. And what's happening now is Mr. Lockhart's trying to get in double hearsay, the child's statement to the mother and then the mother's statement to Mr. Lockhart. So certainly, I think certainly the court ruled that he can ask if there was a lead that was followed up on, which has been done and answered. But getting into what the child supposedly said, we would object to as hearsay.
Judge, we also asked for an instruction to the jury to disregard Mr. Lockhart's entire line of questioning because he is in clear violation of the court's pretrial ruling. That's why we had his lengthy motion on this issue with multiple witnesses. We have a transcript from that hearing. He is in direct violation of this court's order, and the jury needs to be instructed to disregard that entire line of questioning.
Mr. Lockhart, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor had ruled that statement could not come in as to what the girl saw for the truth of the matter asserted. This is not being asked for the truth of the matter asserted. The state has gone to great lengths with multiple pictures and GPS maps, and 20-something agencies come in to show how meticulous and thorough their search and their investigation was. I'm simply trying to establish that there were these two reports that came in, not the truth of the matter asserted, but based on the report, the same late night or early morning hours this child went missing, a woman's child's shoes were taken off the porch. Dogs weren't brought in to try to follow that or trace it. No evidence of a GPS search to try to find who put those shoes on and left with them. And then the incident where the lady said her child saw a little boy in dirty pajamas. The court already knows from a previous hearing that there was no meticulous GPS search. The testimony was that officer drove up and down the road and stopped at bridges and looking over. So this comes in to show, again, bias of the investigation, and also to contradict the sheriff's testimony that this was this broad, expansive GPS search with multiple agencies. It goes to show that it was not that thorough. It was not that meticulous, and that they had leads. They even followed up on psychic leads where psychics would call in. Yet you have a mother that calls in that her child's shoes were taken off the porch this same time period. That's not followed up on. So it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, and I think the court should charge the jury. That's not introduced for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but it's introduced to show evidence of bias in the investigation. And that's clearly under the law. And Your Honor ruled I could ask about the reports and the effect it had on the officers and what they did, is my recollection.
I believe the same argument you're making now is the same exact argument you made at our motion hearing, and that was that it ought to be coming in to show bias of the investigation. And I made the ruling that I made because it was essentially double hearsay. The child was only 4 years of age, and the mother, when she testified, said, I asked if the child was available to testify, and she said she doesn't remember any of this happening. And so the unreliability in that particular situation was what caused me to lead me to exclude the evidence. I think the point of the fact is that you've asked the question and stated in your question the fact that, if there was a report that was made such as that, the evidence of that report being made will not be introduced under my ruling. You've asked the question, about whether they followed up on such a lead. And my ruling, I'm going to sustain the objection as to any further questioning about that and instruct the jury that questions are not evidence. And the fact that you've asked a question was purpose of trying to show what the defense's position is about the extent of the investigation and whether other leads were given that weren't followed up on. But that's the sole purpose for which that question was asked.
And also, Your Honor, since the jury's out, will the same type ruling being in place, because we've already heard hearsay from a 3-year-old, is the court going to require that 3-year-old come in to testify?
You were in the courtroom when I made my ruling, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you heard the basis of my ruling was that it was an excited utterance, and it did not require that under that case, the State versus Franklin case, the 2010 Supreme Court decision, did not require that the person be absent or be brought into court in order to admit an excited utterance. And that was the basis of my ruling. I do not find that there was no argument at the hearing that we had that this statement by this 4-year-old child regarding her supposedly having seen a dirty boy in pajamas, or boy in dirty pajamas, there was no argument made by the defense propagating that was an excited utterance. It was simply a statement made by the child allegedly to the mother, and the child doesn't remember the statement being made. So I am applying the same standard because of the fact that two things don't apply. Your client, or rather your position is that I ought to require this child at 3 years of age to come in, and the excited utterance exception, which I ruled upon, does not require that. So my position is that I have ruled correctly on that, and that's what I'm going to do when the jury returns.
So at this point, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not to ask any more questions about this, and I think that's what the court's saying.
What I'm saying is that you've asked this officer if they got that report, did they do an aerial search? And he's answered he's not even aware of that report being made. You've asked him, wouldn't that be important if that report came in to make that search? And he, I believe, said it would be important. And I think, how much further do you feel that you need to go to establish your issue about the search?
I'm just wanting clarification. I don't need, what I asked was about a GPS search. And I don't intend to ask about an aerial search. I just want to clarify where we're at. So I'm not to ask any more questions about these reports because it's been covered.
The report of the, there's been no objection to the report about the boots being missing, and that's been brought out in other testimony. There was no hearing about the boots being missing from a neighboring house. There's no hearing on that where I've had to make a ruling. The only ruling I've had to make is on the report about the child seeing the little boy and allegedly seeing the boy in dirty pajamas. And that's what I've ruled upon, and that's what I'm saying. It would be inappropriate to continue asking questions about that particular issue regarding when I've made that ruling. So
yes, Your Honor.
I've allowed it. I'm not going to tell the jury to disregard it, but I'm going to give them a limiting instruction that would allow them to consider it only for the purpose of demonstrating anything else, and remind them that the question that you ask is not evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Crouch.
My only follow-up to that is, first of all, the question from Mr. Lockhart, not only in violation of your order, but he didn't give the sheriff any indication of where this report came from. Your Honor is aware from the hearing, this was a report made in Humphreys County, which Sheriff Bledsoe would not be aware of. And we had 2 witnesses that testified from Humphreys County Sheriff's Department eliminating this possibility. First of all, well, I'm not going to go rehash that entire argument, but I think the jury needs to hear that the report Mr. Lockhart is referring to is from Humphreys County. So Mr. Lockhart never even directed the sheriff as to what county the report came into. He immediately went into the violation of your order. And I'm asking that be reflected to the jury.
I'll be glad to ask him if he knows the location, how far away it was. I don't know that he knows that.
Well, I'm going to bring the jury back in, and I'm going to instruct them, as I've said, that the questions of lawyers are not evidence. And I've given them in my initial instructions, and they will hear again, and that the question that Mr. Lockhart asked about certain other reports being made have not been introduced as evidence, and therefore they're not to consider them as evidence that those things actually occurred. They were asked by Mr. Lockhart, this witness, to try to show whether or not there had been as broad an investigation as he contended in his testimony or as the state seemed to present, but that they are not to consider what Mr. Lockhart asked in his question as being substantive evidence that those things actually occurred. And I'm going to leave it at that. Mr. Lockhart, I don't intend to apply any sort of sanction in telling the jury to disregard your entire line of questioning. I understand your theory behind but I do think that it's the same argument that was made at the hearing. So let's be sure if you're going to intend to try to do that again, let's try to make sure the jury's out and you propose that question before we go any further.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you before, my job is sometimes as the rule keeper or the gatekeeper or the enforcer of the rules. In your absence, I considered an objection the state had to the line of questioning that Mr. Lockhart was asking about other reports. I would remind you of what I've told you in our initial instructions, and that is questions that whether it's the state or the defense, a lawyer's questions to a witness are not evidence. Mr. Lockhart asked this witness about 2 instances supposedly of reports being made and how that affected or what steps were taken in it. There's been no evidence presented to you of either of those instances taking place. So those questions are not reflective of substantive evidence that has come before you. They are just questions that are designed to say that if such a report had been made, should it have been followed up? And the officer has testified what his knowledge was about either one of those reports. But I'm instructing you to disregard any inference that might have come from the asking of that question that such reports were actually made in this situation. They were made, the question was asked by Mr. Lockhart to help you, and I told him this is how I'm going to address it, to help you understand in his position was that the search was not as widespread as what the state's position it was. Does everyone understand that? All right, so if you'll follow my instructions in considering that evidence, then we'll go forward. Mr. Lockhart, do you have any other questions?
No further questions.
Mr. Turnbow, do you have any follow-up?
So Sheriff Bledsoe, Mr. Lockhart made mention of the fact that there was no physical evidence found. What day was the missing child reported? You can recall the date?
The initial response?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That was April the 4th, 2018.
All right, and from April the 4th until later on, over 2 days later in the afternoon of April the 6th, was there a criminal investigation going at that point, or was it just for a missing child?
Later that day, it turned criminal.
Later that day on the 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were 2 days there, over 48 hours, where it was just law enforcement, citizen volunteers, 24 agencies looking for a missing child.
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant in custody at that point?
No, sir.
Was he free to roam about where he wanted to go?
Yes, sir.
He was not under surveillance, wasn't being followed, was he?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Okay. So essentially, there was a 2-day head start.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bledsoe. You may be excused. I call your next witness.
Your Honor.
Raise your right hand and face the court.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
When you have a seat, if you'll step in, speak into that microphone as loudly as you can.
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name for the court, please, sir?
Patrick Looney.
And how do you spell your last name, Mr.?
Looney.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a assistant special agent in charge over the TBI's aviation unit.
All right. So as part of your duties in the aviation unit, what do you do?
A wide variety of search and rescue operations, covert surveillance work, everything in support of multiple agencies.
All right. So do you actually fly an airplane for TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're a pilot?
Yes.
And what kind of, you said you fly search and rescue missions. Is that using TBI's plane?
Yes.
All right. Tell us a little bit about how you would get involved in a search. Where would the request come from? What would happen?
They come from a wide variety of areas. Sometimes it'll be a DA's request. Sometimes it'll be inside with our field agents in cooperation with the local agencies. If they have a need for an air asset, that they would filter that through us, either by phone or email or just however means they need to get in touch with us.
All right, and we have a PowerPoint we'll get into here in a minute, but what are some of the plane's capabilities to help in a search and rescue type mission?
The TBI has Pilatus PC-12. It's an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as a passenger and agent and law enforcement transport aircraft.
Okay, and let's get into the PowerPoint here if we can. And Special Agent Looney, you and I have gone through this PowerPoint before.
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately reflect the plane's camera and pictures and video that were taken that day when you started flying?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and just kind of a couple more introductory questions, I guess. Did you get a call to go on April the 4th of 2018 to Garner's Creek and help in the search of a missing child?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you respond to that request in the airplane?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you recall about what time you got up in the air over Garner's Creek?
Just sometime in the beginning of the morning.
All right. And this photo here, what does this appear to be, Special Agent Looney?
This is a still image from what the camera system inside our aircraft will produce. Looks like it's in infrared or thermal imaging.
And this red dot, that's a dot or a circle that we placed. Is that where the residence was at 1112 Garner's Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next slide. All right. what are we seeing here on this still image here? We have a video we'll play with. Is that thermal imaging from the plane?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell us a little bit about what does thermal imaging mean? What does it actually do?
Well, it's what the camera does in that specific camera that we have in the payload bay. It measures temperature differential.
Okay.
So it only sees in black and white, and the camera, there's an algorithm. It gets kind of down in the weeds, but it takes temperature differential from a specific area that the camera is looking at. Algorithm puts a picture together, and there's two modes you can do. You can either do white hot or black hot, and just depends on which one has the most clarity for the image we need.
All right, let's play this video. So Special Agent Looney, what is this right here?
Looks like wildlife, probably a deer.
And why are those showing up white?
The particular mode that we have is white hot. So if you'll notice that the head of the animal is hotter than the body, and a lot of times it's just like a human would kind of show the same way. The darker colors would be a cooler surface.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next slide.
On the right side of the image, you can tell that looks like cows in a feedlot.
Talking about right around here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they're also showing up white due to the mode of the camera?
The body heat, correct.
Body heat.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said earlier that's how a human would show up on the camera.
That is correct.
All right. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about there's a lot going on here.
It's busy.
So tell us about, and there's a video clip we'll play which may help, but tell us about what's kind of going on here.
Yes, sir. This is a color daytime image. There's multiple information inputs that's compiled into this image. So if you look in the left side where it looks like a picture from a camera, and then you'll see the blue lines.
This right here?
Yes, that is the color camera image. And the blue lines that you're seeing kind of drawn across that is we have the capability to, before the airplane takes off, we can program in search grids. So if the airplane is above an address making a circle in an orbit, the camera has the technology to where it can methodically search in a left to right pattern or north, south, east, west, whichever way we program it.
So while you're flying circles around the area, the camera's staying on these blue lines and checking the grid.
That is correct.
accurate? Okay.
And it's a lot of information that comes in, and the camera operator, a lot of times what this allows us to do is to take this image back and review it in closer detail while we're on the ground instead of being in flight.
Sure. And let's go ahead and play the video.
The other images you see kind of in the middle of those, that is just a mapping software that we use to represent house numbers, street names, mapping parcel data.
So now here we're kind of zoomed out on this side, and does this show kind of a zoomed out view of where the plane grid is, where it's flying?
The search grid, yes, sir. That is correct.
And you call this display Special Agent Looney, I'll ask you a question. So while you're flying the plane, do you have someone else operating the camera and kind of working through all this stuff?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So it's kind of a two-man operation when you get called out on the scene?
Yes, sir. Top of the screen shows altitude above ground, latitude, longitude, and then slant range distance from whichever target we're looking at to the belly of the aircraft.
Okay. And so this on the right, this is just a zoomed out view of what the camera's seeing here on the left, zoomed in.
That is correct.
Let's go to the next one. And so what are we seeing here, Special Agent Looney?
Yes, sir. Whenever we have a search like this, if it goes beyond our duty times, this allows us to be able to take our search grids and forward those to crews that come on after we go off duty. That way there's a continuity of search area and everyone knows where we've searched and where we have it and where we need to add to.
So that's what's shown here is the grids that are searched and
Yes, sir.
researched.
One sortie would be the green area and then a follow-on sortie would be the blue area.
All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, and this, what is this here?
Looks like spaghetti noodles, but this is a representation of the flight path of the aircraft over a search area. That's a Google Earth image, and the white lines are the exact path that the aircraft took over the ground.
And so that yellow dot there, is that the residence in question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then all the white lines is where the aircraft was flying while the camera was doing the search grid.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Your Honor has to make the PowerPoint the next exhibit, please.
56.
Yes, sir.
That's our questions for Special Agent Looney, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer. You may step down.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You may have a seat. You may be excused if you like.
Yes, sir.
Witness?
State Call Detective McCartney.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your full name for the court, please?
Sarah McCartney,
Thank you. And would you spell your first and last name?
SarahMcCartney.
Thank you. And Detective McCartney, where are you employed?
With the Dixon County Sheriff's Office,
And what's your position there?
a detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective for almost 5 years,
And how many years of total service do you have in law enforcement?
a little over 10 years.
And Detective McCartney, were you working on the morning of April the 4th of 2018?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the Garners Creek area?
Yes, sir.
And why were you dispatched there?
My supervisor had called me that morning a little bit before 9 and told me what was going on and said that I needed to respond to the house.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time you arrived on scene at 1112 Garners Creek?
I arrived on scene at 9:08 a.m. that morning.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
When I arrived, I immediately went inside the house. I knew my supervisor was in there. He had told me that he was going to be speaking with the parents. So I went inside to see what he needed me to help him do, and he was there speaking with Crystal Daniels.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
Sergeant Trevor Daniel, that's my immediate supervisor.
And you went inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
And who all, other than Sergeant Daniel, did you see inside the residence?
I saw Crystal, the siblings of Joe Clyde, Alex, and Noah, and an Aunt Joyce.
Okay. Anybody else at home at that point in time?
No, sir.
Do you know where the defendant was?
I did not know.
But he was not in the residence?
He was not.
What else did you do while you were at the residence or on that property?
While my sergeant spoke with Crystal, I noticed Alex standing there, so I took an opportunity to speak with him for just a moment and kind of get his take on things. And he told me that he didn't really know what happened, but he did show me where he and Joe Clyde had been sleeping the night before. And he just pointed out to me what sides of the beds they were sleeping on. He pointed out to me that someone had used the toilet and not flushed it. And he thought that it was Joe Clyde, but he didn't give me a reason why he thought that. He also told me that Joe Clyde had had an accident during the night and had urinated in the floor.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
After that, another one of our detectives had arrived on scene, Detective Troy Martin. He began photographing the scene, and I was just kind of with him observing and just to see if we could see anything that needed to be photographed or anything that needed to be pointed out.
Did you walk around the residence with Detective Martin as he was taking photographs?
I did.
All right. And I have a stack of photographs that I would like for you to look through and identify before we go any further.
Yes, sir. These are the pictures that Detective Troy Martin took at the residence.
Okay. And if I could have Mr. Etheridge go to the first photo. And Detective, starting with the first photo in the stack, is what you're seeing what is on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify that photograph?
This is the mailbox of 1112 Garners Creek Road, the residence of the Daniels.
Thank you. And Detective, can you identify any of the vehicles that we see?
There's a THP unit there in the driveway facing the road. The black truck, I'm not sure whose that is.
Okay. Now, when you say the THP vehicle, is that parked at 1115 Garner Street?
Yes, it is.
So that's not in the Daniels residence driveway, it's across the street?
Right there. The Daniels mailbox is across the street from their driveway.
And is that a for sale sign that we see at the location of 1115?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you know the name of the residents or the owners of 1115 on April 4th, 2018?
That would have been Jeff and Cheryl Smithson.
And Detective, if you will go to the next photograph, and I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Number
Detective,
57?
47?
50.
57. Detective, the photograph that you have in your hand, does it match what we see on the screen?
It does.
And can you identify what we're looking at?
It's the mailbox, just a closer picture. You see the same THP vehicle there. The maroon vehicle you see parked on the road, that belongs to Joseph Daniels.
Thank you. I'll move that as Exhibit 58. And the next photo?
This is going to be a picture of the outside of the Daniels residence, the front of the house, and their driveway.
Move that as Exhibit 59. And this photograph?
This is the mailbox, the other side of the mailbox.
And on this, we see 1112 Daniel, and what's the other name on the address?
Austin.
And are we looking north or south in this photograph?
In this photograph, you're looking north towards Highway 70.
Move that as the next exhibit.
60.
Detective McCartney, is the photograph in your hand the same as on the screen?
It is.
And what do we see?
The outside of their home.
Detective, as you were going around the outside of their home, did you see any markings in the yard that may have been caused by a vehicle?
It looked like there were tire tracks going through the front yard.
Move that as Exhibit 61. Detective, what's this next photograph?
It's another picture of the outside of the home, more towards the side, and you can see one of their storage sheds in the back.
And are you in this photograph?
I am. I'm standing right beside that silver SUV.
The silver SUV that you're standing next to, is that who does that belong to?
Detective Troy Martin.
The other vehicles that we see are a silver Impala and a tractor trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Move that as Exhibit 61? 62. So, Detective, are you and Detective Martin essentially photographing the exterior of the residence right now?
Yes, the entire perimeter.
And what is this photograph?
This is going to be the north side of the house.
Move that as Exhibit 63. What's this photograph?
This is a silver Impala that also belonged to the Daniels family.
Move that as Exhibit 64. Detective, can you identify this photograph?
These are their two storage sheds that were located behind the home.
Move that as Exhibit 65. All right, Detective, can you identify this photograph?
This is the back of the residence.
And Detective, what does this appear to be in this back deck?
On that table?
Yes.
A Power Wheels car.
Okay. And what about next to the railing on the deck?
It looks like boots.
Boots? What other items behind the boots?
I can't tell.
Okay. Move that as the next exhibit.
66.
And Detective, what do you see in this photograph?
The truck, the green truck that belongs to the Daniels family, the storage sheds, the backside of those.
Move that as the next exhibit.
67.
It appears you're going around the house counterclockwise, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do we see in this photograph?
This is still the back of the residence, but more towards the south side.
And do we see a better idea of the tracks you were describing earlier?
Yes, you can see tracks, looks like they're going around the trailer.
And I'm gonna point, what do you see here?
Car tracks.
Car tracks going around the house?
Yes, sir.
Right. Do those tracks continue all the way around?
They do, out to the driveway.
And in this photograph, what do we see here?
That is going to be the defendant's vehicle again.
Move that as Exhibit 68. Next photograph, continuing around the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're back to the front, towards the south side of the house.
What do we see here?
The tire tracks.
Move that as Exhibit 69. Detective, what do we see in this photograph?
This is the front of the house, and again, you can see the tire tracks continuing around the house.
Move that as Exhibit 70. Okay, Detective, it appears that you have approached the rear entrance to the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe what we see in this photograph?
This is the back porch, and that's the back door. They use that as their main door.
Okay. And do you see any items placed in either of these chairs?
No, sir.
Move that as the next exhibit.
71.
And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
That is the steps that are leading up to the porch that we just had a picture of.
Move that as Exhibit 72. All right, Detective, it appears that the rear door of the residence is open, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you see as you enter the rear door?
There are toys in the entryway.
Move that as Exhibit 73. Detective, is this, I don't know if you can see from here, but what do we see on this?
That is a latch that was at the top of the door. It was used in conjunction with a padlock to keep the door secure.
Move that as Exhibit 74. Detective, is this a close-up of the interior side of the rear door?
Yes, sir.
And what am I pointing to here?
That's the other part of the latch.
That is Exhibit 75. Detective, can you identify what we see in this part of the photograph?
That is going to be a sticky fly trap and the latch for the door.
And that latch is on the interior side of the door?
Yes, sir.
And that is Exhibit 76. All right, Detective, what do we see in this photograph?
That is from the inside of the door, and the door is now closed. The latch that was used with the padlock.
We'll move that to Exhibit 77. And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
This is the key that went to the padlock that was located on the mantle of the fireplace.
I'll move that as the next exhibit.
78.
Detective, please identify this photograph.
You're looking at that same back door from the inside. That's the entryway, the fireplace to the left, and toys in the floor.
Move as Exhibit 79. All right, Detective, describe this photograph.
This is in the living room. We're just to the left side of that door, and there's again toys in the floor.
Move this as Exhibit 80. Detective, please describe this.
This is the padlock that would have been used on that back door. Detective Troy Martin, he's holding it as he photographs it.
Move that as Exhibit 81. Can you identify this, please?
That is the key to the padlock.
Move as Exhibit 82. Okay, Detective, start with the left side of this photograph and tell me what you see.
That is the TV that's in the living room. In the reflection, you can see myself and Detective Troy Martin. You can also see the reflection of Alex and Noah.
And what is Alex wearing?
Looks like he's wearing a white AC/DC t-shirt.
And from this photograph, can you see what Noah is wearing? Just a second.
Looks like he's wearing a blue shirt from this picture.
And what is this item on the floor?
It's an Easter basket.
And do you remember when Easter was in 2018?
I think it was just a Sunday prior to this happening.
So roughly 3 or 4 days prior to this?
Yes, sir.
And what do we see here?
That's a China hutch, and it's placed in front of the front door of the trailer to prevent that door from opening.
Move that as the next exhibit.
83.
Okay, Detective, which room of the house are we looking into in this photograph?
This is considered the master bedroom, and it was the bedroom of Belle and Big Joe.
And what's hanging on this door?
Another Easter basket.
And can you identify what this is on part of this door?
It's another type of latch to keep doors closed.
Now, is this a single door, or are we looking at 2 doors?
It's 2 doors.
And can you describe some of the items or what this is on the floor of the bedroom?
There's a step stool, some toys, and maybe a small lockbox.
And these little white dots, do you know what those are?
To my knowledge, that was just trash.
What exhibit are we on?
On 84.
I'll move this as exhibit 84. Okay, Detective, what do we see here?
That's that same set of double doors leading to the master bedroom, just closer up.
And on the left of the 2 double doors, can you identify what this is?
It's half of the latch that would keep those 2 doors locked.
If you close those 2 doors, would this latch and lock be on the inside of the bedroom or the outside?
The outside of the bedroom.
So if you locked it, it would be locking something in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, I'll move that as exhibit
85.
Way off. All right, Detective, what do we see in this photograph?
We are inside the master bedroom, looking towards the back of the house.
And again, these photos are being taken on April the 4th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
And what am I pointing to?
That is a bar stool with a shirt hanging over the back of it.
Is it a stool or a chair?
A bar chair. It looks like a bar height chair.
And here?
Same type of chair.
Do you see a laundry basket anywhere in this grouping of furniture and other items?
I do not.
All right. Move that as the next exhibit.
86.
And what do you see in this photograph?
That's right beside the bed again with the step stool, the lockbox, and the trash in the floor.
Move that as exhibit 87. All right, what do we see?
That's the other side of the same bed, and it looks like there's some more trash in the floor and a toy.
Move this exhibit 88. Are we still in the master bedroom of Miss Bell and Big Joe?
Yes, sir.
And what is this photograph?
That's going to be of one of their bathrooms. There's actually 2 bathrooms in that bedroom.
This is the next exhibit.
89.
This photograph
It's still in the master bedroom.
is exhibit 90. This photograph,
The master bedroom again.
move that to the next exhibit.
91.
And this photograph, detective,
I believe that's the other bathroom inside the master bedroom.
so there are 2 bathrooms in the master bedroom.
Yes. And I believe they're connected with a closet.
Closet goes in between the 2 bathrooms.
Yes, sir.
Move that to exhibit 92. We're still in the master bedroom.
Yes, and I think that's kind of the closet area in between the bathrooms.
Move that to exhibit 93. Detective, does it appear that the photograph is being taken from one bathroom through the hallway into the other?
Yes.
Move that as exhibit 94. And this photograph,
That's going to be the other bathroom.
move to exhibit 95. How much shall we skip ahead? Detective, is the photograph you're holding the same photograph that we see on the screen?
It is.
And what's this?
It's just another picture of that bathroom.
Move that to the next exhibit.
96.
All right, you stop right there. Detective, what's the purpose of taking so many photographs?
We try to take pictures, as many pictures as we can of everything, so that if we need to refer back to them later, everything was documented. So we try to take pictures of everything.
So at this point in time, I mean, it appears that we're looking at a photograph of some Christmas wrapping paper and a green ball and a red ball and an Amazon box.
Yes.
I mean, at this point in time, is there something significant about those items?
No, sir.
And is there ever anything significant about these items?
No.
But you're just trying to document the scene?
Yes.
Move that as the next exhibit.
97.
What is this?
That is going to be in a closet, but I am not sure which one.
Move that as exhibit 98.
That's in that same closet.
Still in the master bedroom?
I believe it is.
Move that as exhibit 99.
And that's the closet again.
And I'll move that as exhibit 100. All right, detective, are we out of the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where are we now?
This is going to be the living room.
And what do you see in this photograph?
That is a coffee table. There's a bottle on it and some clothing.
Do you know who the bottle belongs to?
I do not.
And what is this?
A toy truck. It looks like either a toy or a piece of trash.
And what are these items?
Clothing.
What's this, the white?
It's a pair of socks.
And this?
A pair of blue jeans.
And this?
A plaid shirt.
Okay. So, see any other clothing items on this table at this point?
I do not.
Move that as the next exhibit.
101.
Right, what do we see here?
It's the same coffee table from a different angle.
And you see a plastic hammer
Yes, sir.
on the floor next to the table?
Yes.
And what do you see on the couch?
Another toy truck.
Move that as the next exhibit.
102.
And what is this?
This is cropped from a picture that you saw earlier, but it's a picture of the side of their house, and out on Garners Creek Road, you can see the maroon Impala parked on the road.
Move that as the next exhibit. And detective, you've shown 2 pictures of the maroon Impala parked on the road.
Yes.
And you testified that was the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
But the defendant wasn't home when you got there.
He wasn't home when I got there. He got back to the house probably within 10 minutes of me getting there because Sergeant Trevor Daniel asked Crystal if she would call him and ask for him to return home so he could talk to him. And so within 10 minutes, he returned to the house.
After you finished taking the documentation photos, what did you do next?
At that point, we had received some information that dogs had tracked to a pond behind the house, and that the pond was going to be pumped and searched. So I went back to that pond and observed.
You observed the pond being drained?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did you do after that?
After that, South 3rd Street is right behind that pond. It's very close. And several of us had congregated in that area to just talk about what our plan was to do next. And Detective Jeff Lovell, who is one of my coworkers, received a phone call at that time from the defendant, Joseph. And Joseph asked Detective Lovell if we could check his trunk of his car.
All right, so the defendant gets back home.
Yes, sir.
and you have just gone down the street to 3rd Street.
Yes.
The defendant calls and asks for someone to check his trunk.
That's right.
After he returns home.
Yes.
All right. What did you do next?
After that, I didn't go check the trunk. My supervisor, Sergeant Daniel, he did that. After he checked the trunk, Sergeant Daniel asked me and Detective Lovell, would you guys ask Joseph if he minds riding with you guys and showing you where all he looked for Joe Clyde? So we asked him, and he agreed to ride with us and show us where he looked.
And I want to be super clear on this. When you say you asked the defendant to ride with you, was he under arrest?
He was not.
Had he been approached or confronted about any type of criminal activity?
No, sir.
Had he been free to come and go all morning long?
Yes.
Was he free to say, I'm not riding with you?
Yes.
Was there any pressure of any nature used to get him to ride with you?
No, sir.
All right. And did you record this ride as you drove the defendant around?
Yes.
And we have a recording of that today, is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, I'm going to move a copy of the interview or of the recording of yourself and the defendant and Detective Lovell as you are driving around Garner Street.
That will be Exhibit 104.
Thank you. And before we start, we have transcripts for the jury to follow along with. We can distribute those. Judge, we'll need a couple of minutes for the defense to look at our transcript.
Well, let's go ahead and just take a recess and stretch our leg before we start into this video. How long is this video?
It's over an hour.
Over an hour, so we'll need to go ahead and take our afternoon recess right now. We'll be in recess 15 minutes.
All rise.
Recording
This court is in recess.
Hearing on at least one of those situations about the child statement, and that I've ruled that the statement would not be admissible at trial because of the fact.
Pause 1 second. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the bailiff distribute copies of the transcript of this recording for the jury to follow along with. And Your Honor, a copy for the court. And the defense has been provided a copy of the transcript.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rick.
This is just a recording, not a video.
That's correct. Detective McCarty, before we get too far into the transcript, you are in a vehicle with Detective Lovell.
Yes, sir.
And who's doing the driving?
Detective Lovell.
And where are you sitting?
I am sitting in the back seat. Joseph Daniels is sitting in the front passenger seat.
Thank you. And just for explanation, does Detective Lovell have Tourette's?
He does.
And will you be able to hear some of his Tourette's in this?
Yes, you will.
And does he explain that to Mr. Daniels?
He does.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, tell me, begin the end, everybody happy.
All right.
Alright, so I woke up this morning, about 5:30, got out of bed, got to the house, for clothes, so that way they could go to school. So I went into the living room, saw the top table at the room, so where it was, when you went to the house earlier, where it was sitting on the couch, it was actually sitting, like here's the two doors to the bedroom, here's the top table, not exactly in front of the doors, but away from the doors, but facing towards the doors. And then I noticed that the lock wasn't on the door. I went into the bedroom, he wasn't in the bed. So I looked into my aunt's bedroom, she wasn't in there. He wasn't there either. I looked everywhere through the house and couldn't find him. I got Crystal up, my wife. She got her clothes on, and we went around, and I went up and down this road a little bit, went over to Old Carter Street Road here, checked there, couldn't find him, and then I called the police, and that's when they came out. And while they were out, I searched this area a little bit more, and still couldn't find him. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, where it gets Harris Road, and I checked through all the yards through there, and I still couldn't find him.
Did you stop anywhere you got with?
I was going really slowly through the area, about this speed actually, my hazard lights on. When I didn't get out, and there's a lot of people coming down the road. I wasn't coming through here again and check. Getting out there was not until they said that they needed my ID. I finished it out there.
You remember stopping over to look for him? Yeah. That's what you got. Anything?
That's when I heard, a lot of people coming out, and saw more police officers in the state came.
Did you go back out right after that?
I didn't know that.
The first time you went out before y'all called the police, how did you and your wife driving around?
It was just me. I was driving around with my Alex in the passenger seat, and we didn't see anything.
What color is the Jones? Black, you said?
Black with
skeleton.
Yeah.
You know your son doesn't sleep over that. Do you think it's possible that him left that lock?
That's a good question, because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing, doing things better. So it's a really good question if he did. I know recently he's been getting better at doing things and progressing. But he hasn't really. I haven't seen him unlock the door. I have not seen him try, but my wife Crystal has. I went to bed at 10. No, I can recall. I didn't see your hair. Yeah, I got woke up about that. Yeah. That was about 11:30, so it wasn't too far after I went to bed. And I didn't, the house did. Yeah, I told him, told him to get back to bed, he went back to sleep, so, and then after that, I don't know.
Did your wife like it?
No. She actually got up, she said during the night, we really didn't do much. She said she can go back to sleep like 2 o'clock in the morning. Didn't see anything.
Okay, so you woke up at 11:30. She was asleep?
She was asleep, or she was awake and I didn't know it because she was watching TV, so.
Last night, did you check the
No, but I did check it before later in the evening. And she said she checked it too, so I don't know. Yeah, we make sure we check that every night before we go to bed, so. Just worried. I know you guys are just checking tails off and try to find him.
You say he's done this in the past, what's the farthest he's ever made it?
To the neighbor's house across the street.
Oh, so he's never made it before.
Yeah, he's never even done this before. I actually went down there too.
We'll check that one back. So like, leave the job's house, where'd you like to stay at, the job's house, whether it's inside or outside, where'd you like to go most of the property?
He likes the sunset a lot, when that's in. Sometimes let's go to the very back of the yard. And that's where I was thinking maybe they have gone, and that's what he may have gone that direction, potentially, so. I don't know how, but I usually would have heard something because he likes to slam the door. I didn't hear that, so.
Well, it's just odd that, no offense to think of, because it's odd that he would, be that good at getting away. Where's the gunner? Who's that guy?
I think he's checking the clothes out. That's not right.
He's gone away.
He's my cousin.
Yeah. It's a sheriff, something supposed to be here.
So he's looking too. Then.
Yeah, everything good.
Check it out.
We'll get it.
We're just gonna get it different. Never know. I'm gonna get from the clock real quick.
Doesn't want to go back home.
So, who owns the house last night?
All right.
Bring everybody there now? Are you saying you didn't want them to scold him or anything? Does anybody
No.
get on him or?
No, he's just so attached to Danny. Danny got all that.
Do you have any problems with anybody, your friends come over, or neighbors come over? The reason I'm asking is, if there's something that you may have forgotten or something that you might want to tell us, we need to know every single thing so we can find more back home. We got to know everything, can't leave nothing out.
Right, I understand that, yeah. And I know that. I don't know if he has any friends in this area, he's made any friends on us or anything like that. So that part I don't know. The neighbors, he likes to go to the neighbor's yard, if he does, get away. And sometimes the neighbors aren't home, so we have to go over there and search them. And Joseph, actually it's Joe Clyde Daniels III. I named him after my dad. So.
You go by Joe or Joseph?
Joe. There wasn't really anything unusual about, dinner or anything like that. He just did his normal thing. He went to bed, watching talking to you, and then, I'm trying to figure out where he could have gone.
It was cold last night. I really don't see him going way too far. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I know he goes to the neighbor's house. I feel like he's going to have some kind of comfort zone. He's going to stay inside of it.
I don't know. I would think it would have got this far. No.
You know vehicle over there? You know vehicle? Yeah. No vehicle?
For someone his age, I don't think he would have gone this far, but possibly just keep looking.
At all. If there's something that's more than any thought, I mean, you gotta tell us.
Right, I'm trying to think, what could it cause him to do this?
Or anything you know that you're not telling?
I don't know anything. I don't know he was ever just left open. I don't know. Because I do everything I can in my power to make sure he's happy.
And we know, John, I got 50 people in the house too. That's how we open it.
Yeah.
Nobody's adapted in that way. Nobody's adapted to those kids won't be happy. I don't want to do that. I'm a real life thing, so nobody.
Well, he knows how to open the trunk and close it, so that's, that was just a hunch of mine, but I didn't really do it, so.
What about the trunk of that great car? You might check that?
I don't know. I know.
Can I get it out of there?
Well, the car was locked. So they might have actually got locked.
Maybe check it. again, the second time while you and I were walking up the house. Maybe that after we check the trunk and call it.
There's an area that's back where this is dirt road, but on my road, I would go left, through it to 3rd Street, through again, and turn to 3rd Street, and to the left right there, go all the way down to the end of the road, and to the left, that road, and then eventually you went to the dirt road.
You know that before?
He is done, actually.
I seem to see him getting this all out of somebody saying the top chick on people know. I know there's some bad people out there, but 90% of the people in here, they're nice, decent people. They saw the car go off and they would stop.
Yeah, that was kind of the main city.
What makes you think about this record?
Well, he has it back there. He's also a very curious child as well. So that's one thing that, I wonder about. Like girls. I think so. Wow. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes. No socks. They're supposed to have his tonsils taken out because they were bars and his patio was short. And they were also like bars as well.
few things always just get that nice and worry about when they was hungry or cold. A little bit of stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a little past my house. You go into a nursery and then my house.
I don't think that's gonna be anything, Jeff.
That's how our number one priority is 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my number one goal. You know, sometimes we gotta start looking inside the family. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That happens. And I hate to have to even think that way right now, and I don't want to. But it's just something that we have to do sometimes because we don't know this.
Right. Nothing happened. I know of. Once we got it, we allowed the individual, allowed those things normal.
Where did you see that?
And Eddie's dad with Alex. They speak to each other.
Alex, one person building?
Yeah, I was with the whole house I know when I was top woke up in the middle of the night, he had peed on the floor, but I didn't stink, you know, whatever, I was straight out.
Anybody else get up when that happened?
After that,
These cars are going down.
so right there on the line.
Through there. Is there another one? Yes, another one.
Yeah, I'll show you.
The only thing is that all the shoes are in the house, and he wouldn't have had a pair of shoes on. There is no secret clubhouse that the brother knows of. Joe likes big trucks. But as far as animals or anything, no, not really. Yeah, just like big trucks. Yeah.
he's showing us the picture of the third room somewhere back here.
Sorry, brother, thank you. I mean, go by there, I'm not sure what else is back here. Further down Y'all, we're in Hickman County. We're in Hickman County.
Have you ever been back here before?
I have.
What, you been back here before?
Just about around.
How far back? You got
Not that far.
You didn't go back here yet?
Yeah, we can look at that. You come back here, cool off, like what you see.
Sometimes the line gets me. The audience, so I just, she also comes back here. So,
You don't want to argue about, no, me and my wife argue about, we don't want to argue about. I do it every time. What? You know,
here a couple of weeks ago, and it was there.
So let's get water out of there. Put water straight. How you doing? Good, all right. Let's take a picture. What, take the sheriff's office?
Yeah, I heard about the kid missing.
Did you see that picture?
Take a picture of the boy?
I haven't, but I've been listening to my show. Hear nobody screaming or hollering.
Awesome.
I've been here since about 8 this morning.
You said you wouldn't come up through here?
If I see you, I definitely let y'all know.
See if I come there this morning, or last night, or what last time you here?
I've been here in one spot up there since about 8. They're going to be in and out for the past Probably every 15, 20 minutes, every game go by.
What is it, sir?
I'm not even sure.
Does it go, how far in does it go? We in Hillman County right now?
I'm not even sure. I'm not around here. I'm a long way from college. I'm with the Lockwood crew.
Yeah, I used to play us in football in high school. I was from Forest.
Yeah.
I used to watch every year.
They're a pretty good football team. When they won't be somehow.
Corn fans, what they are. It's all right, though. All right, sir, we appreciate it, man.
Well, if I definitely see something or hear something, I'll definitely will go out there.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no problem. I understand.
You be safe out there.
You too, buddy.
I sure hate to get out there. We don't find him around there somewhere. Somebody, you know what I'm saying? Nobody came in and got him. Something, we're missing something. There's a big piece to it. Somebody knows what it is. Somebody else living out there. It's like somebody has to know something. Somebody's got to know something. They didn't understand shit, did they?
Judge, I think we're going to have to start over.
No, we're not.
Judge, for some reason we have a short or something in the wiring. That's why it's not the audio, it's the wiring. So we're going to, yeah, I know where we are on the transcript.
We're on, what, page 37 of 40, 41, is that roughly?
We are at an old structure around here. Went out, came back on, and went out. While Mr. Etheridge is doing that,
Go ahead. We're about 4 pages in the transcript away from the end, if I'm understanding it correctly. So if you have questions for Detective McCartney, go ahead.
Detective, we're going to finish listening to the conclusion of the audio in just a few minutes, but let me direct your attention back to the beginning of the interview, if I could, and specifically on page 2. Did the defendant tell you what time that he got up that morning?
He did. He said that he woke up at 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And what did he say when he walked into the living room that he observed?
He said, so I went into the living room and saw that the coffee table had been moved.
Okay. And where had it been moved to?
He said where it was sitting in front of the couch, it was actually sitting like, here's the 2 doors to the bedroom and here's the coffee table, not exactly in front of the doors, but away from the doors, but basically towards the doors.
And is he referring to the 2 double doors?
At the master bedroom.
And we've already seen several photos that there are actually double doors going into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything about the lock?
Said he noticed the lock wasn't on the door.
Okay. And also on page 3, what did he say when he looked in his Aunt Joyce's bedroom?
So I looked into my aunt's bedroom. She wasn't in there. He wasn't in there either. I looked everywhere through the house.
Okay, so is he saying what? He's saying he looked in his aunt's bedroom and Aunt Joyce wasn't there?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Let me take your attention to page 5. What did he tell you as to his observations of Joe Clyde unlocking a door?
I asked him if he thought it was possible that Joe Clyde could unlock the lock, and he said, that's a good question, because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing and doing things better, so it's a really good question if he did or not. I know recently he's been getting better at doing things, he's progressing, but he hasn't really. I haven't seen him unlock the door.
Okay. And again, he tells you what time he went to bed?
10 o'clock.
And did he say what Alex did or what Alex said?
I told him that Alex had said Joe peed in the floor. He said, yeah, I got woke up by that.
And why did you tell him that?
Because Alex had told me that earlier that morning at the house.
Okay. And until that point, when you bring it up, had the defendant relayed to you that Alex had peed in the floor?
No.
All right. Now if I could take you to page 9. Oh, what did the defendant tell you about the locks being checked?
He stated that she had checked the lock, talking about Crystal. I asked, is that something y'all check every single night? He said, yeah, we make sure and check that every single night before we go to bed. So I'm worried, really. I know you guys are just searching your tails off trying to find him.
Okay. And what's he tell you on line 22?
On line 22, he asks, do you guys have any kind of leads or anything?
All right. Then I'll take your attention to page 10, line 12.
He stated, sometimes he likes to go to the very back of the yard. And that's where I was thinking he may have. He may have gone, and that's why he may have gone that direction potentially. So I don't know. But I usually would have heard something because he likes to slam the door, and I didn't hear that.
He told you that he likes to slam the door?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't hear a door slam?
Yes, right.
So, Detective, on April the 4th, we hear in this interview, Detective Lovell mentions that it was cold the night before. What was the weather the night before, April 3rd into the 4th?
The night before, on the 3rd, there were bad thunderstorms and heavy rain, and the temperature was pretty cool.
Okay. And if I could take you to page 15. Line 19, what does the defendant tell you?
I don't know anything other to tell you except for just what I've told you because I don't know. Because I do everything I can in my power to make sure he's happy.
Had the defendant provided any reason that Joe Clyde wouldn't be happy?
He had not.
Okay. And page 16. Do you ask him about the trunk?
I do.
And what did he say?
Sometimes, well, he knows how to open the trunk and close it. So that's, that was just a hunch of mine, but I didn't go anywhere, so.
Okay. So the defendant says it was a hunch, is that correct?
Yes.
But he didn't go anywhere?
Right.
Okay. And let me take you to page 19. What does the defendant answer in response to if he's wearing socks or no socks?
He says no shoes, no socks.
Was the defendant asleep when he claims the child escaped?
Yes.
How would he know if he was wearing shoes or socks?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I'll take you to page 21. Well, what does he tell you in Detective Lovell after Detective Lovell says he gets worried when babies might be hungry or cold? I'll take you to line 9.
Line 9.
Yes.
Yeah, he says, yeah, that's my fear too. My biggest fear was him trying to escape. That was my biggest fear because he was known to do that.
He says he was known to do that?
Yes.
Now, did he tell you when he had first escaped ever?
He said the first time that Joe Clyde had ever escaped, he was about 1 year old.
1 year old? Okay.
Yes.
And now I'll take you to page 22. Did he tell you did the defendant tell you what Joe Clyde had eaten for dinner the night before? On page line 14?
He says he ate pizza that we had cooked, and he had ate some cake too.
All right. And in response to what would make Joe Clyde Daniels scared, what did the defendant say on line 21?
He said, unless he's scared, which I've never seen anything make him scared.
Thank you. And page 23. Again, referring to Joe Clyde escaping, what did the defendant say starting with line 2?
He said, not this long. The first time he did this, he was a baby, just 1 year old, and he went out the door, snuck out the door, and ended up going into a ditch. So it's something about him that he just wants to escape. I don't know why.
All right. And page 23, line 11, what does the defendant tell you?
Besides the house, I think he would not go to the truck stop unless inaudible. I don't know if he has any friends around or any close neighbors. He would go to their places.
Okay. The defendant says he wouldn't go to the truck stop unless, and then it's inaudible.
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you in this car ride that he had already driven to the truck stop that morning?
I can't remember if he actually said he went. I don't think he did. He told me he drove Garner's Creek to the end of Garner's Creek where it meets Harris Road.
Yeah. But he actually did drive to the truck stop.
He did.
But he says, I think he wouldn't go to the truck stop.
Right.
Do you know why the defendant drove to the truck stop if he thinks his son would not go to the truck stop?
I don't know.
Did he offer an explanation?
He did not.
Thank you. Now let me take you to page 24. On line 13, what do you tell the defendant?
24, line 13.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so you know, our number one priority is finding your son.
And on line 16?
Okay, so that's my number one goal.
Was that your number one goal at that time?
Yes.
And were you looking for a dead child or a missing alive 5-year-old?
I was looking for a missing alive child in hopes that we could find him alive. And I knew we had a small window of time to do that.
Okay. Did you have some suspicions that you may not be getting the full story?
I was suspicious at this time.
Okay. Take you to page 26. What does the defendant say after he tells you that he got woke up on line 1?
I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, scream at him, or anything. I just went back to bed.
Okay. Then let me take you to page 29. Line 1, he says, yeah, I went down this way, but I didn't go further. What does that mean? Where were you at this point?
So at this point, we're on McElhiney Road. And I can tell that because this is right before we talk to the loggers. Hold on a second. No, at this point, we're on Garner's Creek Road still, heading towards Harris Road.
Okay. And in a moment, when Mr. Etheridge gets his computer back up, we're going to look at a map.
Yeah.
Let me take you to page 30 now. Line 9.
Okay.
Does the defendant describe how Joe Clyde can or cannot talk?
He says he can say a few words here and there, but he can't fully talk. He can say yes, no, mom, dad.
Okay. Then I'll take you to page 31. What does Detective Lovell ask the defendant on line 4?
Is there a specific location we're going to now on here? Like, is there another dirt road, or is it?
And what was his answer?
He said there is a dirt road out here, and then Detective Lovell said, would he be curious to look at anything? And Mr. Daniels said there's a chance that he would be curious. I don't remember taking him out this far.
Okay. So it'll help when we have the map on the screen, if Mr. Etheridge can pull that up. But where, are you all en route to this road he's describing at this point?
Yes, he had told us a spot that we could check.
All right. And he tells you this spot earlier in the trip, is that right?
Yes.
So let me take you back to page 17. On line 13, what do you ask the defendant?
Can you think of a different direction we should be driving?
And what does the defendant say?
That there's an area that's back where there's a dirt road on my road. I would go left or go on through it or 3rd Street. I think it's where Pruitt ends and then turns to 3rd Street. And if you take a left there and go all the way down to the end of the road and then take a left on that road, and eventually you'll end up on a dirt road.
Okay. Detective, you've been riding with the defendant.
Yes.
He's describing how to get to this dirt road. He says if you go down Garner Street and you take a left on 3rd Street, the Pruitt turns into 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
So here we have Garner Street, 1112, where the defendant resides.
Yes.
And here is where Pruitt turns into 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he says you drive down 3rd Street?
Yes.
You take a left?
Yes, at the end of that, take a left.
Old Garner Street or McElhiney?
McElhiney.
And is this McElhiney Road?
It is.
And where does McElhiney Road go?
Eventually it leads into either Humphreys or Hickman County.
And I'm going to trace it. Tell me if I'm off.
That's the correct route.
Okay. So if we go back to page 30 or 31, is this where you all are now driving on McElhiney Road?
Yes, it is. We're on that road at that point.
So, and before we go away from this screen, have you already driven south on Garner Street?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how far south on Garner Street you went before you all turned around?
We drove at least to where Garners Creek Road meets Harris Road, and that's where we turned around.
And you know approximately how far it is from his house to where Garner Street runs into Harris?
I think it's approximately 7 miles.
So you drove about 7 miles south towards Harris Road.
Yes.
Then you drove north and came back and followed the path that he describes on page 17.
Yes.
Which takes you out from Apple before it turns into a dirt road in Hickman County.
Yes.
Now, on page 17, at the bottom, what does Detective Lovell say, starting with line 23?
We'll go there when we go back, and we'll go check that out. Has he gone there before?
And what does the defendant say?
I have. He has not, actually.
Okay, so he says, I've been there, but Joe Clyde has not.
Yes.
Now let's go back to page 31. And on line 11, what does the defendant, well, line 9, you asked, would he be curious to look at anything? And what does the defendant say, starting with line 11?
There's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out this far.
And what did you gather when he said that? That he had taken him out there, but just not as far as you were?
Yes.
Okay. And are we good with audio at this point?
Or an old structure, or anything like that, the playhouse?
And we are on the bottom of page 37, line 21.
Yes.
Buildings, one was neighbor where, small house, back to something, or, which one's that? So, there's a lake, there's a pond in front of the house, there's an house, behind it, it's actually, it's on that road, which I know, it was on it. Across the street, there's a house
say anything. Okay, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. sniper shot up, waving, some troopers waving, something at the house. I'll back at you. So they don't fucking hit my ass. Don't come by. Well, I can tell you, we talk to County Money, get free, so going out. Yes, sir.
This guy saw him at 1 o'clock in the morning standing up here by the road.
Are you serious?
Yes. Okay. I said, you didn't think anything about that? No?
All right, let me pull over and talk to his ass in real quick. Thank you.
Okay, Detective, the audio in at that point?
Yes, sir.
And the copy of the transcript is this exhibit.
105.
Aside from Detective Lovell's curse words, what was he referring to?
When we pulled back up to the house?
Yes. He said somebody was waving at you?
Yes, there was a THP trooper there that had a civilian there with him in his own vehicle, and he had stated that he saw someone on the side of the road the previous night, in the middle of the night.
Okay. And did you identify who the civilian was?
That was Daniel McCormick.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you what he said because he's one of our witnesses. We'll get to him later.
Yes, sir.
Did you conduct an interview with Daniel McCormick?
I briefly spoke with him.
Okay. How long was your interaction with Mr. McCormick?
Not very long, probably a couple of minutes.
Okay. And before that came up, you had, on page 41, you made a statement, Dad wandered off. Did the defendant get out of the truck at that point?
He did.
Where did he go?
Up towards the residence.
Okay, so were y'all back at the command center or at the residence?
We were at the residence, right in front of it, on Garners Creek Road. We had to park on Garners Creek Road.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at what point would you like me to stop? An hour ago?
How much further do you have?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Well, before you conclude today, well, if this is the appropriate stopping point, here's what we've got. We've got the jury that needs to get settled into their weekend location, and we need to get them fed. So all the lawyers had talked, and we had agreed that stopping at 5 o'clock today would be probably appropriate. I've spoken with the jury, and they're agreeable to being here at 8 o'clock in the morning and starting up at 8, and we'll go from 8 to 12 tomorrow morning, and then we'll adjourn until Monday morning, and then we'll see where we are. We do have one matter I need to take up after the jury has exited the room, though. So if we will be in adjournment, we'll let you go ahead and go to your jury room, and then let me take this other matter up, and then we'll come back. You won't be coming back. We'll send you on to your location, okay? And Detective McCartney, you can stay where you are.
Yes, sir.
You can. Okay, I've been handed a jury question, and let's just go ahead and deal with it so that tomorrow morning we can address it. The question from the juror is, the transcript discusses the coffee table being near the double doors. They even cite page 2, lines 19 through 25. Does the detective know if the Joseph indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door? Page 3, lines 1 through 2. The photo showed hasps on both, and it's not clear from the transcript. So the question is whether the padlock was used on the back door or on the double doors. I think there was some discussion about both of those. So I think that's a legitimate question to clarify. I don't mind if the state, since you're still asking questions of this witness, that tomorrow morning you address that issue. But any objection to the juror's questions?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Then tomorrow morning we'll let the state address that in their direct questioning. Then in view of that, is there anything we need to address before we adjourn?
Judge, obviously not an audio person over here, but the problem with the audio and any video we play is we think the splitter. So that's going to continue to happen whether the defense is using it or we are. I mean, can I suggest someone from this county operations come and take a look at it?
Who can we call?
Rick with Audio Sound is who we called last time. I'll check, see if he can come by first.
See if he can be by here first thing in the morning. We're going to start at 8 o'clock, so he needs to be here at 7 if he can.
I mean, with a
We
splitter.
just need to make sure that he knows what the problem is so he can address it.
Okay.
Mr. Etheridge, will you stay and let me get Rick on the phone and you talk to him?
All right, anything else? All right, we will see you all then at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.
All right. Court's in recess till 8 in the morning.
What time do you have this meeting?
Early shift.
10 o'clock.
Rick, please answer the phone.
They had your family?
No. And then he's gonna Josh, Rick, the audio guy, got him his audio guy. Answer.
Yo, yo, yo. Hold on, hold on. I'm here, I'm here. Dude, that was some audio that was tough to get through. I couldn't even understand most of it. But for sake of time, I am going to play day 2. It's only 2 hours long. So I figure we can do that, and then tomorrow we can start up with day 4. Let's make sure that the lips match the audio. Ooh, look at those seats. Don't those look comfy? I wonder if they recline. Remember, this is day 3. This would be June 5th of 2021. Hey, Ange. Hey, Karen Fan. Thank you.
Lines 19 through 25. Does the detective know if Joseph indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door? Page 3. Indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door. Page 3, lines 1 through 2. The photos showed hasps on both, not clear from the transcript. I've spoken with both of the attorneys, and we all agree that's a legitimate question, and we're just going to let the lawyers ask the question to clarify that. Mr. Crouch. And I've reminded the detective she remains under oath.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Right out of the gate, I'm going to start with some discussion that party occurred in the courtroom about a request for investigation on Gilliam Hollow Road. Now, you weren't in the courtroom when those questions were asked, but are you familiar with a call that came in from Gilliam Hollow Road with a woman complaining that some boots had been removed from her property?
I'm familiar with a woman that called from Gilliam Hollow Road, but when I responded to that address, she had not reported any boots missing.
Okay. And yesterday when former Sheriff Bledsoe was asked about Gilliam Hollow Road, he wasn't provided the specifics by the defense attorney, but I'm going to ask you some specifics because you actually went to Gilliam Hollow Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn your attention to the screen. Was the caller from 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road?
That's correct.
Were there multiple searches conducted at 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road?
Yes, sir. At least 2 that I know of.
All right. And Detective, are you familiar with one of our previous exhibits, which is referred to as a CAD report?
Yes.
What is a CAD report?
It's a log that our dispatchers keep of just all the events that happen within a call.
Okay. And Detective, it says that on April the 4th, 2018, it's 1600 hours and 33 seconds, which I think is 4 o'clock.
That would be 4 o'clock, yes.
33 seconds?
Yes.
Ms. Angela Van Elstead with her phone number from 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road in Boston have been moved in their barn. They have checked property and did not find anything, but they thought they needed to tell someone.
Yes.
And when that call came in from Gilliam Hollow Road, did you respond to it?
I responded after she called a second time, actually, just probably 20 minutes later.
And I think we have that extracted from the CAD report. On April 4th, 2018, at 1622:34, additional caller Angela Van Elstein on 1221 Gilliam Hollow called in to say there was activity in her barn overnight. Puppies were let out of their pen. A horse blanket was moved into a birthing stall, and other things have been brought to her attention. Wishes someone with dogs would come and maybe pick up a scent. She does have a pond on her property, and again leaves her phone number.
Yes.
And what did you do?
Myself and Detective Jeff Lovell, right after this call came in, we went over to her property. We looked through her barn. We looked through all of her animal pens. We walked the back of her property, the fence line, walked around the pond. There were at least 10 to 15 other people there, including Miss Alstein. I don't know if the rest of them were family or neighbors, but it seemed like it was probably neighbors, civilians in the area. By that point, there were hundreds of people out searching. So there were quite a few people there helping us look over her entire property.
How long did you spend on the property that day?
I was there for at least an hour, probably longer.
Okay. At any point while you were there, did Miss Alstein say that boots were missing from her property?
She did not.
And what did you see in the way of any type of footprints?
She told me that she saw footprints of a child in her barn area. So I went and looked that over thoroughly, and all I could find was hoof tracks from goats.
Okay. Now, that didn't conclude the investigations at Gilliam Hollow Road, did it?
No, sir.
And if we could go to the next CAD extract. On what are we looking at exactly?
This is from the virtual command center. So it's similar to a CAD card, but it's just recording information as it comes in. It's called the VCC.
Detective, sometime on the following day, April 5th, someone using social media, and we're having an HDMI problem again, posted on News About 5 Facebook the following message. Wish they would have brought dogs out to my farm. Someone was in my barn. Footprints were seen. My 4-year-old's boots are missing. This is new.
Yes.
But it was followed up with as well.
It was.
What happened a little later on 4/5?
At the top of the screen, you can see it looks like 5:05 p.m. Captain Gafford and Detective Troy Martin, they also responded out to the property, and it says they searched the premises multiple times and did not find anything, and that they found the claims that were made were unsubstantiated.
That's the second time in a 24-hour period, or roughly, that law enforcement have been to Gilliam and investigated.
Yes.
All right. And then there's some additional activity the following day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go to that next screen, please. On April 6, 2018, at 11:24:37, Angela Van Elstein called again. A volunteer advised her that the sheriff wanted to talk to her. I guess the sheriff didn't remember that. Speak to her, sent a text to sheriff. Her barn was tampered with and boots stolen.
Yeah.
Again. And follow up to that. 4/6, 1441 hours. Van Elstead, 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road, called in and said someone was looking for her, but she was asleep and not at the residence.
Yes.
And so one more slide. 12/6, 1814 hours. Car 2 was patched in to Angela with the complainant, and a complainant on the way. The search of her property was conducted.
Yes.
3 occasions.
Yes.
Unfounded.
Yes.
When the defense suggests or misleads by saying
Objection.
Basis for the objection?
He's saying defense is misleading. That is improper and unethical.
Judge, that is exactly what happened.
All right.
Requested by the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out, please.
Your Honor, it's improper for counsel to mislead and tell a jury that the other side is misleading them. It's inappropriate. General Crouch knows it's inappropriate. And I'm asking that he be instructed not to infer that counsel for the defense is misleading or lying
or doing anything improper. It's just not right. He can fake it all he wants to. I mean, my opinion, this state has been misleading on several witnesses, but I'm not saying that in front of the jury.
Judge, maybe I wasn't paying close attention yesterday, but Mr. Lockhart spent several minutes suggesting through Sheriff Bledsoe that no search was conducted at Gilliam Hollow Road when Mr. Lockhart and his staff have been provided these exact same CAD reports showing 3 documented searches. So it is misleading to suggest these questions through a sheriff who said he didn't recall when you know the answer, when you know the truth, that 3 searches were conducted. I mean, that is misleading. Not only that, he went from this into an improper questioning about an order the court had already put down relating to another search in Humphreys County, both misleading to the jury.
Well, I think the proper basis for the objection would be that it's argumentative. I think that it basically is that Mr. Crouch is asking a question that could be considered to be argumentative because it essentially is making the argument that Mr. Lockhart's questions to the other witnesses were misleading to the jury or attempts to mislead the jury. And I agree with Mr. Lockhart. I don't think either side should be making those kinds of statements in the presence of the jury, and I'm going to instruct them to disregard that. But the question can be, I mean, the point can be made through other means by simply asking the questions in a different form regarding whether if someone was asking that there, or someone asked a question previously about whether or not there was an investigation of Gilliam Hollow Road and elicited that there was no investigation or implied there was no investigation. Is that true? Is that accurate based on this witness's knowledge? I think that's the appropriate way to go about it. But I agree with Mr. Lockhart that we don't need to get into accusations that one side is misleading the other, because that's simply going to be, you may make the appropriate legal argument in your closing argument and save that for argument, but rather the question I think is argumentative, and I'm going to sustain the objection, allow you to rephrase it, but I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard it and remind them that questions are not evidence. So, all right. Anything further, Mr. Lockhart?
Just want to state, while the jury's out, what Mr. Crouch has just argued to the court is misleading. If you recall, I asked the sheriff if they did GPS searches or dog searches. Never implied that no searches were done. 2 specific areas. So when Mr. Crouch is trying to say I was saying no searches was done, he's being misleading to the court today. But I'm not going to say that in front of the jury. But I would ask the court to instruct him not to imply in front of the jury until argument, not to say we're misleading. He can't comment on our strategy. That's inappropriate, as Your Honor knows. And in both of those regards, I would ask he be instructed not to comment on strategy or to imply that counsel is doing something improper.
Well, I think it works both ways. I think that the state should be reminded that they are not to comment on the defense strategy and that they're not to imply that the defense is attempting to mislead the jury. I think that's an appropriate instruction to counsel, but I also would point out that it would be likewise inappropriate for defense counsel to try to comment upon or imply the strategy that the prosecution is using under that same rule, and by the same token, you can both ask questions and of a witness that simply says, you know, if a witness was asked a question, or if a witness was asked a question implying that, you know, there was no thorough investigation, would that be accurate? You can ask the question, if a witness was asked whether or not there was a GPS satellite, you can follow up on that and clarify that for the jury. But I think under the circumstances, any argument about whether or not there's been an attempt to mislead the jury would have to necessarily be reserved for final argument, and all argument at the closing would have to be within the bounds of what is accepted, as we all know, in proper argument to the jury. So under those circumstances, I'm simply going to bring the jury back in and tell them that I am sustaining the objection and that any inference of one side or the other misleading you as jurors should not be accepted by them, and that I'm going to instruct them to disregard the form of that question, and Mr. Crouch will be allowed to restate the question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring out the jury. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. in your absence, I considered an objection that was made, and here's what you need to understand. Under the rules that we operate under, neither side should be asking questions that might attempt to portray the other side as somehow misleading you. The questions themselves are not evidence, if you remember that. An attorney can ask a question of a witness that is designed to show that something that was asked by the other side the day before might not be accurate, and that's completely acceptable. But characterizing the efforts by one side or the other, whether it's the defense or the state, as somehow misleading to you and what they're doing is not appropriate. So I'm asking you to, I'm instructing you rather, to disregard the form of the question that Mr. Crouch asked, and we're going to allow him to restate that question. But I would simply remind you again, the questions themselves are not evidence, and they are important to you only in the form of the fact that they elicit a response. I sustain an objection, as I've done, to a form of a question. Just accept the fact that I've enforced a rule, and I'm going to allow them to restate the question because they have a right to try to get an answer from the witness that they think is important. The form of which they use, whether it's defense or state, may be governed by me, but the answer is what's important. Everybody understand that? All right. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. You may restate.
And Detective, let's just kind of rehash. Were multiple responses to Gilliam Road, did that occur by law enforcement? Yes. So is it fair to say that her complaint that came in was received and responded to and investigated on multiple occasions?
Yes.
So any characterization that a search was not conducted would not be accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you. And just to be clear, when you responded on April the 4th of 2018, there was zero mention of any boots missing?
That's right.
All right, thank you. And I will move a copy of the PowerPoint as the next exhibit.
All right. I would call this 106, is that correct?
105.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, 105.
Thank you. Detective, you are familiar with the interior of the residence of Mr. Daniels, the defendant?
Yes.
And you actually spoke with Mr. Daniels? You had him, the defendant, you rode with him?
Yes.
You encountered him at his residence as well?
Yes.
And there were discussions of a padlocked door, is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention to some photos that have previously been made an exhibit. Are we looking at a photo of the rear entrance door?
That is the rear entrance door.
Not the bedroom door, but the rear entrance door.
Correct.
And what is this?
That's a latch.
Okay. And what is this?
That's the hasp for the latch.
And what goes through the hasp and latch?
A padlock.
Padlock. So according to the defendant, padlock was used where?
On that door. On that latch.
Entry door.
Yes, sir.
Up here at the top of the door.
Yes.
That padlock, so that was photographed here
Yes.
on a mantle.
Yes.
Which is next to the rear entry door.
Correct.
Okay. Next photo. And the key to the padlock, is that correct?
Yes.
Also photographed on the mantle next to the rear entry door.
Yes.
Next photo. And as a point of clarification, are we looking at a photograph of the master bedroom?
We are.
And the master bedroom has how many, has a set of what going into it?
It has double doors.
Double doors. And on these double doors do you see in this photograph a doorknob?
I do.
And is there an Easter basket hanging from it?
Yes.
And what do we have up here?
It's a sliding lock.
Okay. So does a padlock go on this door?
No.
This is a slide lock.
Yes.
All right. Detective, you've been assigned to this case essentially from day one.
Yes.
There have been multiple videos collected. We have multiple body cam videos.
Yes.
There's one body cam video of Sergeant Daniel Baker that we've not viewed yet. Did you collect a copy of that?
I did.
Why are you presenting that to the court instead of Sergeant Daniel Baker?
He was killed less than 2 months after this happened.
Okay, so he's not available for testimony?
No, sir.
I'm going to present to you a copy of his body cam video. See if you can identify that, please.
This is a copy of Sergeant Baker's body cam video from that morning.
Thank you. And I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Judge, let me correct myself. You were right. First exhibit was 106. This will be 107.
And Judge, for the record, that's going to be 107?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 107 will be played, but in an agreement with defense, it will be played with muted volume. So we will just be...
We're going to do that now.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you had a question the other day, or yesterday, I guess it was, about why you couldn't hear certain portions of the video. things happen at a scene, sometimes statements are made, people who are not going to be testifying for some reason, maybe talking on that video and something that he said that I have determined is inadmissible. Both sides in this case have agreed that this video will be played to you so you can see what the late Sergeant Baker's video picked up, but you will not hear anything. So just understand there's a reason why everyone agrees that that would be inappropriate. All right? So we're going to play that video now. That would be 107 would be the copy of his body cam video.
Okay, Detective McCarthy, in this video, what did you observe that Sergeant Baker did near the semi-truck?
He searched through the interior of it.
Okay, and Sergeant Baker was either the first or second unit on scene that morning?
Yes.
And that was the first search conducted of the semi on the morning of April the 4th?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Detective, were you asked as part of your duties on April the 4th or 5th to begin doing a check of local sex offender residences?
I was.
Tell us about that.
My supervisor, Sergeant Trevor Daniel, asked if Jeff Lovell and I would go. We had a list of sex offenders to go check. The first house we checked, I don't remember the address, but no one was home. So we checked the entire yard area and around the house, and then went to the second location. And when we arrived there, there were multiple TDOC agents and I think some TBI agents there doing the same thing we were doing. So I called my supervisor and he said, yes, TDOC is going to take care of the sex offender checks. So you guys come back and we'll give you a different assignment.
Okay. So as duties began being divvied out, you were redirected?
Yes.
The sex offender check?
Yes.
And that assignment was given to TDOC?
Yes, sir.
What does TDOC stand for?
The Department of Correction, Tennessee Department of Correction.
Okay. Thank you. Were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from the neighborhood and local businesses?
I was.
And did you do so?
I did.
And did you collect a video from Bethany Retreat.
I did.
And what is Bethany Retreat?
It's a large property, and nuns spend time there, I
Is
think,
it owned
for
by the Catholic
vacations.
Church?
Yes.
Okay. So a retreat type property?
Yes.
And what type of video is collected from Bethany Retreat?
It's a surveillance video that's out at the road, at their gate, and it's pointing directly at Garners Creek Road.
Okay. I'm going to move a copy of the Bethany Retreat video. This is the next exhibit. Is that 108?
108.
Thank you. Detective, did you also collect a copy of surveillance video from an address on Pruitt Springs Road?
That video was collected as well, yes.
Okay. And we'll get more into that video in a second, but do you know the owner of the property at Pruitt Springs?
Yes, his name is Mr. Tim McElhiney.
Okay. And about how far is the Pruitt Springs residence and video from the Daniel residence?
It's about 375 yards.
And I'll move a copy of the Pruitt Springs video as Exhibit 109.
All right.
Detective, did you collect some video from what I call a light bulb factory on McElhiney Road?
That video was collected, yes.
And I'm not sure the name of the business, but do they produce light bulbs?
They don't produce them, they distribute them.
They distribute them.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a light bulb manufacturer, it's a
Right.
distributor.
Yes.
And you collected that video?
Yes.
I'll move that as Exhibit 110. Detective, did you collect video from Love's Truck Stop?
That video was collected as well.
And where is Love's Truck Stop?
That truck stop is on Highway 48 South. It's approximately 9 miles south of the Daniels residence.
Okay. And I will move a copy of the Love's Truck Stop video. 111.
111.
As Exhibit 111. And then finally, Detective, did you collect video from the Dollar General store on Highway 70?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me. And how far is the Dollar General store on Highway 70 where you collected video from the Daniels residence?
That's not very far at all from their house, less than half a mile.
Okay. And I'll move that as Exhibit 112. Okay, Detective, can you identify this map?
Yes, I can. That's going to be a map of the area of Tennessee City, Highway 48 South, and in the area of the Daniels residence.
Okay.
It's zoomed out quite a bit.
So why is it zoomed out quite a bit?
So we can see where video was collected.
All right. And from the distance from Love's Truck Stop up to 1108 Garners Creek and 1112 Garners Creek
Yes.
is about how far?
I think it's about 9 miles.
Okay. And 1112 is the residence of who?
That is the residence of the Daniels family.
Okay. And the defendant?
Yes,
All right. And although, did we see Pruitt Springs camera with the thumbtack on there?
you can.
And,
Yes.
and your testimony is the camera on Pruitt Springs is 300 and something yards?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'm going to distribute a copy of this map to the jury for them to follow along with as we talk about video.
All right.
Copy for the court as well. Okay, Detective, let's first talk about, and because I kind of want to do this in chronological order from April of 2018, let's talk about video surveillance of the defendant on April the 3rd of 2018. Did you find some video with the defendant depicted?
I did.
And where was that found?
That video is going to be at the Dollar General store that you see near their house.
Okay, so if the jury is following along with the map, are they going to be looking at Dollar General thumbtack?
Yes.
That's where this video is collected?
Yes.
All right, and on the screen, do we have a copy of this Dollar General video? Is that what you see?
That is the video from there.
Before we play it, I'm going to move a copy of the exhibit of the Dollar General video on the screen.
That's the interior of the dollar store. That's Crystal Daniels, and that is Joseph Daniels, the defendant.
All right, and we have it paused. You see the defendant?
I do.
And approximately what time is this and what date is this?
This is going to be on April the 3rd. The approximate time is 1:50 in the afternoon.
1:50 in the afternoon. And can you describe the type of shirt he's wearing?
He's wearing a black T-shirt with a green alien on it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
That is a picture that I took of the screen inside the store. They could not print me a physical receipt, so they pulled up the defendant's receipt for me, and I took a picture of it, and it has the time on there and the date, April the 3rd, 13:48 hours, which is 1:48 p.m.
And is the photograph I just handed you the same photograph we see on the screen?
It is.
And again, what was that date and time?
It's April the 3rd, 2018. The time is 13:48 and 38 seconds.
Which is 1:48 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'll move that as the next exhibit, 114. you have recovered video footage from Pruitt Springs Road.
Yes.
And you've already testified that video is going to be from quite a distance away.
Yes.
About how many yards?
About 375 yards.
So is watching this video somewhat difficult if you don't have a good perspective and vantage point?
It's quite difficult.
All right. So in order to get a better idea of what you're seeing, did you prepare a diagram of the field of view from the Pruitt Springs video?
I did.
All right, and can we see a copy of that, please? What do we see on the screen?
In the bottom right-hand corner, that's where the surveillance camera is located. And it's looking out towards the Daniels residence, which is circled. The red lines, that's approximately where the field of view cuts off. So basically, from that Pruitt Springs camera, you can see everything inside that field of view, although it's far away.
Okay, so Detective, what do we have here?
That's the Pruitt Springs surveillance camera.
All right, and this is a home residence?
It is.
And the field of view is depicted by these two red lines?
Yes, sir.
So this would be the right width, and this would be the left?
Yes.
Left. And the yellow circle is the defendant's residence?
It is.
All right, and that's 1112 Garner Street Road?
Yes.
And is this driveway leading to 1108
Yes.
Garner Street Road?
Yes.
And is that the residence of Mr. Matthew Ledford?
That is the driveway of Mr. Matt Ledford. At the time this Google image was made, the tiny home was not there on the property like it is now, but that is his driveway.
And I will move a copy of this depiction as the next exhibit. And I also have copies prepared for the jurors to use as we watch some Pruitt Springs video. If I could have those distributed, please. Okay, Detective, just so we can all kind of be on the same page, this is simply a reference to help ourselves get oriented with what we're going to see on the video.
Yes.
All right. And did you take a clip of different clips of video from the Pruitt Springs video camera?
Yes.
All right. Now, a couple of questions before you've reviewed all of the Pruitt Springs video from April 3rd through April when?
Through the morning of April 4th up until about 7 a.m.
Okay. And in your observations, did you observe a vehicle enter the residence of 1108 Garners Creek Road on the night of April 3rd?
I did.
And about what time was that?
That was at 10:06 p.m.
All right, 10:06 p.m., a vehicle enters where?
The driveway of 1108 Garners Creek Road, which is Mr. Ledford's residence.
And on this video, you're going to see a car enter this driveway?
Yes.
And that's the home of Mr. Matthew Ledford?
It is.
All right. This time I'm going to move a clip of a car entering the driveway at 1108 Garners Creek Road as the next exhibit. I'm going to step back before we play it. Screen complaint. Let's play it. Okay, Detective, I'm going to ask you to identify what we see here.
That's Mr. Ledford's vehicle.
Okay. He's on Garner Creek Road?
He is.
Northbound direction?
Northbound. He's slowing down there as he approaches his driveway.
We're looking in this area now?
Yes.
Are these his headlights not facing?
It is.
And he's now driving into the driveway?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's kind of hard to see.
It is difficult.
And why is that?
Because it's so far away, and actually, if you'll notice this video clip, In the top left-hand corner is the actual surveillance video, the whole view. We have to zoom into this side, to this corner, to be able to really see what we're looking at. So it's even more difficult to see if you can't zoom in. So this is a zoomed-in view, and it's still difficult.
Okay. And this is the camera that's over 300 yards away.
Yes, sir.
And in looking at the field of view reference map that the jury has, they can see that what we're watching begins on the left field of view, goes to the right field of view.
Yes.
And at the bottom right is where we see Mr. Ledford turn left into his driveway.
Yes, it will be the driveway just to the right of the Daniels driveway.
And in the field of view map, you actually have the far right line intersects with Mr. Ledford's driveway.
It does. It cuts off that little bit of his driveway.
Okay. Now, did you see, in review of the video, did you see a vehicle leave Mr. Ledford's driveway anytime after 10:06 p.m., which we just saw on 4/3/2018, through 9 a.m. on April the 4th of 2018?
No.
And you reviewed this video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, did you also collect video? Well, we know you did because it's an exhibit, but from Love's gas station?
Yes.
And let me back up just a little bit. You testified yesterday that you had a brief interaction with a man named Daniel McCormick.
Yes.
And from that interaction, did you actually see him?
I did.
Okay. And when you learned that he had described seeing someone on Garners Creek Road, did you try to obtain video of Mr. McCormick at Love's?
Yes.
And did you do so?
We found that, yes.
Okay. And did you recognize Mr. McCormick in Love's?
Yes.
From the video?
I did.
I'll move a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
117. Correct, 117.
Yes, sir.
And I would again direct your attention to the screen. And is this Mr. McCormick making a purchase at Love's gas station?
It is.
And approximately what time did this purchase occur?
I think that is 10:21 p.m.
10:21 p.m. or 12:28 a.m.?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong time there.
That's a double zero.
Yes, it's 12:28 a.m.
So midnight 28?
Yes.
On the morning of April 4th?
Yes.
And he makes a purchase of what?
A case of Dr. Peppers.
And a cup of
Looks like a cup of fruit.
donuts?
Yes.
Fruit?
Yeah, I can see now that could be fruit or donuts.
Okay. This clip is extracted from the overall video of Love's truck stop?
It is.
He makes his purchase at midnight, 28 minutes and 52 seconds?
Yes.
And that's midnight, April 4th, 2018?
Yes.
And you've already testified that the Love's truck stop is approximately 9 miles from the Daniels residence?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. Now, do you have, going back to the Pruitt Springs video in the field of view, do you have what you believe to be a video of Mr. McCormick passing in the Pruitt Springs video?
I do.
All right. And I'll move a copy of that clip of Pruitt Springs video as the next exhibit. Now, Detective, if I could turn your attention to the screen again. Again, we're back to the Pruitt Springs video, correct?
Yes.
If we can play that. Okay, Detective, in this clip, how many cars did we see pass?
2 vehicles.
And it is your belief, based on the investigation, that one of these two is Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
And why do you believe that one of these two vehicles is Mr. McCormick?
That's going to be based on the time frame. He was in the Love's truck stop at midnight 28. This time is actually midnight 42 and 43. And then there's not another vehicle that comes from the south headed north until after 1:40 in the morning. So based on that, I believe one of these two vehicles has to be Mr. McCormick.
And Detective, before we go any further, let's clarify exactly what we're seeing on the timestamp from Pruitt Springs. We have April 4th, 2018, which is correct?
Yes.
Is this correct? 000924?
The timestamp is not correct.
And the timestamp is what? Is it slow or fast?
It is slow by 34 minutes.
So the correct time would be 09 plus 34?
Yes.
Which puts us to 12:42 when the first car passes and 12:43 when the second car passes?
Yes.
And how do you know that 34 minutes is exactly?
I was able to tell the time frame, the time that it was off, based on when patrol deputies arrived the morning of the 4th, knowing what time they arrived and comparing it to that time. Also with the bus video, the stamp on the bus video, and comparing it to this video, we're able to see that the timestamp is 34 minutes slow.
So you had to essentially reconcile multiple cameras and viewpoints to analyze that this video is 34 minutes off.
Yes.
It's 34 minutes slow.
Yes.
And we have two cars passing, one at 12:42 a.m. and one at 12:43.
Yes.
And it's your testimony, based on your investigation, that one of those two is Mr. McCormick.
Yes.
Okay. Did I make that an exhibit already?
The video,
Yes.
the last one he made was Mr. McCormick on Garner Street from the Pruitt Springs.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. The clip we just saw, 12:42 a.m., 12:43, two cars passing. Did either of those two cars turn into any driveway that you could see?
Not that I can see on this video.
And those cars are traveling, if we're looking at the map the jury has, from south to north.
Yes.
And
Left to right.
if you could go back to the map. So Mr. McCormick made a purchase here at Love's Truck Stop?
Yes.
And that was at 12:28 a.m.?
Yes.
And he traveled on Garner's Creek,
Yes.
north?
He did.
And he passes Pruitt Springs video, which we can see at approximately 12:42 or 12:43 a.m.
Yes.
And that is approximately a 15-minute drive?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the morning of 4/4 and the Pruitt Springs video. Were you able to extract a clip of video depicting the defendant leaving his residence on the morning of 4/4?
I was.
And this is on Pruitt Springs again?
Yes.
If we could bring that video up, please. All right, so the conditions, again, this is 300 and something yards away.
Yes.
All right, and for this demonstration, I would like for you to actually come over and show the jury what we're going to be looking for. And before I do that, I would move a copy of this video clip as the next exhibit.
119.
You're taller than me.
And this daylight has started to break, so it looks a little bit different. But the Daniels residence is in this area, and you're going to be looking for lights in this area. And this is when he drives around his trailer and causing those tire tracks around his house.
Okay, and Detective, before we watch the clip, we see on the screen the time is 5:40:59, but the correct time is 6:15
Yes.
a.m.
It will be when we start to see the lights. It'll 1 minute will pass, and it'll be at 6:15 a.m.
All right, let's play the video. Do you see lights?
Yes.
Can you point those out to us?
They just came around this way, and they're traveling in front of the Daniels residence right now.
And that's in the Daniels driveway?
It's in the front yard.
In the front yard?
Now it's on the driveway.
Okay.
And going out towards Garner's Creek Road.
And this sounds like a silly question, but can you see who's in the car?
No.
Could anybody see who's in the car from this vantage?
No. And that would be traveling southbound on Garner's Creek Road.
And Detective, is this video occurring with seeing this car leave this residence before the 911 call was made?
Yes.
And at approximately 6:15 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, Detective, That's a little difficult to see, but you were able to see headlights coming down the driveway, and then more easily to see when he's on Garner's Creek headed south. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to extract a copy of video from when the defendant returns back to his residence in a few moments later?
Yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to come over to the screen
Sure.
and demonstrate for us, because it's even more difficult to see.
This one is hard.
And this is a clip of the defendant returning after making the 911 call. Is that correct?
Ackerman, it's in that same time frame. Okay. But I think he has made the call. We can tell based on the time.
Move that as the next exhibit.
120. It's very close to the same time as the 911 phone call. And you're really not going to be able to see much because he's driving from this direction towards the driveway and pulling into the driveway. So you're just going to see some movement in the area of the driveway, and that's his car, what I believe his car, pulling back into the residence. Right there.
And can you point to the screen where you believe the car is?
Saw the movement right here, and you're going to see more of it in this area through the trees.
Can we see it again?
Yes.
A brief flash of light?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like for us to play it one more time, just so you can again point out for the jury exactly where we see the lights. Because, Detective, how many hours have you spent reviewing these videos?
Probably close to 24 solid.
And it is difficult to see?
Yes.
All right, let's watch it one more time.
Right there, you just saw the light. Movement right there, and light.
And is that the defendant's car going back up the driveway?
Yes, leading to the house, which is kind of right behind that third house you can use as a reference.
Okay, thank you. Now, so far from the Pruitt Springs video, we've seen Mr. Ledford, as you pointed out, arriving home at 10:06 p.m. on April the 3rd, 2018.
Yes.
We've seen what we believe is Mr. McCormick passing in front of the Daniels residence on April the 4th at approximately 12:42 or 12:43 a.m.
Yes.
We have seen the defendant leave his residence at 6:15 a.m.
Yes.
on April 4th, and then again return at approximately 6:25.
Yes.
At any point in any of the Pruitt Springs video, did you ever see a vehicle leave Mr. Ledford's driveway after he arrives home the night before?
No.
And that's going all the way through 9 o'clock a.m. on April the 4th?
Yes.
And have you seen video where the arriving first responders are actually blocking Mr. Ledford's driveway?
I have.
And Mr. Ledford's car is still in the driveway?
It is.
Okay. Now, you've also testified that video was collected from Bethany's retreat.
Yes.
And I want to go back to the map with thumbtacks. The jury has in their hand a map with thumbtacks where you collected video. Did you collect video from Bethany retreat?
Yes.
Now, that's roughly halfway between the defendant's residence and Love's Truck Stop.
Yes.
Roughly.
Yeah.
And on this video, you reviewed it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find a clip of the defendant driving south on the morning of April 4th?
Yes.
Okay, and about what time was that?
I think that's either around 6:50 or 7:50 in the morning. It's hard to keep all of these times in my head.
Do you think that the camera on the Bethany retreat video is close to accurate?
That time is accurate.
All right, and if it says 7:52 a.m., would that be accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
All right, and if we could pull up a clip of the Bethany retreat video, and I'm going to move that as the next exhibit.
121.
Play. Okay, Detective, what did we see?
The defendant's vehicle driving southbound past that camera.
So that would be, in reference on the map, that would be southbound from his residence toward the Love's Truck Stop?
Yes.
And the time on the Bethany retreat camera is what?
7:51 a.m.
All right, on the morning of when?
April the 4th, 2018.
Thank you. Judge, if I could have just 1 second.
Mitchell?
Good morning.
Good morning.
On the day of April the 4th, what time did you arrive on the scene?
I believe it was 9:08 a.m.
9:08. And yesterday you testified Mr. Daniels was not there yet?
He was not.
When did he arrive?
9:19 a.m.
9:19 a.m.
Yes.
After he got back there to the house, his car stays out in front of the house, right?
Yes.
Who told him to stay in his home?
I'm not sure.
But he was asked to stay in the home, right?
If he was, I didn't hear that. I don't know.
Searches parties were set up. People were interviewing him. The family was in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, when discussing this, you talked about Mr. Daniels asking someone to check his trunk.
Yes.
What time of day was that?
I think that was around noon that day.
So about 12 to 12:30?
I think so.
So 3 hours after he got back to the house?
Yes.
When you arrived on the scene, were you there in an investigative capacity?
Yes.
Were you investigating the home for a possible crime?
You know, that's part of something that is in the back of your mind, but really it was to find a missing child. But you're always going to have those types of thoughts in the back of your mind. Every time I go to a call like that, I think, you know, the worst could be possible. But when we respond to a call of a missing child, it's always our goal is to find that missing child alive.
I mean, that's your job, right?
Yes.
I mean, your job's to investigate.
Yes.
I mean, look at all possibilities.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that at 9:08 you started investigating this?
Yes.
All right. When did y'all decide that you were going to interrogate Mr. Daniels?
I don't know when that decision was made. I wasn't.
I'm saying when you asked him to get in the car and drive him around.
We definitely didn't interrogate him, but we decided around, I think that was 1 p.m. that day.
Around 1 p.m. you decided to backtrack where he'd been.
Yes.
Is that helping looking for the kid?
Yes.
To go back and look at places he's already searched?
Yes.
Did Mr. Daniels know you were recording him?
Probably not.
Did you tell him you were going to record him?
Probably not.
Do the jurors still have the transcripts? Just want to make sure. Page 3 of the transcript from yesterday. Mr. Daniels said that he went down Garner Creek Road to where it meets Harris Road.
Can you tell me what
That'd
line?
be line 14 to 15.
Yes, sir. Read line 14 to 15?
Yes.
Wait.
You can start the sentence on 13.
Okay. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, Garner's Creek Road, where it meets Harris Road.
Now, the jurors have been given a map. Do you have that map still?
I don't have that map.
Where's Harris Road?
Harris Road, if you go all the way south, Garner's Creek Road, it will run into Harris Road.
And it takes a left?
Harris Road goes to the left, yes.
Turns out it Love's Truck Stop.
Yes.
How fast do you think did he say he was going? It's on that page. Did he talk about what he was doing?
I remember him saying that he was driving slowly through the area.
And you, just a few minutes ago, reviewed the Bethany Creek?
Yes.
Bethany Retreat?
Yes.
How fast do you think he was going?
He looked like he was going pretty slow.
Think he was looking on both sides of the road?
He was driving slowly.
Okay. So, at that point, he's come back to the house. You're actually in the house taking photos.
I'm in the house. Detective Troy Martin is taking the pictures. Hold on one second. When Mr. Daniels gets back to the house, no, at that point, pictures are not being taken. That was just a little bit after he got back to the house that Detective Troy Martin got there and started taking pictures. But I was in the house.
What time period are those photos being taken?
I think they're around 10 a.m.
Around 10 a.m.?
Yes.
So how long do you think you were in that house?
From my initial response till the first time I left the house?
Yes.
Probably 2 hours.
Did you see any blood?
I did not.
You see anything broken? I mean, obviously there's a lot of stuff around the house, but...
I did see lots of holes in the walls. I can't tell you if anything else was broken in the house. I don't remember seeing anything else broken necessarily.
Okay. And you saw a set of clothes on the coffee table?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the chest cam of the first responders?
Yes.
Did you see when they entered the home that there were 2 sets of clothes on the coffee table?
That's what it looks like.
You saw the house. You've seen the hasp or the lock at the top. Why is that there?
That is there to prevent Joe Clyde from getting out of the house.
And there's a china hutch on the front door.
Yes.
Why is that there?
For the same reason, so Joe Clyde couldn't get out of the house.
As a detective, would that indicate that Joe Clyde gets out of the house?
It would seem that way, yes.
So they're taking precautions to stop him from getting out?
Yes.
You talked to Mr. Daniels yesterday. We heard it yesterday. But you talked to him, and if you want to turn to page 5. At the very top there, you ask him if it's possible that Joe Clyde would have unlocked the lock.
Yes.
What is his response?
He says, that's a good question because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing and doing things better. So it's a really good question if he did or not. I know recently he's been getting better at doing things. He's progressing, but he hasn't really, I haven't seen him unlock the door.
So he's not saying that it's not a possibility that the door was left unlocked.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Does that leave it open for there to be a possibility the door was left unlocked?
I don't think so, because he said multiple times that the lock was checked, definitely checked, and that it was locked.
Did he say that he knew he could unlock it?
No, he did not.
Did he say that it's a good question because he doesn't know if he could unlock it?
He did say that.
When you were in the house, who noticed that all of Joe Clyde's shoes were still there?
I don't remember.
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that at some point during that day, but I couldn't tell you when.
If you'll turn to page 27 of the transcripts. Line 4, what does that say?
The only thing is that all the shoes are in the house, so he wouldn't have had a pair of shoes on.
So, is it fair to say that before y'all left in the car to question Mr. Daniels, that you knew? Would you have talked about that with the other people in the house?
Which people?
Mr. Daniels, Mrs. Daniels, Aunt Joyce?
It's possible.
Because yesterday, if you'll turn to page 19, the question came up. I believe the general asked you to read line 14.
Okay.
You may want to start all the way back at line 8.
Line 8. Me, are they long sleeves and long pants? Joe Daniels, yes. Me, socks or no socks? Joe Daniels, no socks. Me, and no shoes. Joe Daniels, no shoes, no socks.
And you were asked, how does he know no socks and no shoes?
That on the phone in front of him later in the car ride, right?
Later in the car ride.
Later in the car ride, I mentioned that all of the shoes were in the house. So I still don't know.
But someone knows that all the shoes are in the house?
Someone does, yes. Someone told me that, or I told someone that on the phone, so yes.
Yes.
You
told someone on the
Yes,
phone?
I told someone on the phone, yes.
So
So I know and someone knows.
So before you get in the car, y'all know that all the shoes are there?
It appears that way.
And before, the line before that, you telling me he doesn't have shoes, right? On line 13?
Back on page.
Back on page 19.
19, and no shoes. I believe that my intent of that was more of a question rather than a statement.
So you begin by asking him about the pajamas, and then you ask him if he had on socks, right?
Yes.
And when he says he had on no socks, you say, and no shoes.
Yes.
So how does he know that he doesn't have on socks and shoes?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to page 17, line 13. If you don't mind, just read that line 13 through page 18, line 2.
Okay. Can you think of a different direction we should be driving, though? Joe Daniels says that there's an area that's back where there's a dirt road on my road. I would go left or go on through it or 3rd Street. I think it's where Pruitt ends and then turns to 3rd Street. And you take a left right there and go all the way down to the end of the road. Then take a left on that road and eventually you'll end up on a dirt road, detective level. We'll go there when we go back and we'll go check that out. Has he gone there before? Joe Daniels, I have. He has not actually.
All right. Yesterday, our attention was brought to, I believe it's page 31. And you were asked to read line 11. Why don't you go ahead and read that one again?
Joe Daniels, there's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out here this far.
And out of context, that could sound bad, but why don't we move back and put some context into it? Start at line 4.
Is there a specific location we're going to now on here? Like, is there another dirt road or is it Joe Daniels? There is a dirt road out here, just detective level. Would he be curious to look at anything? Joe Daniels, there's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out here this far.
Could that be interpreted as Mr. Daniels saying he's a curious child, but he wouldn't know that anything's out here?
Can you repeat your question?
Could Mr. Daniels' statement be, he is a curious child, and he says, I don't remember taking him out this far, as in, how would he know to be curious about something out here?
I really don't know what he meant by it.
Okay. So Detective Lovell asked him, would he be curious to look at anything?
Yes.
As in, is there something out here he would know to come look for?
Okay.
And then Mr. Daniels responds with, there's a chance he could be curious, but I don't remember taking him out this far.
I suppose it could be interpreted in different ways. I don't know what he means by it.
Okay. Let's go to page 26. Starting at the top at line 1.
And just read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Just line
sorry.
1 through 4.
I'm sorry. Joe Daniels, I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, inaudible him, scream at him or anything. I just went back to bed.
Now, if that was completely unprompted, that seems like an odd thing to say, doesn't it?
Yes.
Why don't you go back a page to 25, line 10, and start there.
Detective McCartney, is there something that you're wanting to tell us? An accident? Joe Daniels, nothing happened that I know of. No one screamed at him. No one yelled at him. Nobody did anything to him. You know, just let him go to sleep as normal. Detective Lovell, where did he sleep at? Joe Daniels, inaudible. In Nanny's bed with Alex. They sleep with each other. Detective Lovell, so Alex was the only person in the bed with him? Joe Daniels, yeah, Alex was the only one that was in bed with him. Detective McCartney, is it possible that there was some kind of accident that you don't want us to know about? Joe Daniels, I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, inaudible him, scream at him, or anything. I just went back to bed.
How were y'all arranged in this truck?
Detective Jeff Lovell was driving. He was in the driver's seat. Mr. Daniels was in the front passenger seat. I was in the back seat, in the middle back seat.
Was Mr. Daniels able to see you?
If he turned around, but just facing forward in the truck, no, probably not.
You're questioning him throughout this, right? Let's go back to page 25, line 3.
Read line 3 and 4.
Just, yeah, 3 and 4.
Detective McCartney, if there's something that you know that we don't know, inaudible.
So you're trying to get him to tell you that something happened.
If something did happen, I wanted to know.
And he says, I don't know. I don't know where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. And you say, is there something that you're wanting to tell us, an accident?
Yes.
And he denies it.
He did.
So you're asking him to tell you what could have happened. Is it that odd that he responds by telling you the things that would seem suspicious that didn't happen?
I don't guess so.
I mean, he tells you nobody hit him, nobody yelled at him, nobody spanked him, no one screamed at him. But when you just read page 26, line 1 out of context,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like he's trying to preemptively make something up.
Okay.
The interview ends with Mr. McCormick.
Yes.
Well, actually, let's go ahead and go to that back page.
Okay.
Ignoring the profanities, on page 41, line 4 through 10, is this Detective Lovell saying that y'all have been authorized to investigate this by the sheriff?
I don't know. Part of it says inaudible, and I don't remember what it said. Y'all can come on by. Inaudible, sheriff said we can talk to inaudible. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. But he does say that y'all are going to start doing a forensic interview of the children.
We probably need to get a forensic interview done on Alex. Yes.
So you are investigating this further?
Yes.
Okay. So this yesterday when you said, we're just trying to find a child, this isn't investigation, this has been investigation since 9/15.
Part of finding a child that's missing is always going to involve an investigation. You can't find a missing person if you don't investigate.
Okay. So let's talk about Mr. McCormick.
Okay.
Did you interview Mr. McCormick?
Very briefly that morning on the side of the road.
What did he tell you happened?
I honestly can't remember our conversation exactly. I know that I wrote in my supplement report that Mr. McCormick said that he was coming home from work the night before and saw a child in skeleton pajamas on the side of the road near the Daniels residence.
Did he tell you where?
I think it just says near the Daniels residence, and like I said, I can't remember what he said exactly to me that morning. That's reviewing my police report. Okay. I think it might have been across the street from their home.
All right. You just talked about Matthew Ledford. Do you recall interviewing him on the 4th?
No.
5th?
No.
6th?
No.
When did you interview him?
I interviewed Mr. Matthew Ledford in the spring of 2020, I believe it was.
And for context, how long had it been since?
That would be 2 years.
2 years. Why did you interview him?
We went to interview Mr. Matthew Ledford because we had started to understand that Pruitt Springs video that we were watching, and we really started to understand what we were looking at in that video, because as you can see, it's really difficult to tell what you're looking at. So when we really started putting that video together and investigating what we were seeing on that video, we noticed something in the video that looked a little bit off, and it caused us to have some questions of Mr. Matt Ledford, who lives right there at 1108 Garners Creek Road.
At the time, did you tell Mr. Ledford you saw him pull in at 10 o'clock?
I don't remember.
Did you ask him if someone else could have pulled in at 10 o'clock?
I asked him if someone else could have pulled into his driveway besides him, like an additional person.
Did you ask him about someone leaving in the early morning hours?
I think I asked him if anyone could have left, if anybody could have came and left from his residence.
Do you know about what time that the video would have showed someone possibly leaving his residence?
I asked him if anything would have happened around 5 a.m.
Is that because of your study of the videos?
It's because of something strange that I saw in the video at around 5 a.m., yes.
Okay. And did he say he left at 5 a.m.?
He said he did not.
Did he say there was someone there that night?
He said there was not.
Did you review the footage from Love's truck stop to see when Mr. Ledford actually came back that night on the 3rd?
Can you repeat your question?
Did you see Mr. Ledford at all in the Love's truck stop videos?
No.
La, 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 la. You don't hold
Okay.
account.
You talked about sex offenders. Why?
That's just kind of the protocol if there's a missing child, and we don't find them immediately like we do a lot of times. That's just the next step in the process. You're going to start looking at things like that.
How many sex offenders were in the area?
I believe there were 6 that were in a certain radius that were close, 5 or 6.
What's the radius? You know?
I don't remember what the radius was. I didn't do that work up on that report of the sex offender list.
So how far out would you normally look on the first day?
For a child that wanders off and it's cold outside and they're 5 years old and reported to be autistic, I can't give you an exact number, but we would probably stay pretty close to the house, probably within a mile radius, which is a lot of ground to cover. But I would think we would probably start somewhere in that type of radius.
Around the house itself, how many people do you think were searching at 8 or 9 in the morning?
8 or 9 in the morning, searching just right around the house. That's hard for me to estimate. There were quite a few people there at that time.
So if we go back to page 3 of the transcripts, you can start at the second sentence that begins on line 10.
On line 10. And then I called the police, and that's when they came out. And while they were out, I searched this area a little bit more and still couldn't find him. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, Garners Creek Road, where it meets Harris Road.
Now, in the video, you can see Mr. Daniels at about 6:15 driving around looking for him.
That specific video at 6:15 in the morning, that's where you see him pull around his house and down his driveway and onto Garners Creek Road. And yes, he is driving slowly down Garners Creek Road.
And then at 7:50, 2 hours later, you can see him at Bethany Retreat.
That's the camera where you could see his car clearly driving by slow, yes.
And so says the police were there, people were searching around, so I got in my car and decided to go out further.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. You have just a moment, Your Honor. You reviewed the video from Pruitt Springs.
Yes, sir.
Before 6:15, did any vehicle leave the Daniels residence?
No.
Redirect.
Detective, let's talk a little bit more about Pruitt Springs video. And as we all know, it's hard to watch, but I do want to direct your attention to the screen. And if we could dim the lights. Mr. Mitchell asked you about interviewing Matthew Ledford, who resided next door.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you know how long Mr. Ledford had lived in the tiny house on the property next to the Daniels prior to April the 4th, 2018?
Apparently, April the 3rd, 2018 was his first night actually staying in.
You testified previously that we observed him pulling into his driveway at 10:06 p.m.
Yes.
And that he did not leave prior to 9 a.m. on April 4th.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mitchell asked you some questions about something odd that you observed in the Pruitt Springs video, which made you want to go question Mr. Ledford?
Yes.
And what did you see in the video that made you want to ask Mr. Ledford some questions?
There are some lights in the video in the bottom right-hand corner, which would be near where his driveway comes out to Garners Creek Road. And the lights are strange.
Okay, and I'll direct your attention to the screen, and I'm going to move a copy of this clip of video as the next exhibit, please. And Detective, again, we're looking at April the 4th, 2018.
Yes.
The camera time says 5:07 a.m., so we would have to add 34 minutes to that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And stuff sticks in me. Anyway, here we go. Detective, show me before we start the video where I should be pointing to see what, in your investigation, you wanted to follow up on.
The bottom right side of the screen, where in that area, yes, right there.
Let's play the video. That's a vehicle.
Yes, that vehicle is not related to what I saw. It's that light that just popped up. Yes. Yes.
There again?
Yes. There again, yes.
Now, is this light we're seeing in the far right field of view?
Yes.
So, in referring to the jury's printout they have showing the left and right borders of the field of view, is this light going in and out of the field of view?
That's what it appears like to me.
Still faintly there?
Yes.
You just barely see now.
Yes.
Okay. So, Detective, that's why you wanted to ask Mr. Ledford some questions?
Yes.
And was that a car leaving Mr. Ledford's driveway?
No.
And how do you know that?
After we spoke with Mr. Matt Ledford, his answers to the questions, did you leave, did someone leave your house, were both no. So I wanted to figure out what that was, and we extensively reviewed that. And as you can see, because you've seen multiple vehicles on this video, those lights do not act or behave like any other vehicles that you see in the video. A couple of weeks later, I actually went out and did a test drive, and I pulled into Mr. Matt Ledford's driveway and backed out. And then I collected the same video surveillance. And it does not look like what you just saw. It's obviously a vehicle backing out of a driveway in my test video. So those lights, I don't know what that is.
But in a thorough investigation, you wanted to find out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've also heard some references, anecdotal suggestions of someone else pulling into a driveway.
Yes.
And in fact, on the morning of April 4th, there was a car pulling into a driveway.
Yes.
Was it the Daniels driveway?
It was not.
Was it the Ledford driveway?
No.
Was it the Smithson driveway?
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a video of that?
We do.
All right, and I'm going to ask Mr. Etheridge to pull that video up. And I'm going to move a clip of a car pulling into the Smithson driveway on April 4th, 2018. And again, we see camera time 2:39, but you have to add 34 minutes to that?
Add 34 minutes.
Okay.
And this driveway is going to be across the street from the Daniels residence.
The address would be 1115?
Yes. There's the vehicle. It's pulling into a driveway across the street from the Daniels, so that's why the lights flash towards you. And the vehicle is backing up now out of the driveway and driving back northbound towards Highway 70.
Did that raise suspicion in your mind, Detective?
Yes. I wanted to know who that was also.
Did you investigate?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was the...
Basis for the objection?
Basis of objection is that she would not have personal knowledge. She would have to talk to somebody, and if they have somebody who's going to say that's their vehicle, they'll have to testify.
Well,
I don't understand the legal objection.
well, that's what I'm trying to determine. I think if I understand it correctly, your legal the basis for your objection is that she would be repeating hearsay as to who it...
Yes, Your Honor, she would not have personal knowledge that that's whose vehicle that is.
How does he know before I'm allowed to ask questions?
Well,
We can lay a basis.
I think this is an anticipatory objection, but let the, ladies and gentlemen, and sometimes to make decisions on objections, I need to hear a little bit more about it, but bear with me while I'm going to allow the district attorney to ask a question to lay a foundation about how she has any knowledge about who that might be.
Detective, when you saw this video of this car pulling into the Smithson residence, again, you've conducted lots of hours, 24 hours, just reviewing video.
Yes.
Did that make you want to go back and review more video?
Yes.
From prior to April 4th?
Yes.
And did you do so?
I did.
Did you review a month's worth of video?
I did.
And did you find a similar pattern of a car pulling into the Smithson's driveway in the middle of the night on Wednesdays and Fridays?
That happens on Wednesdays and Fridays at that same address, or in the same time frame.
And did you cut a clip of that video?
Yes.
All right, I'll move the clip of video from Smithson driveway as the next exhibit. We can put that on the screen.
And 123.
What are we looking at here?
This is the prior 4 Wednesdays to April the 4th.
4 Wednesdays?
Yes.
1, 3/16, 3/21, 3/23, which would be a Friday,
Yes.
and 3/28.
Sorry, yes, that one's a Friday, yes.
And you combine these?
Yes.
Let's play this video. Detective, what do we see in all 4 videos?
A vehicle pulling into the driveway of 1115 Garners Creek Road and backing out and then driving northbound towards Highway 70.
What happens on Wednesdays and Friday mornings in Jackson County, Tennessee?
On Wednesdays and Friday mornings, newspaper, the Dixon Herald, is delivered.
And did you contact the Dixon Herald delivery man?
Yes.
And who delivers the Dixon Herald in this neighborhood?
His name is Mr. Brandon Parker.
Okay, and who runs this route with Mr. Brandon Parker?
He has family members as well that have run this route for quite some time.
And were they running this route in March of 2018?
Yes.
And were they delivering papers in March and April?
Objection.
Basis for your objection.
He's got to lay a foundation. He's got to lay a non-hearsay foundation as to how she knows it. She can't just look at a video and say that's this guy or that guy's family. There has to be a foundation, a non-hearsay foundation.
Judge, we're watching them deliver papers on video. She interviewed the delivery man. They are...
Well, this witness is testifying as to the investigation that she's made as to identifying who those lights are. And what she's testifying to is that her investigation shows that that is the same time as the paper is being delivered.
Yes, sir.
So based on that, I overrule your objection. It shows basically her investigation is determining what those lights are in her opinion. That's subject to just her interpretation. It can be subject to different interpretations, but she's entitled to testify as to why she led the investigation in that direction.
And Your Honor, is the court saying that she can, based on her investigation, say who's driving that vehicle?
No. I'm just simply saying that that's why she took the steps she did to make the investigation and why, in her opinion, that's what the investigation revealed. It is not, I'm not allowing her to say that that's who that was. I'm just saying that's her investigation led her to determine that, and then it's subject to your cross-examination if you choose to about whether that's accurate or not.
And that was my point. I don't have any objection to the testimony that this is when papers were delivered. But Mr. Crouch was asking about who was driving and family members, and she simply cannot testify to that.
Well, as to that part, I'll sustain because clearly she doesn't know on each of those days who it was in particular, but clearly her investigation revealed that those lights were the result of the paper being delivered. And I think common sense would tell you that under those circumstances that that's probably what it was, but you're welcome to. All right.
Thank you. So, Detective, on the morning of April 4th, 2018, at approximately the same time,
yes,
we see a vehicle turn into the Smithson driveway,
yes, sir,
which is across the street from the Daniels residence.
Yes.
And we also see a vehicle during that same time frame turn into the Smithson driveway on April 16th. I'm sorry, March 16th.
Yes.
March 21st.
Yes.
March 23rd.
Yes.
March 28th.
Yes.
And from your investigation, you learned that the Dixon Herald is delivered on those days.
Yes.
And did you determine if the Smithson residents received the Dixon Herald?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mitchell.
Based off your investigation of those videos, you questioned Matthew Ledford.
Yes.
And subsequently, you contacted him to try to get his cell phone.
I did not contact him and ask him for his cell phone.
You didn't have him contact you to tell you that he wasn't going to give you the cell phone?
No, he called and left a message. He wanted to talk to me. And I think someone else had already asked him if he would provide his cell phone. And when I called him back, he just wanted to let me know that he wasn't going to provide his cell phone. But I don't believe I was the one that actually asked him for his cell phone, but someone within the team did.
Was he adamant that he wasn't going to give it over?
Yes.
Mr. Crouch?
Based on your investigation, was there any reason to believe that Mr. Ledford committed any crimes in this case?
Objection. Call for opinion as to the ultimate issue. She can't give an opinion as to what Mr. Ledford did or didn't do.
Well, that's not what he's asking. What he's asking, if I understand, restate your question if you will.
Based on your investigation, was there any evidence that Mr. Ledford committed any crimes in this case?
I think that's a legitimate question. Overruled.
There was not.
Thank you.
Mr. Ledford had indicated that he thought something might be on his phone.
Objection, Your Honor. Last word, jury out. The nature of this questioning will be directly into
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go ahead and step out, and probably we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. After I've finished with this one, you come back, we'll conclude this witness, but we'll go ahead and take a recess. You can expect it to be about 15 minutes. All right, Mr. Crouch.
My objection is should have been made earlier. Mr. Mitchell elicited testimony from Detective McCartney about hearsay statements of Mr. Ledford that this court has already entered a rule on. So before that goes any further, I want to make sure both sides are clear on the non-hearsay statements of Mr. Ledford will not be allowed in to testimony.
Your Honor, General Crouch has opened the door by asking a question, was there any information or evidence that Mr. Ledford committed a crime? That opens the door for me to ask about any aspect of her investigation that would indicate that Mr. Ledford may have committed a crime or was concerned about them looking at his phone. That question opened it up wide open. If he can ask if there's any evidence or information that Mr. Ledford committed a crime, and then I can't cross in regard to that.
Well, let me suggest this. If you are arguing that you should be allowed to then ask questions regarding Mr. Ledford, number one, normally it's the attorney that starts questioning a witness or cross-examining a witness would be the same attorney who would do that. We've been kind of loose about that, but Mr. Mitchell was the one who began this cross-examination. I don't suppose there's any real reason you can't follow up on it since you're all co-counsel, but why don't you ask the questions you intend to ask in the front of the jury and let me determine whether or not they're meet what you're saying would be evidence of some that contradicts what she just said. So.
Was Mr. Ledford confronted with the statement that y'all done a video study that showed his...
The form of the question first, the study doesn't show, and it wasn't her testimony, that a vehicle left his driveway following the morning. So, and that's what I'm talking about. If he's going to phrase the questions in a suggestive way so the jury can hear that, that's wrong.
Your Honor, this is out of jury. I mean, if he wants to object to out of jury.
Now, out of jury's presence.
Well, what I think we're trying to do is to determine what's a permissible question to ask in front of the jury to avoid impermissible questions being asked while they're here. So restate your question. Make sure that your question is not going to be something that can be containing information that the jury should not hear. But let's first of all ask the question you want to, and let me, Mr. Cross, let me hear the question so I can determine whether it is or is not objectionable.
All right, I'm not saying that it was Mr. Ledford's vehicle that left, but was he confronted by you and other law enforcement and told that a video study showed his vehicle leaving around 5 in the morning?
No.
You're saying no one told him that?
No one told him that his vehicle left his driveway.
Not his vehicle, a vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you just said his vehicle.
Was he confronted with law enforcement who told him that a video study had been done and a vehicle was seen leaving his driveway around 5 in the morning?
When I went to Mr. Ledford's house with Sergeant Trevor Daniel, we did discuss lights in the area of his driveway. I cannot remember whether or not we said a vehicle actually left his driveway.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Show this transcript
Yes, sir.
of that recorded interview. If you would read that page to refresh your memory, please.
Being flown in kind
No, I
of...
mean just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Mr. Ledford in fact confronted with a statement that a video study showed a vehicle leaving his driveway around 5 in the morning?
No, sir.
No?
No.
What was said?
That lights come on and go south.
And when he was going through the footage from the night on April the 3rd at 10 o'clock, a vehicle pulls in your driveway and the lights go out. The headlights go out. At 5, Detective McCartney, yeah, about 5. 5 something, a little after 5 or around 5, after in the morning, the lights come back on and they back and you can see them. They'll go back down south.
Okay.
So y'all told him you see a vehicle coming his drive and you see the lights go out.
Yes.
And then you saying, yeah, about 5, a little after 5, around 5, the lights come on. You're referring to his vehicle or a vehicle.
Can I see that again?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Sergeant Trevor Daniel did say the lights come on and they go back. The lights come on and they back, and you can see them. They go back down south.
So it's talking about a vehicle.
Yes.
It's talking about a vehicle leaving his drive around 5 and going south.
We did think it could be a possibility, and that's why we wanted to investigate it further.
And I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, was Mr. Ledford confronted with the statement that we saw a vehicle come in your drive at 10, we saw the lights come back on, and the vehicle leave around 5 and then go south?
The statement was that we saw the lights come on, back, and go back down south. Yes, that he was confronted with that statement, yes.
And you're talking about a vehicle, not a person running down the road with lights.
No, not at that time. We weren't talking about that. We were talking about a vehicle, yes.
Okay. And did you further, at some point, was he confronted with a request for his phone to determine the location of his phone during this time period?
At some point, yes, he was.
All right. And did he indicate that he would provide that phone?
I don't know what his answer was to that initial questioning.
But in any event, he told you that he was not going to provide that phone.
He did.
And he was adamant about that.
Yes.
That's it, Your Honor.
Judge, I have no problems with those questions, but none of that suggests that Mr. Ledford committed any kind of crime. And that's the issue. Mr. Lockard, the reason we had the pre-trial hearing on this issue was we've been there and done that. So as long as he doesn't get into subjecting.
You can ask those limited questions based on that fact. I'm not sure how that is suggestive of the fact that the investigation, it contradicts what she said about his, but that's something you can argue to the jury. I will allow the questions that you have just put before this witness when we return.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, while we have the jury out of the room and before we take our break, let me tell you that I've been handed 2 additional questions. First question is, these are from the jury. Did Detectives Lovell and McCartney ever follow up with the unidentified male on page 41 and report to the supervisor that a follow-up may be needed? That's question 1. Question 2 is, did the Detectives Lovell and McCartney follow up on the brown vehicle, page 26, line 16? Those appear to me to be questions the jury requests. Anybody have any objection to those questions being asked, and does either side wish to ask those questions?
May we confer just a moment?
Certainly.
Could you read the questions again, please?
Yeah. Did the detectives Lovell and McCartney follow up on the brown vehicle, page 26, line 16? What that says is, Detective Lovell, do you see that brown vehicle in the, we'll check when we come back? And Joe Daniels says inaudible. And that was basically it. The other question is on page 41, and it has to do with the unidentified male on page 41. The guy saw him at 1 o'clock in the morning standing up here by the road. I take that as Mr. McCormick. I think that just is a clarification as to who the unidentified male is not Mr. McCormick. It is someone identifying Mr. McCormick. I'm assuming that it's another investigator on the scene. Am I correct? So both of those, I think, can be clarified easily when we return from our break. So
I think they'll probably be clarified by further proof, by anticipation.
The question on page 41,
Yeah.
I would need you guys to take the card.
well,
He knew that out of jury.
do you know who that was, the unidentified male on page 41 that identified Mr. McCormick to?
Oh, on page 41, that's THP Trooper Ajee. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
And he was just simply identifying Mr. McCormick to you as someone that might have seen something?
Yes.
On page 26, the brown vehicle, do you know anything about that?
I don't know. I don't know anything further about it.
All right. Then I think those questions could legitimately be asked when, and I will ask them if that suits everyone when we return. Sure.
I'm just trying to get straight in my mind. Was the brown vehicle, was that the loggers? Do you recall?
It's on page 26.
I'm just trying to determine if that's what the jury's wanting to know.
It doesn't appear to be. From what I'm reading in my memory, I think we're driving by all of the command post area at that time.
Okay.
So we could have been talking about a new resource that had shown up. Lots of vehicles were starting to park there with the command posts. I don't know.
I can't.
Well, the question is, did you ever follow up? And it's just a yes or no question.
Not to my knowledge.
All right. I think it's just a question they're asking if that was something that became significant enough to follow up. She can answer whether she did or she didn't. And then y'all can ask her any other questions you want to after that. But I think those two questions are legitimate, and I will ask those when the jury comes back from break. All right. Then let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll be in recess until that time. So.
All rise.
Recording stopped.
Court is in recess.
Y'all haven't seen a phone with a pink case, have you? I cannot find my phone.
Yeah. As compared to.
I found it. Found it? It's under the boxes.
3 minutes.
Court now back in session.
All right, we are ready to take up whatever
Recording in
motions.
progress.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's our contention that the defendant's confession has not been shown to be trustworthy. Your Honor's heard testimony at trial in motions that there's no physical evidence to support the portion of the confession where our client says he beat Joe Clyde for 15 to 20 minutes in the living room and on the coffee table, opening up a wound on his head that led to blood running down both sides of his face and blood on his leg from being thrown against the coffee table. There's been no corroboration that he took the child, put the child in the car, left the residence, took the body out in a field using his wife's cell phone as a flashlight, then returned home and got back in bed around. The child is even dead. There was hearsay that came in where an aunt expressed her opinion that he was dead, but the witness today, Alex, did not testify that he was dead. He did not testify that he saw what happened in the living room, that he came in after the fact and saw his father pick up Joe Clyde Daniels and walk away from the residence. So we submit the corpus delicti has not been shown. The confession and statements, extrajudicial statements, have not been corroborated. Even the TBIs acknowledged in the affidavit on the search warrant that they don't believe he took the body in the trunk of the car and took it off. I would submit it. Even Alex's testimony today did not say that he took the body, put it in the trunk of the car, and took the body off and disposed of it. So those clearly have not been corroborated. There was no blood in the vehicle, no blood in the residence, nothing to indicate that when our client said he beat this child for 15 to 20 minutes, opening a head wound and causing blood down both sides of his face, nothing to show that that is trustworthy. He gave various statements about placing the child in ponds. Ponds were drained, no body, nothing to corroborate that. He said that he took the child out on a log road. All those areas were searched extensively. Nobody was found. And the Bishop case, of course, says if it involves a tangible injury, the state must provide substantial evidence tending to show the defendant's statement is trustworthy. And the state has not done that in this case. They've introduced no evidence that substantiates that our client beat the child to death in the living room for 15 to 20 minutes. No evidence to substantiate that he placed the body uncovered in the trunk of the car, carried the body off, and used his wife's cell phone flashlight as a flashlight to get rid of the body. In fact, the courts heard testimony in this case in the motion hearings that there was no evidence that Crystal Daniels' cell phone left the residence at all. So those are all statements, extrajudicial statements that aren't corroborated. He said he threw the child in the Duck River. We now know that TBI doesn't even think the car left during that time. So that's not corroborated. Mr. McCormick said that he saw someone, where exactly on Garners Creek Road is a question, but the person he saw had a skeleton on their shirt, and it was not a big person wearing a green alien shirt. So that also indicates that the confession is not trustworthy, because our client would have already been in bed at the time Mr. McCormick saw the person wearing the skeleton shirt down the roadway. The statements about, I think the testimony had been in the motion hearings up to maybe 6 different locations that the child was placed. None of those panned out. There was no evidence that supported any of those statements. And so we would ask that the court exclude our clients, all of our clients' extrajudicial statements, that they were not corroborated. The case law cited in the motion provides cannot be corroborated by miscellaneous facts. The state has to corroborate the essential facts of the confession. That he beat him to death 15 to 20 minutes in the living room, opened up wounds on his head and on his leg, then immediately carried the body off in the trunk of the car, got rid of the body using his wife's cell phone light, then came back home and got in bed. And I submit the state can't cite one piece of evidence that corroborates that that's true. They even believed that he buried the body in the yard somewhere. So they were admitting that those essential facts are not true. So I'd ask the court to exclude all of his extrajudicial statements as being uncorroborated in this case. Now, it doesn't mean that the state doesn't still have a case, because they've got young Alex who's testified, but they shouldn't be allowed to introduce extrajudicial statements that we know are false. And clearly, that confession was false.
What about the statement that your client allegedly made voluntarily to his father in the presence of law enforcement after he had called and asked him to come and take him and let him show him where he was? The motion hearings that we've had are that he has voluntarily told his father, "I'll beat him."
Yeah, I'm not talking about voluntariness. What I'm talking about, that is an extrajudicial statement that has not been corroborated. Everything he said out of court, whether it's to his dad or other officers, or...
You don't think Alex's statement that the testimony today that he saw his father beating the child is, I mean, he testified that he saw him beat him. Is that not a corroboration?
I didn't recall him saying he saw him beat him.
He did.
Did he? You know, his testimony was he heard a noise and he went in there.
He's talking about, we can have, if we can find it, we can always bring it back. But my recollection was that he testified that when he went and told his father today, that when he told his father that Joe had peed on the floor, that his father came in, or Joseph had come in, and he beat Joe and put him back to bed.
No, he didn't testify that.
Okay.
He testified that he spanked him or whipped him. He did not testify he beat him.
He used the word beat, according to what I recollect.
I'd ask that be pulled back up, because I think that's a mistake.
We'll decide that. I mean, I'll base it upon my recollection, not have to prove anything to you, but I will base it on my recollection of the facts and my notes from that. But, all right, anything else that you wish to offer?
Well, just one thing. In that testimony, whether he said whip or beat, he put him back in bed and went to sleep. So that in no way corroborates that he beat the child to death, because the child got back in bed and went to sleep. So I don't think that corroborates that he beat him to death. Alex did not see him beat the child to death in the living room. He heard a noise. He waited a while. He came in and he saw his dad pick up Joe Clyde Daniels.
He first said he saw him laying on the floor.
On the floor, picked him up, took him outside, laid him on the ground, then picked him up and carried him down Garners Creek Road. But nowhere did he testify that he saw his father beat the child to death. Now, that is circumstantial evidence that he sees the body laying on the floor and then he sees the body laying in the yard. I'll submit that circumstantial
and
evidence.
We charge the jury all the time that a fact can be proven by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence, and that the law doesn't presume that direct evidence is necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. That's the law we charge a jury to decide a case. So,
I understand. What I'm trying to do, Your Honor, is lay the groundwork for the jury charge that I'll be requesting in regard to that. I admit that that's strong circumstantial evidence. I'm just saying, to Your Honor, there was no direct evidence, no direct testimony that he saw him beat him to death.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Crouch?
Judge, for purposes of meeting the Bishop standard, which is the modified trustworthiness, I think Mr. Lockhart just made my argument because he admits that the circumstantial evidence is strong.
I doubt Mr. Lockhart would agree with you, but I understand your point.
And that is my point. We have an eyewitness who has testified that he witnessed Joseph Daniels beat Joe Clyde, and then later he heard a loud noise. He went into the living room and he saw the defendant standing over the body of Joe Clyde, who was on the ground. Then he demonstrated how the defendant carried Joe Clyde's body out of the house in his arms. Alex then testified that he saw him lay his body on the ground, later walking down the driveway and then down the road. Not only that, Your Honor, if you look to the statements of the defendant, the extrajudicial statements in the hearing of his confession on April 6th, the defendant specifically says, Alex saw everything. Not only does he say Alex saw everything, later in the evening, he says Alex is a trustworthy boy. We told him not to lie. You can believe what he says.
No further argument.
All right. Let me, for the record, address the following. The State v. Bishop is a Supreme Court case that we keep talking about that set forth the modified trustworthiness standard. There are two different standards for the record that this court has to consider in the admission of any sort of confession or admission. The first is the voluntariness of such a statement. I have already had a hearing in which I found that the statement of the defendant in the so-called confession and all of the other statements that he made were voluntarily made and were not the product of coercion. So that issue has been resolved by the court's prior ruling. The second matter that I am required to address today is the Bishop standard that was set forth in this 2014 Supreme Court decision. In that decision, the Supreme Court modified the requirements for the introduction of a confession and the corroboration of a confession of a defendant, the aim being to eliminate confessions of individuals that are completely untrustworthy and have no other corroboration to them other than the confession of someone to a crime. The Supreme Court in the Bishop case makes pretty clear a couple of things. And one of them, when a crime involves a tangible injury, the state must present independent prima facie evidence that a loss or injury actually occurred. Unlike the traditional corpus delicti rule, the state is not required to demonstrate that the injury resulted from someone's criminal act, nor must the state link the defendant to the injury. Whether the charged offense involves a tangible injury, the corroboration rule requires the state to introduce substantial evidence, independent evidence, that the defendant's confession is trustworthy. To establish trustworthiness, the state's independent evidence must corroborate essential facts contained in the defendant's statement. Mr. Lockhart takes that statement in the Bishop case and applies it to everything that the defendant said in his confession. That's not what the Bishop case says in this court's opinion, with all due respect to Mr. Lockhart. For example, in the Bishop case, the Supreme Court says, for example, independent corroboration of one key part of an extrajudicial confession or admission may corroborate the entire statement. And they cite the United States versus Brown, a federal court decision in that instance. So, looking at that, the Supreme Court further says in Bishop, thus to satisfy the modified trustworthiness standard, the state is required to, 1, corroborate the fact that someone died, and 2, establish the trustworthiness of Mr. Bishop's confession. The standard does not require independent corroboration of every element of the crime. That's the Supreme Court's ruling in Bishop. So it's not required that the state, in this case, corroborate every element of the crime or every element of the defendant's statement. In our subsequent cases that have been reported, the State versus Hill, which is an unreported case that I think I've cited before. It's a 2017 Westlaw 5324181, a 2017 Court of Criminal Appeals decision. The court there talks about the modified trustworthiness rule. The modified trustworthiness rule requires substantial independent evidence to bolster a defendant's extrajudicial confession or admission. The state is neither required to demonstrate that the injury resulted from someone's criminal act nor link the defendant to the injury. The state must introduce substantial independent evidence that the defendant's confession is trustworthy, which is accomplished by presenting independent evidence corroborating the essential facts contained in the defendant's statement. The court noted that, in citing another case, the court noted that independent corroboration of one key part of the defendant's statement might corroborate the whole statement. The court determined that another method of bolstering a defendant's admission is to present independent evidence that parallels the defendant's confession or corroborates the defendant's account of what happened immediately before or after the crime. In State versus Sykes, which is a 2018 Supreme Court decision, the Court of Criminal Appeals, I think this may have been Judge Woodall, I'm not sure, but actually this is Robert Holloway, who authored this opinion. He states that substantial evidence and the modified trustworthiness standard, substantial evidence is evidence that a reasonable mind could accept as adequate to support a conclusion, evidence beyond the scintilla, and he cites State versus Clark, a 2014 case. The corroboration requirement is a low threshold. Its purpose is twofold: to weed out false confessions of two non-existent crimes by requiring some independent evidence of the injury incurred, and to weed out false confessions to actual crimes by requiring some independent evidence that implicates the accused. The standard of proof required to clear this hurdle is even lower than the preponderance of the evidence standard. So that is the law that I am required to apply to this case and to these facts. In this case, we have the testimony of an alleged eyewitness, Alex, who states that he was there and that he saw the defendant come in. And my notes, I have gone back through my notes after we had this issue, and my notes that I wrote down were specific. That he went and told the defendant that Joe had peed in the floor. The defendant was in his room. He and Crystal were both awake, and the defendant went into the room and beat him. Those are my notes that I make contemporaneously. I'm not saying I'm 100% all the time, but that's what I'm basing my decision upon. In any event, we have the testimony of an eyewitness. Alex states that he saw him beat the child, that he went on back to sleep, and he later, in the middle of the night, heard a loud bang. He waited a little bit to let things quiet down, that he walked out and saw Joe laying on the floor. He then saw the defendant carry him out. More importantly, in this court's mind, Alex's testimony was that he saw Noah standing and also being able to view what had taken place along with Aunt Joyce, and that he saw both of them and that they had an opportunity to observe, and that he saw the defendant carry Joe out the door, and that he laid him at the back of the car, and that in fact he instructed Alex to help him with this situation and threatened him at some point, made him help him, that he opened the door to the car in the trunk. And at one point, if you notice in one of his statements at the Child Advocacy Center, Alex stated that the door to the car had been opened. In his statement today, he testified he opened the door and popped the trunk on the car. He then says the defendant picked up Joe and walked him down the road carrying the child. The defendant's confession states that he beat the child and that Alex witnessed it. That's, in my opinion, a corroboration of that statement by the defendant is corroborated by Alex's testimony today. Alex's testimony corroborates the fact that Noah witnessed this, and so the excited utterance that was allowed in at a previous hearing of both Noah and Joyce, who he testified that Noah certainly had the opportunity to see what took place, and that when Noah comes in, and that the argument could be made to the jury that Noah's statement was either a question or a statement. He either says in a question form, is Joe dead, is Joe dead, is Joe dead, or he said in a statement form that Joe is dead, Joe is dead. But anyway, I allowed it in as an excited utterance. Apart. Based upon all those facts, and the fact that the child, in response to the state's question, stated the last time he saw his brother alive was on April the 3rd, and the fact that the child has never been recovered and that threats have been made, I believe that there has been sufficient corroboration of both the corpus delicti, if there is, that circumstantial evidence of the death of this child. As I explained to Mr. Lockhart, and Mr. Lockhart agreed, our law provides that a fact, any fact, can be proven by both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. We charge jurors day in and day out in jury trials that direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Our law provides that either fact can be sufficient to support a conviction if it is convincing enough. And that's what this all boils down to. This is all going to boil down to whether the jury is convinced by the evidence before it. But as far as corroborating the confession, this court finds, as a matter of fact, that the evidence presented thus far does provide more than a scintilla of evidence that there was, in fact, a homicide, that the child was, in fact, you can certainly concur that circumstantial evidence of his death would be the fact that he was laying on the ground, picked up, carried out, laid on the ground, picked up, carried off down the road by the defendant allegedly, and that he's never seen again. And he testified the last time he saw his brother alive was April the 3rd. That was in response to the state's question. Based upon all of those facts, it is this court's opinion that the corroboration under the Bishop rule has been met, and that the confession and all extrajudicial statements of the defendant are admissible in the state's case in chief. And it is my ruling.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude our business today, and we will adjourn for the day until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So.
All rise. Court adjourned.
Recording stopped.
See you tomorrow. Joe. Let me get my recorder. No, Zach, Joe's getting kind of old.
What's up, everybody? We are back with more Michael Proctor cross-examination, and this was Alan Jackson's full swing. This was the full send, the full day. The vast majority of the cross happened today. Some wild stuff came out, some stuff that is crazy and never usually comes out in trials. We'll talk about why it doesn't usually come out, but why it did come out in this case. We'll also talk about the redirect and how I thought it opened a few doors that the defense didn't really walk through, and I wonder if there's a reason for that. We'll get to your questions, all that and more on today's episode. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed because we're going to get into it. So right off the bat, anytime I was going to pick for tonight, I didn't realize, but it was, of course, going to conflict with the Boston Celtics, Dallas Mavericks NBA Finals game, which starts in about 30 minutes. And I don't blame anybody for going to watch that. I'd rather watch that than watch me. So I don't blame you for that. There will probably be some households where the game's up on the big screen and I'm on an iPad or laptop of some sort. But we're still going to break this down because a lot happened today and we need to get through it. We need to keep up with what's happening in this trial. You take a day off and then your video becomes 4 hours. So I promise to be done by the time halftime happens because I'm going to watch the second half. I want to see who wins that game. Mavericks are Dallas Mavericks fans, so
It's kind of who we're pulling for, even though it's a long shot. And I did bet the Celtics at the beginning of the playoffs. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's get to this case. Let's get to Karen Reed here, where Proctor's back on the stand, and Alan Jackson starts today with something that can be glossed over. And I'm not even so sure we hit on it. And I'm not even so sure we dove into this fact enough. But the fact that
All right, guys, that's a wrap for today. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We will pick up on, look at Lawyer You Know's telling you how big Tony's TikTok is. I know, I'm not feeling well today, guys, but I'll see you guys in the morning at 10 a.m. Let's go ahead and roll our credits, Myron. Thank you so much. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone.
One Jennifer or two Jennifers? Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses. Bye, Jennifer.